The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Pinaulanan tayo last week na manghang na mga tirada between MPL Philippine teams at maiinit na maniac plays as our 8 participating teams decide who is the strongest in the world's strongest MLBB region. Sa unang araw ng Week 2, binisita tayo ng tatlo sa ating mga favorite MLBB streamers na sina Lea Bernardino, Hypebits at Eruption. Sa Day 2 naman ay nakasama natin sa isang edition ng Emblem Charade si General himself na si Dilar. Kinumusta din tayo ng dalawa sa mga best coaches ng MDL Philippines na sila Coach Dart ng TNC Z4 at si Coach Wright ng RSG Mista. Day 3 is another heartwarming day at the MPL Arena matapos natin ma-interview ang mga family members nila King Kong, Ogwen at Aqua. We also had a special guest in the arena na si Tanoe Yoko, a 22-year-old Echo fan who came all the way from Indonesia to show support for the Orcas and for MPL Philippines. And here are the best of the best top 3 plays of the week. Carl TZ and Sanji will get the number 3 spot with a heroic base dive na may kasama pang TP party. Pagtutulungan ng tatlong member ng TNC si JP para makapag-defend. Pero sasagot naman si Carl at Sanji at mapipick off nila si Innocent at Goyo kahit nasa loob sila ng base ng Phoenix Army. Second place goes to Haji and Oheb matapos nilang burahin sa mapa si Sumpak gamit ang kanilang long-range Astral Recall and Renner's Apathy combo. Now you see him, now you don't. At ang top spot ay mapupunta kay Super Marco with 2 insane maniacs. Sa gitna na mainit na lore dance between the Hive and the Sonics, papasok si Super Marco sa gitna ng laban with his blazing duet at matutunaw niya agad si Rapidor at Escalera. Mahuhuli niya din si Ryzen at si Kram na gusto pa nga sana tumakas. Lord para sa ONIC pero Maniac para kay Marco.
Si Kram na yun ang nanganganib.
Maniac!
Ikot-ikot lang and nanganganib din ang Maniac.
Ang second Maniac naman ni Marco ay magsisimula sa pag-turret dive ni Flap TZ. Magpapaulan si Super Marco ng basic attacks at susundan pa niya ng Nibiru's Passion para mahuli si Boyet at Lord JM. Gagamit ng flicker si Marco at tatapusin niya si Brusco with only 2 sniper shots. At hindi na rin makakataka si Lancy na mawawala sa isang bala lamang kahit na nasa base na ito.
Maniac!
And here are our Week 2 standings. Mas uminit ang mga laban sa MPL Arena matapos ang binitawang statement ni Boss A ng ONIC Philippines matapos talunin ng kanyang kumpanan ang Blacklist International at ang bago nilang jungler na si Sensui na dati ring jungler ng ONIC last season.
Ito ata hinahanap niya, yung red ni bottom.
Mula naman sa isang friendly message ni Carl TZ sa kanyang rival na si Irad noong Day 1 ay agad naman niya itong binawi after ng kanilang series noong Day 3.
Yung sa sagot niya po kasi parang ayaw niya sige wag lang tayo tropa.
Maaalalang sinabi ni Carl TZ noong Day 1 na best friend niya si Irad kahit nagalit sa kanya ito. Ngunit matapos ang laban ng Raiders at Orcas noong Day 3, friendship over na agad ang dalawang jungler. Ito ay matapos ang ginawang fast-paced strategy ng RSG sa Game 1 ng kanilang series na nagresulta sa fastest game in all MPL regions na naipanalo ng Raiders in under 10 minutes. Si Carl TZ naman ang nakakuha ng last laugh matapos nila makumpleto ang reverse sweep sa RSG to remain as the only undefeated team matapos ang Week 2. At yan ang mga importanteng naganap sa second week ng ating regular season. Sama-sama natin abangan kung ano pang mga exciting naganap ang matutunghayan natin this weekend. Also, don't miss out the chance to meet your favorite MPL and MDL Philippine teams and talents and let everyone know about your best MLBB RG picks by participating in our sticker board activity right outside the MPL Arena at Shooting Gallery Studios, Makati. Ngayong araw, patuloy nating saksihan ang mga kaganapan as we end the first half of the MPL Philippines Season 12 regular season.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
What is up, MPL Arena? And to everyone who's tuned in to witness the greatest MLBB players in action. I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. After 2 action-packed weeks, narito na tayo ngayon sa ating halfway point ng ating regular season. Isa-isa ng pinapatunayan ng ating mga koponan na sila ay mas Pinas lakas. At hindi po ito ang end ng Philippine era. No. But as we continue with another week of MPL action, the tides are sure to change. Paano nga ba magbabago ang Philippine meta dahil sa bagong patch? Bababa ba ang mga nasa taas? At makakahabol kaya ang mga nasa baba? Para pag-usapan yan at iba pang mga chika, let's head to our Smart All Access segment. Kasama sina Hans, OSX, and the resident pretty girl ng MDL Philippines, Antianara. Insiders, pasok.
Maraming salamat sa bonggang pa-introduction natin, Mara. At isang magandang buhay! Welcome to Smart All Access. Ako nga pala si Auntie at kasama ko ngayon ang nagwagwapuang si OSX at si Hans. Kumusta kayo dyan?
Malamig, pero mainit ang labanan ngayong araw. Pero kailangan natin tandaan, for those of you outside our houses right now, be safe and you can also enjoy MPL Philippines just right at home.
Tama. Stay put muna kayo dun sa bahay, guys. Kami bahala sa mga action na gusto nyo because we have 3 series right over ahead, di ba?
Sobrang
same
marami.
Same thing as the last 2 weeks.
Oh, ang dami nating pagchichikahan. Pero pag-usapan natin sa naganap na recent patch nung Tuesday, yung Project Next kung saan ang daming nagbagong heroes.
Oh, actually, natutuwa ko na si Laila, nakikita ko na sa opening
Nagbago
screen.
itsura.
Nagbago na yung itsura. Iba talaga yung glow up kung nakita na sa ating MLBB page. Pero one thing also that struck this season is yung change with the recent patch. From fighters to assassin metas ngayon, mukhang pagbabalik nga ang support meta, Hans.
Okay, I'm very excited about that one. So, habang pinag-uusapan natin lahat ng yon, alright, we do have another hashtag, okay? We have a hashtag for this day na pwede nyo gamitin amidst all of that talk. OSX,
Yes.
kailangan di mo muna, si Ante muna, si
Ako
Ante.
muna.
Ante,
Kakaibang
anong
hashtag natin this week dahil ang ating hashtag ay hashtag MPL Philippines Season 12, The Right Mix. Tamang-tama ang pagtimpla.
Oo,
Tama,
OSX,
tama.
Ganoy.
Ikaw naman.
MPL
yung
Paano?
MPL S12, the right mix.
Mali, walang PH.
Wala.
Ulit.
Ulang.
Talaga yung point out.
Oh,
MPL-PH.
MPL-PH.
Season 12.
S12 lang.
S12.
Isa pa.
MPL-PH S12, the right mix.
Yan. Good job.
Oh, ikaw naman.
Ako nga, MPL-PH S12, the right mix.
Mali.
Okay, lagyan nyo yung hashtag sa unahan ha. Baka hindi makount eh. Sayang naman.
So dapat tamang timpla ang magaganap for today.
Correct.
And of course, na-excite lang talaga ako kanina eh. Yung pag-uusapan natin ngayon, Project Next.
Okay.
And feeling ko sa Project Next na to, makikita natin yung emergence ng healing galing meta
Ay, true.
at nice one, baby.
Ay, true.
Well, with that being said, healing galing. Ito yung hindi ko matantana nung buong weekend eh.
Bakit?
Ewan ko bala kung ginawa nila kay Lolita, pero pre, ewan ko na lang ah. Nag-post ako sa Facebook page ko. Sa ultimate pa lang niya, nabulag ka na, na-stun ka pa. That's just one thing.
Oy, na-testing ko yan ha. Nakita ko yung iba sa mga ganap. Sinabi kasi sa akin ni Leo to. Shout out, Leo, kung nandiyan ka man, kung narinig
Shout
ko
out.
man. Sabi kasi ni Leo, yung mga iron hook daw ni Franco, pumapasok na ngayon kay Lolita. Pero, yung snipe ni Beatrix, yung
Hindi.
dawning light ni Xavier, yung mga ganun na kailangan ng mga konting jabombits, hindi talaga papasok ng sobra. So, sobrang daming modifications kay Lolita. Pero kasi, ang dami rin sa
Sa iba.
system, tsaka sa items.
O yung items, no, yung Flask of the Oasis. Nako, yung mga healing galing na sinasabi mo, Auntie Anara. Feeling ko, this week's and the upcoming weeks to come, ito na yung part na from fighter, may transition tayo sa healing, meta, at the same time, yung team fights, nako, feeling ko mas mahaba pa.
Tsaka sandamakmak yung Rafaela ngayon.
Oo.
Knowing you.
Ay,
Knowing you.
Ikaw?
Hindi, kasi nga, naglabas yung My Venus nung isang gabi.
Okay.
Nang dapat mong gawin kapag Rafaela, basic common emblem.
Okay.
Tapos, speaking of the new item, yung new item, nabibigyan niya ng shield yung mga kakampi mo. So kapag low na sila, bongga yun.
Okay. Gusto ko yun. Kasi merong plus 12 na healing regen
Yes.
na manggagaling dun sa item na yun, which is the Flask of the Oasis. Although, going back to what we were mentioning a while ago, Lolita won't be used for this upcoming week, so we won't be expecting that for now. I mean, it's very regular and it's very normal. Diba?
Yes.
Na kapag may mga ganitong klase ng situations, it's something that we would kind of expect. Pero, abangan nyo rin guys Nolan, paparating na yan.
The
very
new
soon.
hero.
Yung
Very
new hero
soon.
natin, si Christopher.
Sige, okay.
Inisip ko, sino si
Bumabawi
Christopher?
ka, si Christopher.
Kailangan pasabog eh.
Oh,
Okay.
pasabog talaga. Pero with also that, no, nabawasan din yung mga marksmen natin kasi madaming marksmen na na-nerf right now.
Ay, true.
Yeah.
Pero, na-buff si Iksha.
Nabuff yung 1-1.
Na-buff din yung 1-1.
Diba?
So, ang
So,
dami talagang adjustments.
May mga inangat, pero meron ding mga binaba ng konti. Kasi yun yung sabi ni Ate Mara kasi intro
Kanina,
niya.
oh.
So,
Pero
I'm
may
not surprised.
pinagitna din. Beatrix, feeling ko for all seasons, kahit nerf or ewan ko buff, wala pa rin pagbabago
Star
si
for all
Ate
seasons.
Beatrix eh. Kahit ano bagay talaga eh.
Okay.
Oo nga. Pero kasi, bago yung mga yan, no, meron din nauna pang transfer last week from MPL to MDL, tapos MDL to MPL. Tapos yung isa sa mga very memorable transfers dyan, for us at least sa MDL, no, ay si Momo Kid, tapos si Aeon, nandun na ulit sila sa MDL, kagaya ng last season. And si Momo Kid, sobrang perfect yung performance niya kasi siya yung unang nagbigay ng panalo for the side of APBR Hornets.
I love that. I love that for them. To think na parang siya yung missing piece towards
Yes.
a very well-oiled machine na AP Bren Hornets. Kita nyo naman dyan ngayon, yung nabanggit ni Auntie. There's Momo Kid and si Aeon also na nakalapag na dyan mismo from AP Bren to AP Bren Hornets. Meanwhile, Blacklist International to Blacklist Academy para kay Aeon. Pero ito siguro ang aabangan ng mga agents ngayon. From Blacklist Academy, going international na ngayon si Rindo.
Para sa akin, ito yung pinakamasayang season eh. From MDL to MPL Philippines, it gives off the opportunity from these players who's really breaking out this season. Tapos ang maganda pa is, you get to play with the roster of MPL Philippines this season 12. So, there's adjustment in dynamic. At the same time, matitest ko ano bang kaya nyong gawin. With the recent patch, pwedeng magbago ba ting meta? Because we know, Blacklist, we have Fighter and Sustain. Pero I know some of these players also focus as well on the Assassin picks.
Yeah.
Yung meta, Sona.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, tama ka dun, OSX, kasi yun yung napapag-usapan natin before the start of the broadcast na Rindo's strengths is more on the assassin. So magkakaroon ng konting flexibility in terms of what Blacklist International wants to choose. Kung gusto ba nila mag-assassin, gusto nila mag-fighter, they have their options now.
Oo. And kung babalikan natin, no, ito din yung naging nangyari sa side ng RSG last season kung saan inangat nila si Irad and that gave them enough flexibility. Kumbaga parang bonggang-bongga lalo kasi hindi mo malalaman kung ano nga ba yung strategy na ibibigay nila.
Okay. I like this. I'm getting so much information.
Iba
So,
ka.
I feel like
Totoo.
this time around, ang kailangan natin ay ang ating daily routine.
Oo,
Okay?
eto na.
Eto na.
Sa lahat ng mga MPL Philippines audience na nandito pong nanonood, no? At saka kung nandyan kayo right now sa broadcast,
Correct.
pwede kayo mag-comment. Pero may itatanong kami right now. And ang
na.
first question namin ay, handa na ba kayo?
Ako, ready na ako.
handa na ako.
Ready
Okay
na
na.
ako.
Okay, first question.
Wait lang, hatak muna tayo.
Hatak muna.
Oh, hatak muna tayo.
Nauna yung tanong eh.
Iba talaga yung
Oh,
excitement.
sinong first question?
Sige.
Humatak tayo.
Oh, dito daw.
Punta ka doon.
Hello?
Punta ka doon. Ayan, punta ka doon.
Sino? Halika.
Ayan na.
O, di ba lagi natin siyang nasa site?
Bago
Si Cho.
natin siya pasabakin sa laban mamaya, ilaban muna natin siya dito.
Okay, ano pong name?
Chu.
True.
Ba't mo pa tinalo?
Kaya nga, oo nga. So, ganap na ganap ang
M4
org
Championship,
pa.
Cho.
Yes. So, ready ka na ba sa tanong ko?
Ready na.
Pag hindi ka na ba isa pa, ready ka na?
Ready na. Yan.
O, ayan. Dahil ready ka na, feeling ko alam mo din yung sagot dito. Sino yung MPL Philippines player na naka-break ng kanyang kill records last week?
ito na. Meron tatlong,
meron kang tatlong
chances.
clue.
Sige,
Game.
isipin mo, sinong MPL player
Kilala mo yan.
ang naka-break ng kanyang record in kills last week? Sige, una mong isip.
First guess.
Carl TC.
Ay!
Hindi na kailangan ng
Hindi na kailangan ng
second chance.
Carl TZ, correct. Nabeat niya ang kanyang record last week. So, bonggang-bongga, ano masasabi mo kay Carl TZ?
Galing talaga si Carl.
Oo naman, talagang magaling-magaling. Magaling-magaling.
Tama.
Talagang sobrang galing talaga ni Carl TZ. So, thank you so much for that, Chu. Itong second question natin, ready ka na ba? Sino nang susunod nating tatanungin? Pero, Chu, ito muna ang inyong papremyo. Congratulations. Ang galing daw ni Carl. Ano masasabi mo sa Echo?
Good luck sa Echo sa laro nyo mamaya. Saka good luck din sa ibang team.
Okay, good luck. Thank you so much. Now, on to our next question.
Oh, sige.
May ready pa ba tayo? Sinong
sige.
next participant?
Oh, sige.
Let's go. Punta
Hanap
muna
ka.
tayo.
Oh, Sex, hanap ka.
Pili ka, pili ka.
Ano ka?
Pili
Sige, ako na lang
tayo.
pipili
Gusto ko yung mga yung mga lumilingon na sa likod eh. Kuya, tara na kaya dito.
Ayan,
Kuya,
ito.
Kuya, lumingon ka na eh.
Okay
Tara
lang,
na,
kuya.
dito ka
May
na
tatlo po kayong
Diba?
chance.
Kaya dito ka na, kuya eh. Okay, guys. Okay, Sex, ikaw naman. Konting-konti.
Okay, sige. Ilang weeks na ba sumasali o nanonood dito sa MPL?
First time po.
First time.
First time.
Pero nanonood ka
Welcome.
online?
Ayan, nag-online naman.
Okay. So, since nakakasubaybay ka sa MPL Philippines, ito yung second question.
Wait lang. Go.
Salamat Salamat.
Ako na hawak.
Sige. Biglang nagulat ako sa'yo. Okay, second question.
Ito na.
Walang hawakan.
Ayan,
Ayan na,
go.
ayan na, okay na yung mga
Okay
mic.
na.
Okay na.
Okay na.
Second question, kuya. Sinong team sa MPL Philippines ang may hawak na pinakamaraming kills sa isang laro?
Hala, sino to?
Lahat ba?
Hala, sino to?
Sino?
Yes, in general.
In general, sino?
Sino to?
Ano nga yun?
Kaya mo yan.
Ay, man.
Go lang. Huwag ka ma-pressure.
Ako din, di ko rin alam eh.
Wala
Sino-
kami
sino-
dito. Isipin mo lang yung sagot.
Sino ba? Sige, meron kang tatlong chances. Bigyan sana ito ng lukas, hindi ko rin alam eh.
Alam mo, si Edward ba?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Pinakamaraming kills?
Next.
Pinakamaraming kills? O sige, isa pa.
Wait lang. Kill average.
Kill
O
average.
Sige, ganun na lang. Linawin natin. Pinakamaraming kill average after week 2. Okay, so nabanggit mo, Edward. Nabanggit mo, Carl TZ. Dalawa,
Sinong team?
medyo mali. Okay, medyo mali. Next. Okay, next. Nagsisimula, ito na yung last chance mo. Nagsisimula yung pangalan niya sa Super.
Ayun.
Sa Super.
Super.
Oo, pwedeng Super Prince, pwedeng ano.
Basta may super.
Konti na lang.
Wag si
Legit.
Mario, ha?
Oo, wag si Mario. Oo nga, karime niya Super Mario. Oh, the correct answer is?
Super Marco.
Yeah! Okay, walang kahirap-hirap.
Congratulations. At dahil si Super Marco ang sagot mo, anong masasabi mo kay Super Marco?
Nandito po si Luigi.
Si Luis.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
For receiving that. And maraming salamat. You may now take your seat. Sige, kunin ko na to.
Okay. Meron pa tayong dalawang question.
ikaw dun.
And
Ikaw naman.
ako na lang po dahil busy na po sila. Pero ang next question natin ay manggagaling ulit sa isang audience. So, sino pong ready sa inyo? Kayo
Rico,
po.
ready yan. Ready
Let's
yan.
go. Echo fan ulit.
Ayan.
Yan. O, sige.
Okay, go. Name.
RJ po.
Sino pong team ang sinusuportahan?
Echo naman po.
Halata naman, di ba? Tinanong ko pa. Okay, ang next question natin. Sino ang most picked hero sa MLBB? MPL Philippines pala. Clue, go.
Wala. May clue ba?
Oo, may clue. Assassin tong hero na to. Yes, makikita mo siya lagi. Go. Go lang.
Lancelot?
Lancelot, Isa pa. Mage din yung hero na yon. Assassin/mage.
Karina?
Okay, isa pa yung kakambal. May kakambal si Karina. Starts with letter S. Go. S.
Selena.
Yesterday once more, congratulations! Tama ka, congrats kuya! Anong masasabi mo sa Echo dahil ikaw ay Echo supporter?
Good luck sa kanila. Kayang-kaya nila ito ngayon.
Yes, congratulations at good luck talaga sa Echo. Now, meron pa ba tayong last question? Handa na ba kayo dyan? Last question? Okay, wala na tayong last question pero sobrang excited ako sa kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari for today's video. Pero bago ang lahat, tingnan muna nga natin kung ano nga ba at kung sino-sino yung mga teams na maglalaban for today. Starting with the first series, Minana Evos versus Echo Loud. And then for the next series, APBR versus Smart Omega. And then for the last series, ITNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines. Now, very exciting for me how this will all pan out. And I'm sure all of you are pretty excited. Kasi nga naman, ang daming mangyayari for today. And kahit nanonood lang kayo online, pwede pa rin kayong mag-enjoy as much as the live audience are enjoying. Kaya naman, huwag na nating patagalin pa. Alam kong sobrang excited na kayo. And gustong-gusto kong makita kung ano nga bang mangyayari sa mga match-up for today. Makikita na nga ba natin ang healing galing meta at nice one baby meta? Pero wag na nating patagalin pa kasi alam kong excited na kayo. Kaya naman, casters, gotta boom boom bells.
Paunahan sa pag-adapt sa mga pagbabagong
Adaptability starts now. How's everybody doing? Welcome to my boy at your service. My name is Leo here with Wami and OSX bringing you the first matchup in MPL Philippines Season 12 in this new meta. Gentlemen, are we ready?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling lonely.
After burrito speed.
No, bro. No. Please.
What?
No, it's your turn.
Well,
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready. I'm feeling hyped. Nah, this time around, it's the support metas that are about to come in with the new patch. And with this, a lot of this could actually be challenged, especially on the gameplay.
That's right. It's Minana Evos facing off against Echo, our defending champions. And again, throwing back to what our panel, which included OSX here, Hans and Antianara, they discussed our hashtag. One more time, Francis, can you run me by it? What was the hashtag?
MPL-PH S12, the right mix.
There you go. And it covers a lot of different facets of this matchup and all of the matchups that we're going to be having today, right? For one, Minana Evos has found a new mix in their roster. And for two, affecting both of them, this new metagame, we have to discuss it later on. We have to figure out, like, how will these teams utilize and, how do I dare say, take advantage of the changes in this new patch in Project Next.
The worst part about having all of these healers back in the meta with a new item that focuses on healing is that Venus, the Queen Healer herself, is not part of the Blacklist lineup right now in this particular season that leads to M5. So this is quite interesting to see. I do think that other roamers who has that ability to adapt to play more supportive roles rather than, let's say, tanks that initiate will have a better time. And let's just look at Baloy in MPL ID.
Yeah, Baloy has done quite the banger job over there in Indonesia. But real quick, we'd like to remind everyone before we head into our matchup, let's give a shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwidest coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speedest Intelligence Data for speed and coverage Q1 to Q2 2023.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your mobile via MNP. Visit smartsmrt.ph to know more.
That's right. Thank you so much to Smart. You can also use Smart's Power All 99. You have the power to do what you want with 8 gigs for all sites and apps. You can power your play, watch, or stream everything.
Yeah, and you also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with Only TikTok and Only Text to all networks. All that power for 7 days, just for 99 pesos. So load now.
All right, so back to the topic at hand. I think we're going into this matchup with the Orcas, their head held up high, right? It's no secret that JP or Yawi, dare I say, might even come into play today. I don't know what the situation is with the playmaker, with the young Tristan Cabrera is, but we know for sure that their resilience, their adaptability can't come into question. For years now, they've chased that World Championship, they've chased that season championship, and they already have it. I think the spotlight is more on Minana Evos. Francis, do you agree?
Yeah, and we've seen how Minana lost in their series back in week number 2 and was an 0-2 from their recovery. But one thing also you guys shared about adaptability, I think Minana, from the teams that I remember, they rely mostly on comfort and strength. And one thing they also mentioned is, how will they adapt to the meta to actually be a benefit for their own end, especially in their first match in week number 3?
This opens up a question, is what else can they do, right? They've done a plethora of switch-ups. Again, full rosters. Minana Evos from Season 11. Archives, or next play Tiger Cubs from MDL Season 1. They've done both of those things. And just recently, they found this new mix, the 3-2 mix.
And honestly, this is like a Deus Ex Machina sorts, where a new patch comes in.
That's right.
A possible fresh start for Minana. Because honestly, all of the things that they've tried to pull off not work for Minana. And that's putting it kindly, considering in a lot of their games that they literally got demolished by our top teams, but they were able to secure a few wins here and there, but those wins were hard fought. We haven't seen Minana take over an entire game from draft to finish, so maybe this time around, the moment that we play our first game in this first professional game rather in this big patch, Minana could possibly have a better, I don't even know how to describe this, like a better team overall, not just the draft, but also the gameplay, because there's a lot of things adjusted with the meta right now.
Yeah, if you're trying to say a better team, maybe you're saying a different team, right? I'm hoping that the young Spider Miles actually comes in. It's because he's technically not part of that lineup that beat RSG last week. And by beating RSG, man, you send a statement to the rest of the world. But here today, they're facing off against another big marquee championship squad, and that's
The reigning.
Echo. That's right.
The reigning, defending.
Champions in more ways than one, right? in the M4 World Championships and in Season 11. So now, Francis, Marcus, my question for you. You think Spider-Mouse is going to be coming in? Because, again, in the absence of John Marvilla Luna, Oh My Venus, the one true queen, the one player who we're expecting to take advantage of this whole support switch-up, Spider-Mouse is up next, right? Spider-Mouse is
Stand by
is
for
the
Insider.
air.
Yeah, hopefully we do see him pop up. I do think for Minana, they need younger talent. They need more, let's say, aggressive in a way, in a creative way rather than aggressive. So Spider-Mouse really does fit the bill. Hopefully they've planned it out, because they had a few days ever since the patch came out. And hopefully Minana succeeds, because we don't want to see a very loose end during the regular season cycle.
Yeah, aggressive and creative, that's a good point, because not everybody gets this chance to even reset in mid-season. Now it's midterms where you have the chance to adapt to the meta. So if you want to have a chance to go back up and rise yourselves to the week 4 to 6, this is the times. If they lose this, they might struggle again.
Oh, man.
Insider,
Is that bittersweet? Francis, you had to remind us that we are approaching the midpoint of Season 12. It's week 3. But for now, we'd like to throw over to our insider to learn more about this matchup.
Magandang buhay! At naririto po tayo ngayon sa player camp ng Echo Loud. At kasama ko ngayon ang nag-iisang Daddy JP. Yes, Daddy JP, kamusta ka naman?
Okay lang po, ready na lumaban.
Parang ready ka nga, John. Pero kinakabahan talaga yata si Daddy JP kanina, kaya pinatabi niya sa kanilang coach. Yes, para kapag mayroon daw po siyang hindi masagot, ibabato niya kay coach. Ganon! Ngayon, Daddy JP, paano kayo nag-prepare for Minana Evos?
Ayun, yung mga Pirakus namin saka yung mga na-try din namin yung mga bagong hero, bagong buff na heroes.
Oo. Nakita ko yung performance ng Echo Proud sa MDL nung Tuesday. Parang isa sila sa mga naunang maglaro nung araw na yon, right? Tapos, ang bongga na ng performance nila. Now, in line with that, na chinika namin kanina, no, kung nakikinig ka man, bumalik ang healing galing meta at nice one baby na chinichika ng mga person. So, anong comment mo doon?
Ayun. Pingin ko mamay-meta yung mga support heroes kasi maganda yung buff sa kanila. Tapos try din namin sila gamitin kaya pingin ko maraming gagamit sa mga support heroes.
Ganon. Kasing ganda ko ba yung buff ng mga support?
Oo.
Parang napilitan ka lang sabihin. Pero yun nga, dahil nga sinabi mo, gumanda yung support, mga support ngayon, no? So far, ang nakikita ko palang heroes na ginagamit mo na medyo utility leaning ay Angela. Bakit Angela?
Depende rin sa kampi ng Angela. Saka maganda kasi siya sa ibang partner sa mga like backshelling gano'n.
Oo. So, yun nga ang tip, no? Kapag mag-Angela po kayo, dapat merong haharap, back siya, joy, mga ganoin. So, yung Angeling before, naging ano na siya ngayon? Ano ang tawag? Kasi hindi na Angeling eh.
Backshelling.
Ayun. Actually, hindi. Unjack siya, gano'n. So yun nga, Daddy JP, since nagbago yung meta right now, how do you think Echo Loud is adapting to it?
Feeling ko makapag-adjust na kami kasi gumagamit naman kami ng utility heroes.
Oo. So mukhang makikita natin si Daddy JP na gumamit pa ng mga utility heroes. Kaya wag na nating patagalin pa. Casters, gotta boom boom bells.
Skibbity pop pop. Thank you so much, Auntie Anara. It's nice to hear from Daddy JP that he accepts the fact that maybe his utility pool isn't as big as what it could be. But then again, isn't that what makes a champion a champion? Is the fact that you accept the fact that maybe I can be stronger.
Yeah, and with a new patch comes new challenges for even our reigning world champions. And with this patch, especially on the roam role, you kind of have to pick up the healers. And a lot could argue that it's easy to pick up, but mastery around it not dying while healing your teammates is something that Oh My Venus has perfected, and hopefully a lot of our players in the Philippines will perfect as M5 draws closer.
As hilarious as it is, it sounds funny, right? It's so easy, just don't die.
Don't die. Don't die while healing people. That's the job.
Yeah, and there's no way to even deny that you also just need mastery and consistency. Just how MNNE is seeing this match. Greatness could be in their blood this match.
Oh man, you heard it right. Straight from the mouth. Busian, they said, which basically translates to...
It's a bus.
No.
No, Omi.
It means
Busian.
they're all out.
All out, dude. All out.
All
But,
in. All out.
Busian means it's a wipeout.
It's a wipeout, yes.
So it's a wipeout.
All right. I don't know if that huddle and that little cheer and who we saw in the booth will confirm who's playing, because I saw the young Spider-Man standing at the end of the room, and that doesn't spell well for our theories, man.
Yeah, because right now we're trying to get a glimpse for the chance of MNNE even to bounce back, because at this, you keep repeating the chance of the meta right now is a hand that could be utilized. Actually, the word of the day is #utilize for MNNE. And if that works correctly for their end, maybe the odds will be in their favor this time around.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure if a mid-series swap is going to happen, if it is going to be Brusco starting off. But again, folks, the reason why we're spelling this out this way is because it definitely is. It feels like, I don't know for you guys, gentlemen, a David versus Goliath matchup. Definitely.
It is.
It's
yeah, agree.
It's honestly. It's like MNNE EVOS is yet to secure at least 5 points in the first week of MPL Season 12.
And Echo's at 1.
And Echo's at 1, never lost a series. So it's going to be a real shocker if ever Echo loses this one via match. Let's say even lose a game against MNNE EVOS. Because tomorrow, they'll be fighting another world champion, which is APBR, which means if APBR is able to adapt quicker than Echo, tomorrow's going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, victors and champions will be tested this weekend. Exciting, man. Because if you think that you guys are telling that if what makes a champion is through mastery and consistency, now you get paired up with the best of the best this weekend.
This weekend sounds like a canon event for everybody. Like, after this...
And Spider-Miles is here.
After this, if you come out the team that is faster to adapt, then spells so much better for you in the later half of Season 12. Let's welcome our teams. Here they are. It's MNNE EVOS! your defending Season 11 champions, it's Echo! And their coaches, Coach Eason and Coach Tic Tac. Here they are, coming in, Minana, Evos, and folks, they're sticking to what works, man. This is that lineup that beat RSG last week.
You know, looking at Minana Evos, I have to point out that Lord JM is perhaps what I would call the star player in this lineup. He has always shown in lane and also in mid-game team fights, specifically around the turtle pits, that he knows how to play his heroes. He knows his role really well, and I would dare to say that he's within top 5 XP laners right now in the league, despite Minana Evos struggling in the current week or so.
Yep, they'll be facing off against the main 5 for Echo in Season 12 so far. It's who we expect: Benny Cutie, Carl TZ, Sanji, Sanford, and JP.
Yeah, still the same championship lineup with no switch-ups or whatsoever. We talked about JP, or Daddy JP, having more of the utility with the healing meta this patch. So this time around, it's just the Echo lineup who's also growing and also bouncing back from all of the things that they have small hiccups in the recent matches from week 1 to today. So I see from this time around, you need to have more pressure or success on who is the setup they want to go for, because on this team head-to-head, there's a lot of difference, a major deficit from Echo in terms of game win rate.
Yep, not just that. I mean, almost everything else is Echo favored, right?
Of course.
It's what supports. Again, previously I wasn't aware of the actual stats, but based on what we've seen so far, man, does this not spell David versus Goliath for you?
It does,
smell
honestly. And the only thing that Minana Evos has against Echo is their hero pool, which is just a +2. But honestly, it doesn't hero pool stat doesn't really matter right now, considering that we are going to see a lot new, maybe newer heroes, let's say the Mathilda, or even the Estes, especially the Rafaela. We've seen it already in other MPL regions, and there's a big chance that we might see it tonight in MPL Philippines.
By just looking at the graph right now, Echo is the favorite on the stats, on the Lord control, even the tower ratio. Most of it is just completely overall painting Echo. But on the side of Minana, there's a lot of things they need to fix. But mostly, one thing that they go up against with all the things that they get, either if it's a world champion or whatever it is in the battlefield, they focus more on their strength, especially on team fights. We had this match one time in week number 2. We were questioning, how is this more focused on the team fight without any answers from mid to late game?
Yeah. So with that said, again, all the numbers you just saw, it spells disaster for Minana Evos in this best of 3. But again, we're still hoping for all hopes on behalf of the Hokbo that maybe some way, somehow, this roster has figured out what works in the new meta. I'm excited. Maybe Brusco might bring out an Estes or something.
Hopefully. In Minana Evos at this point, they really have to adjust. They've tried everything already. We're at this point where it's already near midterms or already midterms that they've already figured out a working lineup. Now, you have to give that working lineup a working strategy.
Hopefully they do. Let's go into our Infinix keys to victory.
Thank you so much. Now we break down our keys to victory for this match. Starting with the first one for Minana Evos, secure playmaking heroes for Lord JM AR. So one thing that we needed to focus on is Lord JM versus Sanford. How is this a great matchup? Because one thing that also we saw from the previous weeks is you need to hold space, you need to provide space for Doming in order for Boyet to even work. Second keys to victory, we have Echo, force Boyet AR to slow down. Wow, a lot of things are actually being considered on the strengths of Echo and Minana. But one thing also is common here is roamers adjust to the support meta. We've seen how this week will change and revolve with the new patch. With all of things being considered on the table, a lot of things actually change, from the fighters to assassins. And looking at the lineup of Minana, we are mostly focused on team fights, relies on strength and comfort. With the recent patch right now, a lot of this could actually be utilized. In the EXP lane, we look at Yuzong being in the new patch notes, even Phovius. Most of the teams that we see from Echo right now is more on the dashes, more on the mobility and the utility. With the Matilda being mentioned in the caster's desk earlier, a lot of things could be considered for your team fight capability and strength. So with this kind of momentum or even tempo that MNNE has right now, needs to be actually utilized in order to get a point up against Echo. So that has been my keys to big victory, brought to you by Infix. A lot of things that actually can happen this time around, especially with the new patch in our series today.
If there's anything that evens the odds for MNNE EVOS, it's that last point. It's the fact that both teams now suddenly have to, with roamers that are naturally setters, right? They have to suddenly play utility. Because it's weird to have this benefit, to have this advantage, and then not leverage it, right?
Yeah, true. And the difference between the playstyle of a initiator or a setter compared to a healer or more of a utility-based hero is such a big difference of playstyle. Because usually your positioning inside fights is very different if you compare the two playstyles. So if you're a healer, usually you go near the back lines, you try to be in the middle of the fight. But if you're an initiator, you usually stand all the way or up front or even in a flanking position to possibly set it up for your team.
So now that brings us to our player head-to-head. The spotlight is on our gold laners, Paldoming, AR, and the Storm, Benny Curie. With this new change in the roamers, can we say that it's these two who will definitely reap the rewards? Like, if you have a solid utility and that just sits next to you, it's those numbers, imagine those numbers just ballooning up. Just like,
I agree. I totally agree. The Robots actually right now plays a great part, especially with the new heroes being patched up today, especially with longer team fights that we can expect in this game.
I would argue no.
Really?
Yeah, because honestly, they're still one-shottable. You can't heal someone who's already dead.
One shot.
And then another part is you have fighters that would benefit more. Historically speaking, tank fighters benefit more in healing metas. We're talking about the Barats, we're talking about the Thamas, we're talking about people who could withstand a lot of heat in the front lines that would take the healing to the next level and not get a one-shot. So I do think that the Edith, Thams, and other people that survive in the front line would benefit the most.
You know what? Edith has already been under the microscope the past few weeks, even across different MPLs, right? She's in the top 5 picks of MPL ID, MPL MY, and for us, she's bubbling up there. So yeah, I definitely agree. I think putting the Edith in the XP lane this time around and then having a roamer healer or like a whole roamer support might be where we go here. Might be how it works.
Might be a flex too.
Yeah, also faster rotations as well. That's my shot. How about yours, Leo?
I think the rotations will come faster from the roamer, rather from the junglers. Yeah, you know, Baksha's a big thing right now.
Baksha's a big thing. Fighter, yeah. And honestly, Baksha Rafaela is something that everybody has to watch out for, considering that the movement speed from the Rafaela makes it even better for Baksha. You could just roam around really fast and not even suffer a lot of damage, considering that you're innately tanky, and with that heal, with the Flash of the Oasis too, insane amounts of healing.
With Baksha being in the topic right now, even his skill 1, the increased stun duration, man. You could hold as much as 1 or 2 once you get in.
When you jump in, it's just bonk.
Nice sound effect, brother.
Excuse me? Oh, yeah. Definitely. The thing is, Baksha's currently sitting at a 70% win rate. Give or take, right?
Yeah.
He's sitting at 12-5 right now. And I expect that number to just go all the way up. Like this week alone. Because of the aforementioned buff. I almost forgot Baksha got buffed.
Yeah, skill 1 increased.
He doesn't need it, but he got buffed.
I don't know why they did that, but I guess they wanted to see more Baksha. And no offense though, like I love seeing a good Baksha player, but I miss the assassin meta, not gonna lie.
Here we go. We'll see which way the wind blows as we go into the draft game 1 between MNNE EVOS and Echo here. It's a chess battle between Coach Ison and Coach Tic Tac. It's not on the blue side here, taking out the Lancelot, Paquito, and the Martis, while Echo bans out the Edith, the Claude, and the Kaja. Here's the first pick, Fredrin, still number 1 across other regions. So for us, it's number 2, top 5 pick.
And now a Baksha Novaria second
Snap pick.
red side pick. This is really good for Echo. Not only do you have a a possible flex pick on several roles, but you also have a good amount of damage already in the utility. But again, we're talking about healing utility. This is vision utility. Novaria has no healing or whatsoever.
Yeah, speaking of healing, we are looking at the first choice of MNNE, and if you go back to the keys to victory, you need to secure a playmaking hero in order for their setup or even successful early game to even work. With the Lancelot being out of the table, need something to pair something with this Fredrin. All the things in consider with all of the patch, Beatrix has been balanced in a way, but doesn't change a thing in the scenario of the pro players can even handle. But mostly, we're seeing 2 debut picks that you guys will be happy about.
Hey, hey! All right, one of us happy, the other also.
Dude, I'm more than happy.
One for one.
I'm ecstatic.
1 for 1.
Wow. Give me a bigger word. Give me something that surpasses ecstatic.
You are, I don't know, man.
Electrified.
Electrified. Give me another one.
Because I'm trying to also keep it under control. Because Matilda makes her debut.
Dude, Matilda, Fredrin, tested by time, tested by so many teams already, and Matilda's rework, or I think patch update, really does give her a lot of new tools to play around with. And I gotta say, things are looking good for MNNE EVOS, but I may be a big fan of Benedetta, but I'm not a big fan of picking it immediately right now, because the buffs on Benedetta is not that substantial. It benefits her the most if you play around a lot of damage. But in the current meta, we don't really play full AD Benedetta anymore.
Yeah, and speaking of patch and even recent buffs, from skill 1 to the ultimate, most of the toolkits of Matilda now are even amplified to do whatever, especially on the distance that he could actually, from using the ult and dash through a marksman or even someone somewhere out of the team fight, could actually reach a great distance, especially from Echo's team fighting capability.
Yeah, so we'll see how MNNE EVOS goes ahead and leverages this newly rejigged hero, let's say. She wasn't completely reworked, not like Lolita, but she definitely got the shot in the arm she was looking for. Let's go into the second phase right now as Echo bans out the Valentina and the Beatrix, while MNNE EVOS closes the gap, making sure that no big bad dragon, who also got buffed! Yuzhong got buffed!
Yeah, the dragon ring or whatever, you know, the sharp edge of that first skill.
Yes. Also the passive.
Just adds 2 stacks of the passive now. It's just really good in the XP lane.
The Shaw Eruption.
The Shaw Eruption, you know. Let's not talk about Eruption too much.
Oh!
It's back!
Wow! So many debut picks. 1-1, finally!
Okay.
Look who's back.
I may have misread the situations because I think what they did to 1-1 was a innate nerf. But it looks like Benny Curie, with the blessing of Coach Tic Tac, thinks it's otherwise. Maybe it's much better now.
This feels like more of those flex Echo picks. Like, I'm not even saying flex role. It's more so we could play anything we want and we would still win type of pick. And 1-1 is strong, don't get me wrong. But yeah, you're right. Statistically speaking, she has not received anything that would make her more viable. But hey, we're talking about a world champs here. They could play anything that they want.
Yeah, also to add to that, since 1-1 now in the reason he was balanced, but in a way...
Wait.
Double support meta is real! It's happening!
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Triple
support! No, I'm just kidding.
No, real, this is real. Double support meta is super strong right now.
That's 2 and that's 3.
Who goes in mid?
Probably the Angela.
Maybe Angela?
I'm 80% sure that it's Angela.
Right. Let's look at the draft index this time around. Echo a little more narrow, more specific. But the way MNNE EVOS just covered all of their bases, man, they almost filled the damn hexagon.
Yeah, almost 3/4. And
Octagon.
Octagon. Looking by the audience predictions, it's leaning towards Echo. But one thing to also, in similar on how MNNE EVOS use their playmaking fashion, is it's always team fights. So you want early success from early to mid. And with this, there's a lot of things to actually do.
That's right. At some point in the game, folks, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
Right before we get into the Land of Dawn, Francis, you were finishing your sentence.
Yeah, from early to mid, it's all about how they want to make their success work. How can you secure the early to mid? And that was one point that they needed to polish from their games that happened from week 1 to 2. Let's see how this goes. With the new patch, they're trying to utilize more of the debut picks right now, MNNE EVOS.
Here we go, game 1 in this best of 3, the opener for week 3 of MPL Philippines Season 12. MNNE EVOS going up against Echo. can I just say, it's refreshing to see Lord JM on a hero like Benedetta.
Yes, of
I
course.
love it.
You know, Lord JM is a highly mechanical player. Giving him the Benedetta allows him to play even better, considering that he could abuse the fact that he has faster fingers, better minds, or whatever. But you know, that can't win a competitive game. They need teamwork and a proper strategy.
Yeah, as mechanical as he is, that is just additional increased damage output. Even the cooldown of a Benedetta right now scales even faster. So they want to amp up the early game. And just by looking at the item build, we're seeing 3 quantum charges from MNNE Evos as we talk about how they want their team versus early to be successful. They want to be more mobile. And to go into focus on the EXP lane, this is the focus as well as how will the EXP work from Echo versus MNNE. Look at that, pokes from up top as well are happening as of the first minute and 25 seconds.
Hey man, say what you will about the utility jungle meta being boring, but this whole support meta thing, I like it because it forces you to kind of leverage those kits early, right?
True.
That gold lane matchup, oh no, wait, look at this. Huge presence, 4 people up top from MNNE Evos. Will it break out?
And JP just says no. Like, sends out the snare, lands on 2, and it just negates the entire gank coming in from MNNE Evos. It's man, unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but again, if you're looking at this as like a high IQ matchup, was that not the best case scenario? Was that not the kind of fight you wanted to see anyways? Especially since we're just about to approach a turtle fight. Sanji throws out an Astral Echo, spots out 2.
And now they're trying to secure this turtle. Half HP already, and Echo's trying to hold it by themselves. Down bottom lane, though, it's a 2v1, and Sanford might just pay the price. That's first blood going to the hands of MNNE Evos as the Benedetta goes in with a heart guard as well. Carl Teasy, he should be the next guy to fall, and that's going to be another kill going to the hands of the Evos squad. 3 kills plus the turtle. That's a win for MNNE.
Man, it already spelled disaster for him because they started the fight with a man down.
Yeah, Sanford was the first one to go and Carl Teasy as well. And the fight just keeps on happening and they want to steal this purple right away.
Purple. They're trying to steal it and looks like they won't be able to. It's still Echo securing it, but that's what we were talking about earlier. When we were talking about the healers, we talked about fighters. And look at the Benedetta with a heart guard, dude.
So good.
Just insane damage.
Yeah, and the Brave Smite too. As if you needed more healing. And Francis, nice Matilda sound effects, but that's exactly how she changed. They added that new mechanic to her ult. You can cancel it now.
Yeah.
You can land elsewhere.
Just imagine that, right? Having a great amount of distance, even to take down one for extended team fights. A great way to use the toolkit of even Brusco having the Matilda. So with that kind of action that MNNE has been setting up, this is completely sustained. With Lancy AR having the first blood of the game. Right now, Lord JM, even members of MNNE can just go around freely and rotate faster up against Ekon. And they might be pressured to even answer to one lane, especially now, the gold lane.
No! Okay, he didn't pull the trigger. But that could have at least damaged MNNE a bit. But the healers were there. I do think that not pulling the trigger was a good decision from Benny Cutie.
Yep, and again, this is a Brody we're seeing in the gold lane in the hands of Doming AR, which is, I'd say, slightly chunkier than a 1-1. 1-1 wants to fly ASAP. The Brody will not be afraid to trade blows.
Yeah, it's one of the, I would call one of the best laners in terms of gold lane just because of the sheer range and early game damage that he has. So pretty safe here in the gold lane.
Yeah, actually, this is a challenge for the 1-1. Despite that she's being balanced, also with the aid of this Novari alone can speed up his hits. Not to mention his cooldown and skill to guts just got longer, so they need to work around with the mobility. And who gets it? Oh yeah, still safe. Carl Teasy still secured his purple.
Yep. Now he's picking a fight. Oh, but a little bit short on range. There's a puppet on the strings. This is interesting. I don't think anyone clearly wins the range battle, but across the map, I'd say there's a small advantage for MNNE Evos, given the whole Angela situation.
I just want to say that this entire emblem setup on the Benedetta, by the way, MNNE secures the turtle. That's a second turtle. This Benedetta setup is really good.
Wait.
In terms of sustain, but Benny Cutie, he might pay the price. The damage coming in from Brusco AR is just a little bit too much.
I wonder, did they try and just rely on JP there? Was the heal short?
Okay, just to break down more about this 1-1 pick by Benny Cutie, you need to move faster in order to make your hits actually much much more effective. Your damage output relies on how you even move around those kinds of team fights. So this is a challenge. With this just the Corona side being built now by the 1-1, it's a challenge on how will the Revara aid him for the hits that actually he can use with her ultimate. So with Benecute just being alone on even the top lane, it's a challenge to maintain that movement by being on standing still. That's one thing that he could just actually not do most of the time, because the longer the cooldown and even the passive doing his work, actually it actually pacifies more of the damage of the 1-1 can do.
I understand what you're trying to say, Francis, and we're going to look at the gold gains. It's weird. It's odd that the 1-1 is actually behind Lancy. It seems like this Angela in 2023 is rocking Avarice. If you know, you know.
You know what it is. You know, it's like going back a few years, but it's funny. Now that we're looking at a double support meta, it goes to show how important gold lane and XP lane is, because that's where you get your carries now. That's where you get the damage. That's where you get the people who try to end the game.
Yep. And here, Echo, like a trapped animal, just cornered right behind their tier 1 turret up top. Down bottom, though, 1v1. It's Lord JM versus Sanford, and it's never a fair fight when there's an Angela on the other side, right? It's never a 1v1.
Yeah, it's never a 1v1, and I would say that it's also not fair if you're going against a Grok in the bush, you know, or near wall. But Carl TZ, half HP, Boy at AR, trying to lock him down, and no, they're not going to continue that fight.
Okay. Once more, as we approach the 7-minute mark, Carl TZ is struggling to get his own buffs here. This is the last turtle of the game. 4-0, MNNE Evos looking at a roughly 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, speaking of how they want to go bounce back from this, they need to make their targets right. With Lord JM having a good playmaking hero, a playmaker hero for MNNE Evos, it actually mean business. Oh, Boy at AR.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to go for a fight here. JM looking for an angle, but looks like they're not going to continue this fight unless Boy at AR finds a prime target. And no, they won't.
All right. Fresh off of that last turtle take, MNNE Evos taking all 3 here in this game. Benecute finds a little bit of silver lining down bottom, pushes that tier 1 in the XP lane. Lord JM, though, what do you do as a Benedetta? How do you pick a fight against a 1-1?
You don't, dude.
You just don't.
You have the Petrify, but the moment that the Needles is used to, let's say, purify him out of any stun, you just kind of want to land your ultimate in a really good way. Because the thing with Benedetta's ultimate is the moment you land it on multiple targets, you can dash unlimitedly.
Yeah, looking at the items here, is Echo ready to fight, Francis? You think this is a good time?
Oh, right now they need actually more time to build up the gold. Even just by looking at the earned gold by MNNE Evos, it's Doming they are even Boyet being on the top of this first second list. I think they want to push this fight up top, though.
Lord JM easily going to escape that one. It's a Benedetta. You kind of don't want to waste your time.
Oh, wow. He's very slippery. He's elusive. And now down bottom, so much time bought for Doming AR, pushes in. Wow. It's very rare in Season 12 that you see Echo bullied like this.
Yeah, they're pushed to a corner. And to answer more of the pressure that MNNE Evos is doing, they don't know who to even target.
Oh, no.
The mobility is all over the place.
Sanford, half HP. They're going all in here. MNNE Evos, Sanford with a great wild charge. Might just go for the disengage, but guiding wind. Boy at AR takes down Carl TZ or takes him back to his team. And now flickers are burned. Hard guard is there as well, but still a little bit too tanky to deal with. Lord JM, he's going to survive with elapsed daylight.
Okay, just by looking at that moment, that's a 4.4k gold lead. And to answer more of the question on how could Echo could really bounce back as MNNE Evos and need more damage, even to burst down Nance AR or even Brusco. There's 2 support heroes rather, who's present right now in MNNE Evos, and they need more damage to answer. We're looking at the reliant damage of Benecute, either for even Sanji. But mostly I'm looking at Benecute or just even Carl T. They're more on the big beefy dudes right now. And to rely on the damage, they need more time to even to reach late game. So they're more hungrier to get more of the objectives and also have a great target and know who to punish right away from MNNE Evos.
Yeah, because MNNE Evos, again, you feel and you see the effects of that big 4K gold lead. Boy, they are just picked up an Antique Ras. Now the Lord dance begins.
Yeah, half HP in the Lord. Brusco trying to hold it, but a lot of damage. No Petrify used here by Lord JM, but Lord JM has the hard guard, and Lord is secured by MNNE Evos, and now Echo has to escape. The Orcas has to swim away. Benecute, though, with crossbow tank. Carl Teasy goes down and is now a 4v4. But look at the damage. Boyet is surviving. And Benecutie with a crucial sidestep. Still with a crossbow attack, but he's a little bit too tanky to deal with. Goes to lance the AR and he's able to escape. And that goes to fight. Doming AR survives. It's a 1-for-1, but the Lord goes to Minana.
Truth be told, that's the best case scenario for a team that's down 5K, right? You go for a trade.
True.
Yeah, speaking of changes, well, that was a good entrance that we saw from Benecutie, from the sidestep that we saw from the Crab going and enter that team fight. It's a way of utilizing more of the passive that one can do. Because if he was up front of that team fight, the passive could proc much lower in terms of damage. We saw Benecutie fly, but one thing that's also lacking is the damage items that he can actually be used from MNNE EVOS. With this kind of gold lead, we're looking at time at the same moment, they need more ways to clear more of the waves. MNNE EVOS answered so much from their index, and now Echo is just suffering from most of their momentum that MNNE EVOS gained from early game.
Oh man, now you mentioned it. Yeah, Echo actually has relatively less than ideal wave clear. Like when the waves do come in and it's not on the defensive, Echo has to deal with all the minions the old-fashioned way. But MNNE EVOS, man, they push the advantage so far ahead. 3 of their 5 are on top of the gold charts right now. But here's one silver lining for Echo. Sanji's dealing a lot of damage, but they're not really finishing these fights.
The good part about Echo is that they could extend fights, and by extending it means delaying the fight itself. You have the Nuvaria, you also have a great support in the Florin. You kind of just want to disengage fights before they even happen.
And basically that brings us to the adage of not losing is not the same as winning. They have to find a way to win by just standing there and saying, all right, let's keep going. Might not spell victory for you, so they have to yet to find that window. Boy, they are taking control of this bush.
Oh no!
And there's a big catch!
A little bit too aggressive, but a hard guard is there, and Doming survives. And now Sanford might be the one to pay the price. And look at that, the Benedetta. Lord JM in a 2-man petrify. Goes for Benecutie, but Benecutie tried to fight a crossbow tag. He doesn't. And now Echo, 2-man down. And Carl Teasy decides to take the sacrificial play. The GOAT goes for the triple kill of Lord JM. And now Echo is in trouble.
Oh no, it's just Sanji and JP left. 2 softies. Here they come.
And they're gonna go dive in. Only Sanji is left. Can he defend the base? 5 seconds on Sanford. Electro final blow already used up in game 1. Is this real? MNNE EVOS takes game number 1.
Oh Lord, that winning moment is brought to you by official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Who'da thunk? Who'da thunk? We would open the series with MNNE EVOS.
That was one fast game, and that was up against the world champs. We're looking at those silver linings to happen from Echo, and that was like their winning final way of hoping that he could actually make a play. That mid-lane initiation from the Nuvaria.
Did you see Lord JM's face?
Yeah, man.
Brother was hype. He entered like,
I did it.
You know, he was the guy. He was the guy. Yeah.
As a Benedetta,
he was him.
He was taking control of a good half of the map.
Yeah.
Even without D'Angelo, he was just like, yep, no. It's okay.
I'm him.
Lancey, it's all good. I'm him.
Yeah.
You were saying, sorry.
Most of you guys actually brought most of the action what just happened there. We were looking for the glimpses of Echo to even bounce back up, but it was even too late with the playmaker hero as Lord JM AR is. Just gives them a lot of attention to even finish the game faster, and Echo just scored 1. There was no answers to even the late game, even from the index that Echo has in their own composition.
Yeah, it was very un-Echo of them. But it's not the first time we've seen our defending champions do this. Yeah. They have suffered in the hands of RSG from last weekend in similar fashion, wherein it looked like they didn't come in prepared. It looked like they weren't even playing the same game. So, fellas, I don't want to call it too soon, but might this be the same situation?
Well, at least MNNE EVOS already secured 1 point. And you know, every point is crucial at this point.
Yeah.
1 point. I can imagine Banoob's going, all right, boss, hey, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, from Echo from most of the challenge. It's just 1 point, and they do a reverse sweep. They're world champions for a reason, and I agree with your point that we can't count out the world champs just yet.
True.
But with the way Evo's played though. With the way Minana played, man, it's something else.
It's a David Goliath. David just won.
Yeah, 1 point.
Wait, no. If you look at the score, it looked like Minana Evos was Goliath, man.
My guy.
They was colossal.
My guy went for the double support meta. Game 1. You know, I'm excited if Echo's gonna pick it up like game number 2. They kind of have to.
They should.
You just saw how powerful it is.
It's literally what the patch needs you to do.
Yeah. Double supports, baby. But
This-
you know, if you're like that Ling main that has a girlfriend, that dedicated Angela,
Yeah, nice one baby thing.
you need to get your best friend to play another healer.
Because you need it now.
You need it now.
Yeah, it works, especially now.
It's so amazing. It's so good. And again, Matilda is the perfect hero from the utility support pool for Brusco. Because it both has the shields, it has the supporty thing, and it has the mobility, and it has the catch.
And most of the, you mentioned catch, right? Benecutie was like the late entry for the damage output of Echo. And for most of them, until just waiting for, okay, I'm going to use this guiding wind and also my ultimate at the right moment, Benecutie comes in. No matter how dash from a distance, Matilda just like, this is a huge gap of landing.
And that's given that her ult range was already shrunk, so it just speaks of how great Brusco is. OSX, tell us more about it.
Eto na, Chantel. Tutuloy ko na.
Happened from the game number 1 of MNNE Evos. A dominating start by the Neon Tigers. Right now, they're up against the world champs and having that first point, a fast game from Echo being pushed to the corner on how to even bounce back in the late game was slowly making a statement in the first week for the first series of week number 3. And our MVP is none other than Paldoming or Doming AR of MNNE Evos, the Brody being deathless, a 404, rocking even the assassin emblem with just the adaptive penetration to needs and not being dead from early game. He had more ways to even utilize the damage and the items that he needs, starting Blade the Heptases, the Tough Boots, and even the Malefica. We're looking at the build, what the Brody that needs to do in the early game. Don't get shut down, have a great time in your lane, and also just keep on pushing with the waves. One thing that was answered of MNNE Evos is mostly the 3/4 of that draft index. They have an early to mid, and they have a team, and they have the burst. And then just by looking at the highlights right here, even on the first 2 minutes, this was the struggle of Echo. And just by in the topic of the draft index, they need objectives to even start up their own composition. But the mobility of MNNE alone is a challenge of Echo to even be answered. They can't even go in the B-line or even the protection area of MNNE Evos to be even shut down. Because at some points, Carl TZ was just becoming the sacrificial lamb here for Echo to just even go back to the base safely. And just by looking at team personality, even from minutes, well, look at that Brusco AR using that ultimate and just dashing through Benecutie right away with that type of landing. If you're a Matilda, man, that's one scary hero to look up to. No matter how far you are, Matilda can actually reach you. My god, this patch just creeping up in my nerves right now. So just MNNE Evos in just 12 minutes in Echo's glimpse on having a way to turn things around. MNNE Evos completely went forward right in their own base and take the first game at just in a dominating fashion. So with that point, from 9-2, looking at just by the emblems right here on our screens, we have 2 quantum charges. Actually, it gives more extra mobility with the Matilda being present. And even just by the Angela, have the focusing mark in team fights. My goodness, this is a nightmare for Echo to even answer. One thing to point out here is how will Benecutie, how will the 1-1 be an answer here for the damage? She just had the corrosion side, the DHS, and even the Windtalker. Yes, she had, or the Benecutie, or the 1-1 had 3 items, but one thing was also lacking is how do you even move around? How would you even burst down something or some player from MNNE Evos? Because in team fights, yeah, they're actually kind of strong, but also to even answer the mid to late game power spike that MNNE Evos has, you also need to have the objectives taken against MNNE Evos. Also, the crowd control was lacking on the side of Echo. With that being said, there's a lot of problems being placed on the table right here, and MNNE Evos has completely moved their way from their great start. The only death right now is just from Matilda, from Brusco AR, and it didn't feel even even a challenge for MNNE. It was just for sure just keep on taking team fights. It's just Carl T's here being the guardian for Echo, and with the damage taken right now, he is actually being tested on what the pressure can even hold him from that kind of match. It's just 9-2. MNNE Evos with the hero damage, even from the damage taken, he had more ways to push. They have more ways to answer their early to mid, and that was their window. The window that they could actually utilize against Echo. If we go back to our keys to victory, yeah, have a secure playmaking here for Lord JMAR, and also Sanford and the XP had a really hard time to go up against this XP lane hero. Now Benedetta being present in the first series of week number 3 with the recent patch, this changes everything. They could actually even respect the hell out of game number 2 if they want to have this equal or equalized composition, if Echo wants to have a way to bounce back in game number 2. Again, this is the World Champs. There's a lot of things to actually show up in the table, but this time around, we need to give a chance and credits to MNNE Evos to finally making a great recovery for the right mix in week number 3. And now let's call on our two awesome gentlemen right here, Romy and Elio, from that match. How do you feel from that?
I feel like Echo can do better. They can do better to leverage the new draft, but we'll hear more about it in just a bit. Real quick, let me tell you all about MPL Season 12 being live via Smart's live streaming app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss out on the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. So, I already said it. There it is. I think Echo can just pick up more utility heroes, more supports. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I honestly think that Echo could play a double heal. Like, how hard could it be? You're the world champions. Just try another draft, you know.
Open a page.
Copy the draft, or maybe do double support. They could play whatever they want. They just have to use the things that are effective. It's like use the fruits that are in season, you know?
Yep. Fruits that are in season. I think that's a good point because with all the supports showing up for debut picks in game number 1, I say they could actually go assassin heroes this time around.
Whoa. I don't agree though.
You sure?
Yeah. No, that's a little too much again.
Who knows, right? Who knows? Things are getting crazy.
Okay, if it works, then maybe Carl TZ Lancelot. Lancelot is still in season, I dare say. Lancelot is
just the Lancelot.
Is a high prio hero in MPL Philippines, and that might be in the books for game number 2 here in match 1. But yeah, that aside, I think there's a bit more that we can share for maybe how Echo can make it to game 3. But for now, let's go ahead and throw to our insider as we learn more about this matchup.
Mga pre! Meron tayong special guest for today, Chooks! Hello, at syempre kasama rin natin dito, Doggy, kailangan ko ng tulong mo kasi mahiyain pala si Chooks. Di ba hindi ka nakatira sa Manila? Di ba malayo ka nakatira?
Oo, malayo pa ako, pre. Mindanao pa ako eh.
Mindanao,
Oo.
pumunta ka dito just to support.
Oo, supportahan ko talaga to kasi lagi nalanakan eh. Kailangan ko na yung suporta dito.
Linakad na yun.
Nilakad mo?
ko lang.
Gaano katagal nilakad? Ay, alam nyo, magpinsan ba kayo para kayong related? Itabi natin ng face side to side. Mukha kayong magpinsan. Nagulat ako, ang deep pala ng boses mo.
Oo nga na.
Parinig ulit, parinig.
Hello.
Deep, wow! Wow!
Chill ka lang.
Si Doc
Boses
Tim.
pa lang yan, boses pa lang yan.
Okay, okay, bakit sa yung naririnig ko kasi palagi mga pre.
Malayo eh.
Sige nga, okay, i-analyze mo, i-summarize mo yung nangyari kanina. Pero gusto ko yung Chooks voice na alam ko
Kanina kasi nag-start sila.
Hindi, yung ginagamit mo, yung mga pre. Yeah.
Kanina kasi pre, nag-start sila pre, tapos naglaro sila pre, tapos nanalo yung Minala pre, ganun lang pre.
Naninibago talaga ako. Bakit ka natatawa? Ikaw nga, yung dati, yung di ba aso lang yung ulo mo. Okay, sige, kunyari ikaw rin.
Aso pa din naman ngayon,
Okay.
bago ba?
Sino ba dito talaga yung paborito mong player sa Minana?
Sino?
Silang 5. Ilalat.
Oy, mag-name ka ng top 1 mo.
Ayoko.
Ay, bakit?
Ayoko lang.
So, ikaw, sino ba?
Sa akin yung pinakagusto ko yung si Coach yan.
Ah, si Coach. Si Coach. Sige nga, okay, mag-name ka ng isang player kanina na talagang na-impress ka. Yung impressive, hindi favorite, impressive.
Late na ako dumating eh. Patapos na.
Nagulat ka ba na tinambakan nila yung Echo? Yung Echo nahirapan, ha?
Oo nga eh. Emerald yan eh.
Eh, dahil ba to sa bagong emblem? Ginagamit yun na ba yung bagong emblem?
Yes, pero I think di yung sa emblem yung naging doon feature eh. Yung parang tingin ko yung meta switch.
Okay, so talagang feeling nyo masusweep. Okay, prediction, masusweep ang Echo, hindi?
Ayoko magsalta, nakatingin sa akin Sanji eh.
Ikaw, sa tingin mo masusweep?
Sweep yan!
Sweep yan! Oh, wow!
Go, Minana, go! Yeah, boy!
Sabi, gawin mo siya na hindi deep yung voice mo, yung choke sa TV.
Go, Minana! Boy! Let's go!
Okay, maraming nanonood ngayon. Invite naman natin lahat ng mga nasa comment section na suportahan yung Minana.
Okay, supportahan niyo yung Minana. Punta kayo dito, sapakan tayo.
Wow! Ikaw, imbitahan mo sila.
Siya lang nga, hindi ako kasali.
Oy. Okay guys, di na pala. Lugi, ako lang mag-isa.
Babalik na tayo sa casters. Mag-uumpisa na ang ating game 2. So kunyari, ikaw, ako, pero gagawin mo siya sa Chook's voice. Casters, pasok.
Casters, pasok!
All right, in case you guys were wondering what just went down, that was well-known streamer and content creator Edgar Chooks TV Dumali and Setsuna, ako si Doggy Ignacio, coming in as representatives of Minana Evos. And short to say, I guess it's two things, right? Number one, they expect for this to be a sweep. They expect Minana Evos to take down Echo in game 2. And number one is Doggy picked a fight, backed out because he figured out he was the only one, and Chooks didn't want to fight nobody. So, all right, we're peaceful.
Yeah,
that's a quick recap.
That's a really you forgot the tongue thing. They were like doing things like that. I'll do you one better, Doggy. I'll try my best. Look.
There you go.
Wow.
It's because Mara said they kind of look alike. That's why she made them do that, because they do that in their streams.
Yeah.
So Francis, what's the verdict? Do they look similar to you now?
Yeah, for a point, they are actually could be second or third cousin.
That's far off, dude. There's barely any blood really there.
But there's still similarity.
Dan here is like my fourth cousin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He's not wrong. That's true.
That's probably true. You're probably like my fourth cousin too. Like, at some point, all of us are related, you know?
Yeah, we're going to have our...
I want you to
Did I say that right?
Look at your home right now, look at your wife, and think if she's a 6th or 7th cousin, you know? But that's legal.
Bro.
Yes, technically, depending on where you're from. We have viewers from all around the world.
You know, 6th, 7th cousin is not even trackable anymore. I feel like we're all cousins. In my eyes, we're all cousins.
We are brothers and sisters all around the globe. I think, yes, since now there's a lot of ways to even discover your DNA, you can be all around the world.
My DNA.
All right. You know what? Let's just reel this back in to the matchup. It's Minana Evos versus Echo with the Hukbo with a point ahead. Let's see how things change, if Echo's going to switch it up, if they're going to stay the red side or go to blue, which is odd, is because in the previous meta, prior to the patch, red actually is slightly benefited, slightly ahead, but oh wait, no. It looks like we want to go blue. There's one blue.
Ooh, okay. Priority on the Fredrin, but same thing with Mathilda. Also similar. Yes, mirror.
This is the return of the Benedetta and Mathilda. It's giving me season 7 of MPL vibes. If you weren't there to see it, it was the time you missed out. But Blacklist International, their first local championship, the one that started their domination,
That's
or
right.
their what do you call that? That era, or not even era, like a dynasty.
That's right.
The one that started their dynasty, Edward, Benedetta, Mathilda on mom shoes, and man, it just gives that vibe. But now we're looking at a classic Sanford.
Yeah, one thing also they realized, even starting season 12, was purely throwbacks back in season 8 as well, since we're talking about the dynasty here from Blacklist. And also, a player trivia, by the way, be as sharp as Lancey AR, has the highest damage dealt share this season with 34.30%.
Oh, wow. Lancey's not a rookie, by the way, folks. He's been around since season 6. So he's just coming back now underneath the Minana Evos banner. Closing up phase 1 here with the Beatrix who has been, I don't know, she's been mid recently. In the past couple of weeks, she's been pretty mid. But given that MNNE EVOS now has a new momentum underneath their sails, might change the way things work out. Folks, that is indeed Bruno getting banned out. He had a little facelift for his portrait. And yes, folks, we acknowledge the fact that MNNE EVOS actually has a point.
Yeah, and let's just say that Beatrix is mid compared to Meta Marksman, but in terms of wave clearing, she's probably still one of the best.
She's so reliable.
Like she's the best in terms of wave clearing.
Yeah, the marksman for all seasons, no matter how you change this hero. Also, they know how to secure their counters as well. The Bruno taken out, the Franco as well, since there's no roam option yet for even Daddy JP to even use up against the Beatrix. So they need something to protect their backline right now. So it answers more on the invade composition that they did in game number 1. And just making their composition work, as well as covering the tracks as well. So with the Diggy being banned here, a lot of CCs could actually show up from Echo that they could actually utilize against MNNE EVOS.
Bring out the Florin.
Oh, Florin, Matilda.
Yep.
There's nowhere for the
But
evil
looks like
to
they're gonna
hide.
go for the Rafaela,
Whoa.
which is still the double support that we're talking about.
Wow.
Bonus movement speed for the Benedetta. Dude, dare I say that this is a Benedetta composition, and it doesn't. The Beatrix is there to wave clear and stuff.
Lord JM performed out of his mind game 1. Why not just press load game and continue?
Honestly, Lord JM is the best player in MNNE EVOS.
Yeah.
Hands down. Like
You're not wrong.
In all of their losses, in all of their games, Lord JM has always showed up. And now that the meta favors him being the hyper carry,
in the world.
he should be the team's core at this point.
Yeah, so also to aid the hyper carry, Rafaela, finally we're going to see Rafaela from the fresh patch. Again, we talked about this, how even the slow grants him so much slow immunity, even cleanse from the CCs of Echo's lineup right now.
That's right. She also got her ult adjusted. Like it now hits faster.
Damn.
With a little bit more of a interval between the blasts, but it's still, you're going to get those catches more. Quick bit of trivia. In the world of Kung Fu, speed defines the winner. The most used hero in MPL-PH history. Used almost 1,000 times. 861, man.
Wow.
Win rate of more than 50. That's good.
That's how you know it's well balanced.
Alright, I thought it was Dams, but it's indeed Terizla. Wait, no.
Yep.
It's a Jungle Benedetta!
The Jungle Benedetta.
Still, I think the whole Lord JM situation stands.
Yeah, still.
Okay, just by looking at the index right now, I think Echo has gotten more covers on their what's missing in game number 1. They have early mid, and they even have sustain. So from burst to late game, they have answers right now compared to the previous match. Well, we're looking at team fights that actually show from MNNE EVOS, and as well as for wave clear. So this, I kindly would check on how will they utilize more of their mobility now. But the Benedetta being changed in the jungle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, here's the thing. If anyone knows what it's like to use a Benedetta in the jungle, it's Carl Teasy, man. You're throwing back to Season 7, right?
Dude, like at this point, if you're an assassin user, there's like 3 people that you have to know. It's the Fanny, the Ling, and the Lancelot. But if you're like a niche assassin player, Benedetta should be part of that list. Because not only is it a great first round pick in terms of flexing it in the XP lane in the jungle, but in this meta, we're starting to see that a double healer setup benefits a hyper-mobile fighter such as the Benedetta. And yes, she's categorized as assassin, but she's built as a fighter.
Let's see how this spells out for MNNE EVOS. If with this, again, slightly adjusted draft, but still, you see that they're sticking to their guns with the double support situation. If it'll give them the sweep. Oh, what just went down? Wait. Boy at AR here. We'll talk about the emblems in just a bit. There's still a few skirmishes happening. Lance AR pushing Echo out of their jungle. Well, you're reacting. You don't usually see this, right? The concussive blast.
Concussive blast on the Benedetta. I honestly don't know why you would do that. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna play this out.
Benedetta though.
Tank Benedetta, I guess.
Oh, wait a minute!
All right, that's part of the combo. Just giving the try again sticker.
Okay, so let's Yeah. Okay, that's looking by this concussive blast onto Boyd AR. We know how it can actually be beneficial if you're more on the damage type, but just by looking at his own blend. Oh, there's adaptive penetration, and as well, you have seasoned hunter. So one thing also you guys pointing out that this could actually be a tank Benedetta, but he would actually rely mostly on the AoE based damage. You have a good basic attack, you have magic damage, but one thing also, how would you even utilize more in the backline takedown from Echo? Because most of the parts that we see Benedetta is more on the aggressive side. So that's why we saw when we react like, how is this a concussive blast mix? Is this the right mix for Banana Evils from XP lane now to the jungle up against Carl TZ?
Like, honestly, if you're going for a tank Benedetta, I guess getting a concussive blast that stacks with HP. Again, this scales with HP. So I guess that's where the chunk of the damage would go. And Boyet will be playing this in a way that utilizes the mobility, but not so much the damage. But it's already a turtle take. Who's going to secure the first turtle of the game? Looks like it's still going to be Carl TZ. And Echo will be taking first blood as well.
And the casualty there going to be Boyet AR. He's not quite tanky just yet. And that's, I guess, an oxymoron, a paradox that Boyet has to deal with this whole game, is you're building a tank Benedetta, but her stats at base aren't built that way.
Yes.
So you have to rely on your agility, you have to rely on your flexibility.
Yeah, also, the spell vamp is not even present for this Benedetta. To see how he could actually, or she could actually sustain most of those team fights. And that's one problem also to adjust. How will the damage wise Banana Evil's early game? Yeah, they rounded the index, but also the objective taking is going to be challenged against Carl TZ, which will have a good time with the Frederick.
Oh wow, off-camera kill! We barely caught it in that minicam. Lord JM takes down Sanford.
Damn.
And that's a buffed Yu Zhong.
Dude, that's a solo kill on a world champion too, but Doming almost taking a lot of damage over there, almost lethal, but Minana Evos evens out the kill score. Echo still holds a 400 gold lead, and Lord JM, a lot of eyeballs on this kid. Again, I have to say that he's really doing well,
man,
in this entire series.
He's eating well. Look at how much he chunked away that gold shield up top in the XP lane. About 40 seconds until the next turtle comes up, and we're looking at a 1-and-1. Minana Evos wants to leverage that 1v1 kill, but it looks like 40 is going to learn from that. Oh, JP looking for a kick.
Oh, nice flicker coming in from Doming. Now Carl TZ has to tank a bit of damage. Are they going to cut the wave? No, they won't. They're going to allow it to flow around. Minana Evos does have their defenses up on Doming AR. I got to say, the next turtle fight should be an even fight.
Yeah, speaking of being even, also the wave clears being utilized early game by Echo as well. So Minana Evos, in a way, they're clearing up mostly.
Oh! Grant that purple! Stole it!
He did use his retribution though, so this effectively gives the turtle to Echo.
All right. Looking back at it now, in the moment it's amazing, but in hindsight, I think that's a waste.
Yeah, that was
Carl
a waste.
TZ, thank you for that.
Just gotta be real with you, Lord JM 3v1!
Oh no, Lord JM stuck in a rock in a bad place, basically. Minana Evos, they lose one.
Okay. Right. That was tough. That was tough. I don't know what Lord JM was thinking.
Yeah, dude.
And partly maybe a miscomm. Maybe he thought that they were still playing with an Angela. But right now in the jungle, JP just pressuring Minana Evos.
Bit too aggressive over there for Lord JM. Now Sanji feeling it. Carl TZ trying to get the purple buff, but looks like JP would go in first. Beatrix doesn't land a lot of skills. Boyet goes in with the dashes. They're looking for JP, but up top, nice sidestep from Doming, but it's not enough to survive because Sanford is already there. Does give Lord JM a bit of free reign up top, though.
Echo with the divide and conquer. Francis, you were saying?
Yeah, they also use a lot of ultimates. The Beatrix, that not having the first item locked in for her own benefit was actually a waste of ultimate and didn't hit anybody. So the challenge right now is how will the damage connect? Wait, just by looking at Echo's momentum right now, the gold is leaning towards Medic. Can you hold that thought?
Ooh, JP with a great play does find Boyet, and now they are making sure that it is known and they are feeling confident in the game. 3K gold lead for the Orcas.
That's disgusting. They effectively have two Way of the Dragons. The other one is a Circling Eagle. Again, the isolation through the roof for Echo. They can pick off anybody they want.
And now they're going to try to dive mid lane too. They do find Brusco, and now Brusco's in trouble. Played a bit of jumping jacks over there in Echo. they do find another kill.
Like
and
a
a turret.
trampoline.
Man.
Yeah, good pushes in the mid as well. So opening up a lot of camps for Echo Team to take. Another purple, another orange maybe. But Sanford with the hold of the bottom lane now, even up against Domin DR, is really a great pressure for their winning condition for the damage. Doming AR with this Benedetta on this Concussive Blast is a challenge, and even it could actually be a struggle if it doesn't work out correctly. Because if Echo has just a lot of team fights and even a great early to mid spike, which actually they did, this is actually a great way to even amplify more of the damage for Benecutie and Sanford.
You mean Boyet? Boyet on the Benedetta.
Yeah, and let me just say that this doesn't really work well with the buffs on Benedetta.
It's not,
Yeah, because all of the buffs on Benedetta stacks on physical damage. It absolutely makes 0 sense to put her on tank.
You have to build HP, to build armor. It really, well, at best, you're a nuisance. At worst, this is what happens. Nothing comes through.
Yeah, nothing comes through. So I don't think that the switcheroo Lord JM suddenly gives up the Benedetta for Teresa is working out for Minana Evos.
man.
And for Boyet, he could have just gone AD. Like, let's just face the truth that Benedetta isn't good if you're building her tank.
It's difficult, man. A bunch of their damage is, what? Focused on Doming AR. Doming has to get it right.
True.
Also the pressure as well. So how will you even go and answer your late game? With Dominator having one death here, yeah, he has the BOD now. But to check more on the teammates of Inanna Evos, yeah, they're building on the defense. They're looking at Purifies, they're looking at Flickers, but most of the resources they do is mostly for the escape. And with the response that Echo has been doing, the pressure they're giving to Inanna Evos is pushing them to a corner to even hold or even defend their base. Look at that, just by down bottom, Boyd is trying to clear something. But again, you guys mentioning that the objectives is not the right recipe for this one yet. And Echo's utilizing this window, and they found one!
Damn, the conceal play, and now Brusco still surviving. Lord JM
Oh,
though, where they're going in, they're going back. Another taunt, another kill goes to the hands of Echo. And now they're gonna go for the Flicker ultimate. The Torn Apart memory doesn't finish them off, but the rest of Echo does. And now a 1v1 with Brave 1, and Boyet does take 1 kill. Boyet has to escape, but the Shy Eruption will be taking him down. And now Echo, the Orcas are celebrating this early.
It's so difficult, given that Echo is what, 7,000 gold ahead now? And you've split up Minana Evos wherein they're good when it comes down to the 5v5, but you deny them that. Oh, here we go, another Apex Predator from Echo, side to side. Benecutie with a milestone in his career.
Yeah, he smiled to achieve 1,000 kills in his MPL Philippines career, ranking 5th in MPL Philippines all-time kills leader. Wow.
What an achievement for also one of the nominees for International Esports Awards. Congratulations, Benecutie. Hopefully you win that award, and Echo will be securing this first Lord of the game.
Approaching the 9k gold mark. Wow, what a spike coming in from Echo after that. By God, Lord number 1. That was just Lord number 1.
Yeah, 9 minutes, and they pushed Minana to a corner that it's just being done by Daddy JP.
He's an actual dad, by the way.
Actual dad.
If I'm not mistaken, he became a dad. His wife Mitch gave birth, I'd say, during a grand final, during the playoffs.
That's how you know it's true?
Yeah, season 5, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, a lot of things happened for Echo, the Super Team era, the World Champion era, and now they're just casually walking into a 9k gold lead within the first 9 minutes of the game. And they're still building that gold lead because the Lord is still in the mid lane. Sniper does land in Benecutie, but he's going to shrug that off.
Yeah, to just talk about the gold earned right now. 4 players from Echo is actually on top of our charts. And just by looking at the item build of even Brody or Benecutie, has more penetration, but
JP with a play, with a flicker, and now Lord JM might just be... Actually, he's going to survive with a Guiding Wind. And now they're going to be able to defend because that was a good disengage.
All right, see what I say? In the 5v5, when they're all clumped up, Minana Evos actually puts up a fight now, Boyet. Oh, a little too deep, but they're going to punish!
Here comes Electo final blow, but not a lot of damage coming in from Boyd AR. Respectable though, Sanji might just wall down, but looks like he's going to double dash out to safety. Echo still ahead by 9.4.
Close call!
He lives. Sanji lives by just having the lead right now of Echo for 10 or 9k. That's one way to even see what is the damage part of Minana Evos right now. How does it answer to Echo's lead? Because right now they're left with 3 turrets And also, doming AR to look at his items and just having them Leverode and BOD. Fine, he has the build-up for the right items, but isn't even enough. Oh, what AR!
A classic move. Electo final blow to just clear out the minions. And you know the thing about MNNE EVOS right now is that they have a lot of wave clear. They do have a lot of sustain as well, which is prime tools to defend again and again and again until such a point where the gold lead doesn't matter anymore.
That's right. No, in mid-trio alone, they can clear the waves by themselves. Lord James can go around and find a flank. All the while, the waves are in control. So MNNE EVOS here, they're not afraid. They're actually going to hold their ground here. And again, for the first time in this game too, right? It looks like things are turning around.
Yeah. And you could feel Echo a lot more confident now.
Yeah, and with the confidence now, a lot of things are being pressured. How would you even, again, utilize the vision and info for the lineup of MNNE EVOS? You're looking at Oracle, we're looking at Dominance Isis, we're looking at War Axe by just being built by Benedetta right now. So a lot of things that actually has been slowed down for MNNE EVOS. And they're really having a hard time to make a play.
Gentlemen, y'all saw that, right? Yep. Lance, he built the photo.
Yeah, the photo, dude.
He built the photo.
He built the photo. And if you guys are asking what the photo is, it's the Flask of the Oasis. It's too long, so we made an acronym.
It's a special item that you can find underneath Magic, but it's built for support heroes.
Yeah, and really quite the effective item too. You know, second Lord of the game, secured by Echo.
Yep, BT Dubs. Quick and easy. Again, we've hit here a speed bump because, again, MNNE EVOS put up a great defense. Echo has to step on the clutch. They have to change up the way that they approach this. And here's Sanford showing respect, man. How often do you see this, especially when you're winning this hard? Sanford's like, all right, you know what? That's a little too much. I need some sustain. Let me build an Oracle.
You know, it's just so hard to throw out a 10K gold lead. It has already happened several times in this regular season. You do not want to be the team that loses from a 10K gold lead.
Yeah, you don't need to be that behind if you want to bounce back out. Even with the damage received, Carl TC, 3 members of Echo just tagging it in.
Oh, immediate pickoff. Brusco AR out of the game already. And now they're going to go for a mid lane push here. Echo with an 11K gold lead. Renner's Apathy doesn't land on anyone. It looks like they're going to go all in. Electo final blow. Trying to defend at Lord JM on the back line. Going to go in for the Vengeance Strike. But here comes Torn Apart Memory. They're trying to sustain him alive. And looks like he's going to go back to the base. But looks like they're going to go for the base instead. And now Sanji is half HP. Lancy has to go back. Boy and AR, they're able to secure the first wave in the mid lane. But looks like an inhibitor will be destroyed down bottom lane.
Yeah, also the top would actually fall down. That was a great defense from MNNE EVOS. Yes, they have wave clear and also have defense. So right now with the defensive items, they're mostly making use of that part to even hold the damage of Echo. With this kind of lead, they also need to make sure on how to isolate even just one here. So look at that, JB just finding a great vision from MNNE EVOS. Sanji being trapped though, but he still survives.
Oh no, JB finds him!
Electo final blow. Used defensively, and he's able to escape. Now Carl TC is just holding a big chunk of the minion waves as Benecutie clears everything out.
Oh boy, it's got fancy footwork. I like it. I miss Benedetta. It's calls like that. It's moments like that that really make a hero and a player memorable. Talking about that last moment where MNNE EVOS almost got wiped out inside their own base off of a Torn Apart Memory. Was that not the holiest of all holy healings? Was that not the best a photo can do for you in the hands of Lancy? I missed actually Rafaela doing this. If anything, it was MNNE EVOS that debuted Rafaela.
Yeah, it's the flash of the Oasis, it's the buff of the Rafaela, and you have a way to even protect your teammates in that kind of defense. With the little amount of damage Doming is building for the final late game answer they need to do, but just having the photo that you guys talked about is the answer to have a great stronghold bait just even in the base. Looking at the items here, yeah, we're seeing a build-up also for the damage of the Demon Hunter Sword of Beatrix. So this answers a lot for their buy time for this game. 9-3. It's still working, but this is just a way that they just could easily be used. But it's a time that they could actually be questioned if they could even hold this part of what Echo's lead right now.
It's a 12K gold lead, my guy.
If anything, I'd say this is the best spot for MNNE EVOS to be for the first time in this 15-minute game, especially after getting pummeled in the better part of the mid-game. They're actually leaving the base now.
Yeah, now
so can they contest? No, the answer is no. They're not going to contest. Never mind.
It's a bit too dangerous to contest, and now Echo just going to firmly secure the third Lord of the game after securing 3 turtles. All of the objectives in game number 2. This is a clean objective wipeout. And now
cancelled!
cancels Boyet, but honestly, this is going to be an escape for Boyet, unless, of course, he gets locked down. No more eye for an eye. Electo final blow. No, here comes eye for an eye. He does have his passive. Flickers in, gets kicked. The shield is there, but it's not enough. And he's going to go down. Guiding Wind to the Petrify. Brusco AR will be dashing out to safety. MNNE Evos, they lose their jungler in a crucial moment.
The effort, though, you saw how Brusco tried to save him. And again, that whole Guiding Winds adjustment. It was a close call.
Yeah, it was even an inch that MNNE Evos was forced to even respond. Now there's a push in mid. A lot of things have actually been discussed, but how can they defend?
Lord JM with a 2-man ultimate there, but looks like Lord JM, they're going to go in once again. Will this be the base focus? But look at that, the damage is real, and the sustain is no longer there. And looks like Echo will be securing game number 2. We're looking at a game number 3, boys.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And for sure, indeed, we have ourselves a ball game. We're going to game 3.
Oh, man. Double support meta kind of crumbled. I do feel like Angela is looking to be the key here.
Okay, you know what? Maybe Echo doesn't have to bend to the meta. Because here they showed us, right? They played a very Echo lineup. And it just worked fine and dandy. They still dominated, they still called all the shots, and they took us to game 3. Real quick, let me tell you all about that. This game is brought to you by our official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. Now, that said, you got an Infinix phone over there, by the way, in case you're wondering. What happened? MNNE Evos did not change anything about their lineup. They still played very, very close to the chest, double support meta. They did have that whole Benedetta switch up. At some point, we thought it was going to pay off, but was that their pitfall? Was that their one weakness?
I agree. And to that, they had the right mix in game number 1. They sacrificed a lot of damage, even the spellbound for the Benedetta. Even just by having the concussive blast changes a lot. And that tank Benedetta now in the recent patch is a big no-no for that kind of line. We were looking at the composite, and the switch up actually took a toll on how to even bounce back.
All the way from here, wherever he might be, somewhere in the studio, I can hear Midnight's gears grinding. A tank Benedetta, that's one of the few things.
Did you not feel Midnight's gears grinding through me?
Already, yes.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's what's happening right now, because honestly, the patch, let me just be a bit on the statistical end here.
That's right. Okay.
The buff on Benedetta on the first skill and elapsed daytime, the passive, the entire dashy thing is
Sword Intent.
Sword Intent, elapsed daytime, whatever. It's all dependent on physical damage. And if you're going to build HP, it's not going to work out. Yes, given that the War Axe was built and the endless battle on the tail end of the game, but you cannot just, let's say, emphasize those buffs if you don't take it early.
Right. So it's basically covering a bullet hole with a Band-Aid is what happened. OSX, break it down further. Tell us exactly what happened here in game 2.
Echo bounces back for game number 2, and we're heading to game number 3. They are world champs for a reason, and just by going back to their own form, they had an advantage to go up against MNNE Evos. We were talking about the draft on how will this work for MNNE Evos having a successful game number 1 with the Benedetta and the Matilda debut. And this time, we saw Echo actually found a way to utilize their classic, a classic lineup that we saw from game number 2. Sanji is our MVP, remained deathless as well for the 4-0-7 KDA. Having the magic emblem, even the Impure Rage, we're looking at the standard also pokes, and also the tenacity as well, with the support meta showing up slowly right now in week number 3. This gives him a bit of a defense for those pokes from damage and to magic. But looking at by the item build, we're seeing the staple build as well for the COD. We have the boots, the magic penetration, as well as the damage from the Holy Crystal, even for the Lightning Truncheon. So by just looking at this, he answers more of the magic power bonus, and as well as the Lightning Truncheon for the splash damage. A lot of things that Sanji escaped most of the takedowns that we saw. Going back to our game in 2 minutes and 14 seconds, we saw how the isolation play was being done by Daddy JP himself. This was the thing this was the question we were trying to look at MNNE Evos lineup. How will the damage, how will the resources work in their favor? Because most of the times, we see them answer for the team fight that they needed not to answer because their damage, even the items, was not even enough to suffice with Echo's lead. But just by having Sanji using the ultimate of the Matilda from time and time again, gives them a lot of initiation starts, initiation controls, and as well as damage from MNNE Evos. With this prowess being built up with a lead of 5.8k at just 8 minutes, they pushed MNNE to a point that how will they even bounce back? How will the winning condition respond? Because for most of the time, if you're looking at the Benedetta, an AD Benedetta type, you would actually build up mostly on the spell vamp or even the damage to even be utilized for objective takes. Because if you look back on the index that we saw earlier from game number 2, they have wave clear, they have the hero DPS, but one thing also, it wasn't utilized most of the time. And it just Echo, with their lead and their own nature, it's just the same thing. And by just looking at Boyd AR right now on our screens, trying to buy time for the team, it wasn't enough, and also the defense wasn't even enough. He could actually be slippery, but 3 members was on a chase to take down 1 and 2 members from MNNE Evos, to the point that they would really answer to the pressure of the base, even for their defense. They had a way to hold this with a photo of the photo item for the flask of the Oasis, but one thing also was they need to answer the damage of Echo that has. So by looking at that game, we look at the jungling pattern of Carl TZ from 11 minutes to 15, having the coverage of the camp of MNNE Evos from the orange to the purple. He just went around and just trying to get vision for the team that's being denied from MNNE Evos. He took objectives from purple to orange, and from hungry Benedetta, who's actually could rely on damage, he remained, well, hungry for the rest of the game. So with that, Carl TZ, thanks so much, and had so much way of having an advantage of building up his own items as well as his skill with the Fredrin. So looking by the emblems on our screens and also the score 13-3. This was the question: how will the concussive blast be an answer to the Benedetta? With the assassin and the brave smite and the pokes and mobility with the mix of Echo right now with their own emblems, answers a lot to the missing piece of MNNE Evos. They had a great start, they had a dominating wave from 10 minutes to 33, and by the build-up of Medicuti remaining deathless again, the Wind of Nature on the first item, because of the threat of the sustain and the region of the Rafaela and as well as Brusco AR's Mathilda, he has a way to answer, okay, I can be in the front line and I can be more aggressive with his flicker. Knowing Medicuti, he mostly do a lot of those things, and with that, it's just for him, it's just feeding frenzy and taking members of MNNE Evos out of the back line. So Doming AR was kind of the delay of building the right items for physical damage penetration and as well as magic penetration for Brusco AR by focusing on the Oracle. So it's more like they were pushed even to answer with the sustain. Even Lord JM and Tikiras and even the Athena Shield Dominance Ice, yes, you answered most of that, but the only damage items that were present was for the Beatrix and just storming the AR rather. With a 33% participation, it was the damage that they were actually hoping to buy for the late game. And looking at our statistics here for this game, we're looking at Medicuti, Sanji, and Carl TZ. 4 of them are actually from the Rich Guy Ace and the Guardian, the Wingman, paved so much way for their team fight participation. With Sanji being present up front and utilizing the ultimate of the Mathilda, gives them a lot of surprise, a lot of takedowns, even by the distance. You see how Sanji went from 200 from 100 meters skip from the ultimate and also the dash to catch one from MNNE Evos. So that's one thing also they need to answer. How will they protect their backline and how will they answer with damage? Because Echo is just on a roll, completing their own composition from minute 1 to 17 minutes. And yeah, that was just game number 2. The world champs bouncing back, and just what our 2 gentlemen said on the desk, we just can't count out yet the world champs, and this could be the same thing. Will this be a reverse sweep, or will MNNE Evos go back to the right mix?
What's that? I'm just copying your hand movements, my guy.
Oh, I was just calculating like how far Sanji can really go, because that's what Francis mentioned right before closing up is, I'm throwing back to what happened in the game. A lot of times he would actually steal Circling Eagle.
Yeah.
And with the natural dash of the Valentina, and then you use Circling Eagle,
it's a lot of dashes.
He ends up like where? In another map, dude. He ends up in the Brawl map.
True. And honestly, he was able to catch the Benedetta after all the dashes. Right. So that's just a lot of distance for someone who has only 2 dashes. And that's also a testament on how big the ultimate is coming in from the Mathilda.
Call it an LDR.
Yeah, true.
It's a long distance re-engage.
I like that.
Right?
I'll copy that once I jump over the Filipino broadcast.
Bring
They
it
wouldn't.
over.
They wouldn't know that
They'll
it
never see it
actually.
coming.
That it actually came from you. I'll steal that joke.
It'll be our thing.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you're gonna miscredit me. No, don't steal my thing. Don't steal my thing.
Yeah, LDRs are his thing.
He's already stole your bear 4.
Yeah. I'm gonna steal your
Sorry,
thing.
you mean you?
Tomorrow I'll be casting AP Bren and Echo. Tomorrow I'll steal your joke.
If Matilda comes up
If
and there's a
Matilda comes
Valentina
up,
and
yeah.
whatnot. All right, back into the matchup. All right, let's just reel it back in, folks. Game 3, what did MNNE EVOS learn, right? Because it looks like from game to game, again, this is finding the right mix, right?
Yeah.
Echo woke up, fam. Echo's like, you know what, we can't let that happen anymore. Our game 1 draft was a little wonky, and we can do better engages. We can be more confident and have conviction in our initial setups. Now game 3, MNNE EVOS' turn. What do they pick up?
You know, MNNE EVOS in game number 2, they kind of went around the play around and find out graph. And the thing about that is they kind of learned the hard way.
Yeah.
Why would you do that switcheroo in the later part of the game?
You shouldn't have.
You shouldn't have. You know, the more you play around, the more you find out.
It kind of makes sense if you think about it, but in practice it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. So that's one thing. So hopefully here, whether they end up on blue or red side, they stick to a draft that works. Not flex it too hard.
Yeah, just rely on baking. Don't change the recipe. Just
Follow the recipe.
Follow
the back of the box.
Yeah. If this was savory, yeah, you can change a lot of things, but in baking, you can't.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you bake?
Yeah, sometimes, yes.
You're a baker?
He's a baker.
He's a baker.
He's a baker. Francis is a baker.
Yeah, man, you need to have the right amount of sugar, flour. So that was
eggs,
and even the right amount of heat. So with that, MNNE was played with too much of the extra ingredients, and turned out they were spoiling mostly of the final result of their banana bread or something.
Yeah. Have you ever made pie?
I haven't. I only did some shortbreads and stuff.
Shortbread, wow.
Shortbreads and banana breads.
Yeah, that's the most
I
basic
wish
thing
I could
do.
bake.
I couldn't. I could
I
barely
can't bake.
cook.
I cook noodles.
I'm not sure that counts.
I'm sure. Oh wait, no. You're sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's
So-
enter game 3.
MNNE EVOS should stick to a recipe that works.
Yeah.
Whatever the mix was in game 1 works out.
Stick to that.
Some I don't know if it was Francis or you who mentioned that Angela might be the key.
Yeah.
Right?
That was
That was
Womey.
you.
Yeah.
All right. Are you sure it wasn't me?
Not. Maybe it was Francis.
All right. So Angela definitely has to be a key pickup because Echo banded out game 2.
Yeah, then I feel like that was one of the crucial factors on what made the MNNE EVOS Game 1 draft work. Because the thing with Heartguard is, yes, it eliminates one of y'all in an entire fight.
Yes, y'all out the map.
Yeah, you yeet yourself out of the map, and then you
Breaks down
essentially
face.
empower one of the other people or one of the other guys inside your squad. And it just so happens that Lord JM was having the time of his life on this Benedetta, who was playing AD, by the way, physical damage Benedetta.
Yes.
With the Heart Guard. So
Yes, okay. Now
that's
that
the
you
same as the Angeling, not gonna lie.
Invade and dive, all answered.
That's what happened earlier in game 2. If you remember, there was at least 2 moments where Lord JM, it seemed like, in the battlefield, in the gameplay, forgot that they were not playing with an Angela anymore. It's because like, all right, I'm gonna go 3v. Oh,
I can't do that anymore.
yeah.
You have the Rafaela, but it forces Rafaela to even be more in the lanes, mostly in early games. So it's a
more-
hard Rafaela start.
It's more committal. Like it's spelled out. It's telegraphed. All right, we see the Rafaela healing here. We don't engage there.
Yeah, and the thing about the Rafaela is it telegraphs your movements because you're like 3 people with a movement speed bonus crashing in.
Yeah.
But when you position yourself well, in MNNE EVOS, they did try to do this, but they didn't have enough damage.
And enough time.
You could just corner everyone out. It doesn't matter if they know you're coming. If you're coming and they cannot stop that, that's still a kill, that's still a win, that still works.
All right, so there seems to be a ultimatum for MNNE EVOS to lock in that Angela as soon as possible. But who's to say Echo don't do that themselves? What if? Because Echo has a solid Angela, whether in the hands of Sanji or
True.
Daddy JP.
And we saw Daddy JP last week with that. He's one of the breakout players as well in their own match. So let's see how it goes, because last time Echo was on the red side. Oh no, blue side.
Yeah, Echo was blue.
Game 2.
Yep. So this time around, let's see. Oh,
I love the submarine sound.
Yeah, it's tense because that's exactly what in the Orcas in-house are feeling. Here we go, game number 3, the rubber match. The chess battle between Coach Tic Tac and Coach Isla.
What's a rubber match?
It's the third match in the best of 3.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tiebreaker.
The rubber match.
Okay.
By the way, that was the photo of the week last week number 2.
Yeah,
That was Coach Tic Tac.
Tic Tac just looking over, right?
Yeah, looking over. I thought he was sleeping, not you know. At some point in game, when you're facing a Kaja, especially with a conceal, I do feel like you can never close your eyes.
Nope, never. Don't sleep on him. All right, early pickup on the Akai. Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, that should be an Akai. We heard the sound clip. Homie got buffed. This is one of my favorite picks. One of my highlights from the patch recently is Akai got buffed. I like it.
You know, with the Akai, it's something that I would call as a great flex for you as well. Because you really don't know if this is still going to go to the jungle. It could go to the roam, or I'm not sure XP, man. But, you know, we've seen XP Akais from different regions way back, but I'm not sure it's going to make a comeback. Edith secured here by MNNE.
Yeah, you were talking about that. What if the Edith is paired with an Angela, or you have a different sustain that Edith can actually be placed in the EXP lane? You have ways to hold more of your lanes, yes. But I love the Akai option here for Echo, because most of the times that we saw Akaja, most of them starts to fight, and even for the pickups that MNNE was doing, they were struggling getting objectives as well. So with the Yuzong being picked up here, they have more ways to secure their initiation for the defense of MNNE Evos.
Yep, it's another non-target for both Onward and the Divine Judgment.
And MNNE Evos right now, they don't have the chance to play around an Angela unless they're gonna flex this Kaja into a jungle Kaja.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think they could do a double support, but yeah, jungle Kaja actually exists, by the way. It's a thing.
We've seen it a couple of times in the past 2 seasons.
So it's really hard to see an Angela at this point on the side of MNNE Evos, but looking at the dance, looks like Benedetta would be taken out here by the side of Echo.
Okay, so balancing out a bit. Also the Brody. So this calls for an answer for the BHs as well to be taken by either Echo. Because if you guys thought about that, this Kaja could actually be in the jungle, so what could be the EXP? Because most of the last 2 bans of MNNE was mostly in hold. Yeah, oh yeah. There you go, the Beatrix back in Echo, as I was just talking about it.
What else is left for the XP lane? Unless MNNE Evos is actually puts the Edith in the XP lane.
Yeah, but
because the Kaja is likely more the roam.
I do feel like it's going to be an Edith XP lane. Perhaps one of the best XP laners right now in the current meta. We just haven't seen her yet because there's a lot of teams that focus more on the rotations. But in terms of lane dominance and possible outplays inside the turtle pit, an XP lane Edith could actually do it all. So I'm not surprised if this is going to the hands floor JM. I'm just going to wait if it's going to be flexed in the roam position. But they already have the Novaria and the Kaja. So this spells 90% XP lane Edith.
I wonder what Coach and DJ is cooking. Because if anyone is known for those odd picks, and just shocking the world with how well they execute with it, if the DJ's name pops up. There's the Erdell going into the gold lane, and what is this? What do they bring in the jungle?
It's a Grok.
Jungle Grok?
No.
Or Jungle Kaja?
I think it's a jungle Grok. The best option here is a jungle Grok, but you'll never know. Maybe they would get a jungle Kaja. This is quite the odd draft.
It's interesting, I'd say, but you could do much worse.
Let's try.
They have good isolation. MNNE Evos has good isolation, but against Echo, who is presenting a lot of, dispersion, a lot of confirmed kills, and you have the reliable damage from the Beatrix and the Valentina. It's all reliable, man. It's much harder to go wrong with Echo.
It's the good old M4 Echo composition.
Yes. Yeah. Insert SpongeBob meme opening up the little all reliable case.
What's the
That's
sound
Echo
effect?
draft.
What's that sound effect again? Sorry.
Nothing. It's just
Was there a sound effect for the imagination?
Yes.
Imagination.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the game here. The final one in this best of 3. MNNE EVOS, again, showing us exactly how creative they can get. And the Echo here.
Okay.
Just, this is the huge wait. Am I seeing this right?
What?
In pure rage on a Nakai.
First time seeing it.
Hey.
And it's going to be quite exciting to see if it's going to work out in the early to the mid-game portion. I do feel like MNNE EVOS, they have a lot of crowd control and a lot of, I would say a lot of early game fighting abilities the moment they hit level 4.
Yep, here we go. Already some action in the bottom lane.
Lord JM forced to flicker out, waiting for the cooldown of Onward. Goes for the Earth Shatter first, but JP with the flicker too. They secure the first blood.
Okay, let's talk more about that impure rage as you guys mentioned. In the hands of, okay, oh, it's Carl Cheesy.
All right, we just switched it up maybe. Maybe I saw it on Sanji.
Yeah.
Quantum Charge makes sense. I like this.
Yeah, better option as well for the Akai. So they're mostly relying on the movement speed. We're looking at 3 agilities as well for MNNE. He was probably trying to counter, have a good step up on the early game, especially for this jungler, this... This Grok jungle is needed most of the agility as well as the tankiness. So with that threat against Carl TZ, we're looking at the damage, defense, deflect, and look at that. It's being trapped on the wall. Great coverage as well as delay. But if they keep on doing that, they're also delaying how will they even utilize their own camp. But just looking at the minimap right now, this is just Carl TZ picking up something available for the camp of MNNE EVOS.
And 13 seconds from now, the first turtle will be spawning. I do feel like Echo does have a slight advantage over it. The Yuzhong is known to be one of the best turtle-taking XP laners the moment you hit level 4 with that Black Dragon form. So I'm just going to wait if Echo could be able to secure the first turtle, and they will be the first ones to touch it, but not the first one to secure it. Let's see.
All right, 40 hits level 4, and here we see MNNE EVOS rotating out. Carl TZ with the headbutt. Here comes a Black Dragon.
Black Dragon form already used up. Now JP looking to zone out 2 members of MNNE EVOS, but Lord JM is already near the objective. Lancy looking for a way to poke it a bit, but Echo will be able to secure the first turtle of the game.
Well, that all things happening just by the first objective being taken by the Orcas. Looking at the gold lane, Benecutie peeled off a good amount of HP against Doming AR. He was delayed by 1 XP. Now he's trying to keep up with level 4. And one thing that's considered here, Echo has greater control of them on a macro scale. They have more ways to poke out MNNE EVOS.
Oh no, look at all the crowd control in the world. Echo secures another kill down bottom lane.
That was worth it though. With the turtle a minute and a half away, Carl TZ crossing the river, pressuring Boyet AR. Lord JM dying was the last thing he wanted to do.
And now JP looking for another setup. Look at the crowd control from Echo. They're just holding all the members of MNNE EVOS in their knees.
Man, this would be like Exhibit from that show, Pin My Ride. How much CC you want, man? So I'll put CC in your CC so that you can CC while you CC.
And
So
apple bottom
CC.
jeans, boots with a fur. I didn't know where I was going there. But you know, Renner Sapati almost securing that.
Close.
Close go, Boyet AR. If there's anything we can say at least about MNNE EVOS, is they bring out these odd drafts, these weird flex picks. It looks like for at least a good chunk of time, it looks like they can make it work.
Yeah, we've seen one game that we were questioning the status of the composition of MNNE EVOS, and most of that was a winning result from going back to their own strength and comfort. They mostly rely on team fights, but onto the shift here that they were having the right mix from game number 1, it's actually a challenge to pull up or to recover something that's they could actually deconstruct something out of their composition. So I agree with you, they can actually be a way for MNNE EVOS to even start. By the lead that they need to catch up against Echo, they need also to check on Doming AR as well. He's been peeled a lot of times. And now the gold lane focus and pressure that Echo's been doing from MNNE EVOS puts MNNE EVOS to a corner to even answer from mid to even top.
Yeah, short to say, MNNE EVOS has been denied the team fights that they want. They couldn't do it because it's very, very Doming reliant. Now, turtles up, Sanford and Carl TZ giving Boyet a piece of their mind. Black Dragon form right in your face.
Boyet AR being zoned out here. Petrify is used as well. Earth Shatter lands at Sanford, but Sanji with the flicker play goes in for the burst combo. Now Boyet runs away, but the Shot Eruption takes him down, and Lord JM looks to be next. Shot Eruption, not enough, but he will be able to heal up with his emblem as well. Carl TZ now looking for the kill, but after that turtle take, Carl will now go for the orange buff from MNNE EVOs.
He made the call right then and there. I could force the kill on Lord Jam or steal away this orange, and
he doesn't. Lancy secures it.
From worse to bad, Lance takes it.
And also a lot of things erupted from that objective. And to see how that went, Echo is just completely having a way to pressure MNNE EVOs to even answer for their own camps. Carl TC was about to steal that, but one thing also, the damage output of Doming AR right now, just by looking at the items, yeah, he has the Has Claws, but he needs to build up more of the penetration up against his Beatrix. To see more of the defensive side of Echo, you need to also answer the magic damage to counter with Sanji. With the start of Echo is doing right now, MNNE was could be pushing in a defensive state. So just look at the gold order. We're looking at 3 from Echo. Sanford, Sanji, and Benny Q just completely having a great time in their own lane.
Big money for Echo right now. Just approaching 6 minutes, already at 3.5k ahead. I don't know if this is a fight MNNE EVOs wants.
Yeah, of course. MNNE EVOs right now, they know for a fact that they need to farm up for just a bit and maybe poke Echo a bit before starting fights. But it's really hard to not get engaged by Echo because they've been diving left and right. They have Sanford, Black Dragon form, and Sanji with a wild charge. That's an immediate engage.
And Theodore, check it out. We haven't really seen JP do much, right? On the Minotaur. What has it been? 6 minutes and a half, approaching 7, and he's been babysitting Benny Cutie for a majority of this game.
Yeah, that's really good. Just by holding and pushing, leaving some crumbs to follow for MNNE EVOs, but he found one just trying to check on the bush.
It does, see, look, this is a duo that you don't want to deal with. They're winning most engages, most attempted ganks from MNNE EVOs.
Yeah, Echo definitely is holding more than half of the map.
Did Carl TZ steal?
Yeah, Carl TZ.
He did, yeah, the orange.
Wait a minute. But Boyet used his retribution, which is kind of sad. So
double whammy?
Double whammy!
Oh.
Echo secures the 3rd turtle of the game.
Let's see. We've yet to confirm, man, because are we going to retroactively feel bad for Boyet? Oh,
no,
he got it.
It was both of the orange.
Okay, that was Carl's orange. Never mind. Yeah. All right, we're okay. Still, though, the map belongs to Echo here, no doubt. MNNE EVOs taking what scraps they can get. There hasn't really been a kill in the past couple of minutes. Carl TZ playing footsies with Doming here, and looks like they want to push.
Yeah, and they're going to go for the immediate engage. Look at all those knockups. They couldn't even move an inch. Echo secures 2 quick kills.
Yeah, CC. It's all about CZ chain stun from Echo. Forced them to defend and go back to base. 2-man was taken down. And that was Benny Cutie getting all the possible way from the assists and kills. Most of them actually remain deathless as well for Echo with the lead that they have. This is becoming a problem for MNNE EVOs. With this kind of growing lead, how will they answer to pick one? Just by looking at this replay, there was Carl TZ trying to zone out Doming AR, but the initiation came from JP and a follow from Sanji. There was a lot of knockups, there was a lot of basic hits from Benny Cutie, and it was too much even for MNNE EVOs to answer.
Here we go.
Cusco looking for the Divine Judgment, looks for the Minotaur, but the knockups are there. The damage, not so much. MNNE EVOs has to run away, and looks like Carl TZ. Will they let him? Earth Shatter lands, and MNNE EVOs sees another day.
Man, they put down so much to try and take down JP, but they just couldn't.
Half HP by Benny Cutie.
At best, right? At best. Wow, and look, Carl TZ is pushing it. He's forcing the advantage.
And an advantage as well to take out a purple. Did he get it? I think, oh, that's the initiation. Forcing out something from MNNE EVOs, and will they take this fight, though?
He stole it, man.
Completely taken by Carl TZ.
Now Echo holds a even better lead as they try to take down the mid lane turret. Lord does spawn. Echo could really take this. It's going to be way too dangerous for MNNE EVOs to try and contest this. It's going to take a perfect engage, perfect team fighting coming in from MNNE EVOs if they'd like to steal this away.
Yeah, perfect vision too. So the Astral Echo, they're waiting for it to go pull down on Lancy, and yeah, they're biding their time. It's clear with their presence here. They want to stay.
Yeah, they need to make the right decision. They need to be precise. They need to be concise as well, but how will they even hold? Black Dragon form though, Sanford is just completely zoning everybody out of MNNE EVOs.
Now half HP on this Lord, and looks like MNNE EVOs just gonna trade for a turret downstairs. as the Lord will be freely secured by the Orcas. Echo secures the first Lord of the game.
I mean, they're trading for it. Doming AR down bottom, doesn't care. He's gonna force this push and run away. I wonder if he's gonna survive. That's all 5 members of Echo on his tail right now. And Astral Echo coming in, thrown by Lancy. He survives. Wow.
Unless, okay, no. Echo doesn't force it, but Minana Evos, they're in deep trouble. First Lord of the game already in the hands of the Orcas. They could go in for a potential big engage here. Carl TZ gets found out, but now Echo might just go for the dive.
And finally, it looks like Echo might actually get this mid lane tier 1. And he's committed Grand Theft Purple, all right in the face of Lord JM2.
Yeah, we could actually see the gap almost from a second ago. It was a 2-level gap up against Boyd AR. Not having the purple, not having the orange being stolen. There's also Lord pushing up top. This is just purely the great start of Carl TZ. Oh, pinned one down though.
Carl TZ pinning the tank might not be the best decision, but they do have the damage. That's the killing spree going to the hands of Sanji. And now they're going to go for the mid lane inhibitor. 2-man down for Minana Evos, and they're looking for Doming, but Sanford goes down, goes half dragon form, and looks like they're going to continue the siege in the mid lane.
Every bit of that 8K gold lead, Echo put out on display. They just showed Minana Evos that there's way too much damage from us to fail disengage even underneath 2 turrets in mid.
True.
And to check as well, how will they even do a proper wave clear this time around against Echo? Because if you're up against Beatrix here, Doming AR would actually need more extra ways to even utilize the Has Cross, even the Malefic. He has 3 items, yeah, he has splash damage, he has critical chance as well. So one thing also is you need to also guard on where would be the front line of Banana Eagles is, because if you look at the defense, yeah, we see Molten Essence as well as Steel-like Plates. We're looking at defense items as well to counter the Beatrix, but also to hold on the Magic. It could be enough against Echo, but it's okay, not still safe. I think it's Boyd AR secures.
Yeah,
the orange.
That is that's a message sent. That's rebellion. He's saying, no matter how ahead you are, I will take my orange by hook or by crook. And not the same story for his purple, though.
Doming took his purple. Still going to the hands
yeah.
of Minana Evos, and now Carl TZ has to escape. And I think the problem with Minana Evos' lineup is it's essentially a front-to-back lineup. But you don't have tools to help that cause in general. And when I'm talking about tools, it's usually a lot of armor penetration. Yes, you have that on Doming AR, but Lord JM isn't able to sustain a lot of damage in the front lines to begin with. And this is the problem when you're playing front-to-back. You need to at least have a front line, I think a front line that at least lasts for more than 5 seconds.
Yeah. And again, Minana Evos, the fact that they're still leaving their base, the fact that they're crossing the river is sheer sign of defiance. They're showing that despite that almost 10K gold lead, we're still going to try and find a lead somewhere. We're going to try and break through, but not by contesting though, clearly. Echo's going to take this second turtle, but look, this is the same play as earlier, right? Doming pushing up top.
Yeah, they're just finding a way to have a trade, but a way of doing it up against a Lord take for Echo right now. They have the 3 tools, they have the Lords as well. So most of the time, even in the early game, they have 3 turrets, yes, but the objective at some point to increase their economy was completely a problem up against Echo. And we're back again for this 10K gold lead of the game. What happened in game number 2. So this is a problem now. How will the answer, with the point that Taeyong and Leo being said here on the desk, is how will the answer the armor penetration, even the tankiness of Echo right now? The problem is the Carl TZ has to be up front, and as well as JP. So with 2 players alone, you need to have 2 players as well to answer with damage, as well as magic. You have 3 that's on Lancy AR, and also 3 that's on Lord JM AR. So a lot of things, as well as how to even check the boxes for damage. Look at that. Lord just completely destructed tower up top, and completely defenders being destructed or being taken by Echo slowly.
Yep. What I picked up from that, Francis, was just there's a lot that Minana Evos has to deal with right now. In the next 2 minutes, this could be it, man. They could lose all their inhibitors.
Yeah, you could see the Dragon already dancing inside the base, and just gotta say that the answer that Minana Evos is Minana Evos' answer right now to Echo is cross-map plays. They've been trying to make plays around the map while Echo would do one play on the other, and they've been trying to do that for the last few minutes. That's the answer that they're trying to get to extend this game.
So basically, what you're saying is when the cat is out, the mouth comes out to play. The mouse.
The mouth.
The mouth.
The mouth.
The mouth.
I'm working here.
So, I don't know how far they can take this. I don't know how far, it's because Iridel is not the safest cross-map play hero, right? She's no Benedetta, she's no Ling, she's no Fanny.
Yeah, she's fast with a Tiger, but he could easily just be ambushed right away with the lineup of Echo.
Yeah, especially with the sprint, the moment that expires, you can see all of the Orcas swimming around. Minana Evos, they're in deep trouble right now. 10k gold day, that's really hard to basically beat.
Yep, you're gonna have to climb hard.
You're climb a mountain,
you're gonna crawl through everything. And I hate to say it, but Minana Evos' lineup is so committal. It's so upfront.
Yeah.
You have to telegraph where you're coming from. And maybe that's to their advantage. Maybe right now, right? I'm trying to find the gem underneath all this coal is maybe inside their base. Maybe inside their base they can surprise Echo and force them into a punish. That's the next best thing I can think of.
That could be a way. There's an onward, and as well as there's a pull for Vikaja. So it could actually work. So
And not even mention the wild charge.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they have all the crowd control. They just need the damage at this point. They haven't been able to poke Echo because Echo has always been starting fights immediately.
You could pull the trigger much faster, right? So now, for the first time in a while, we've seen Minana Evos actually try to contest because Boyd Air is actually standing here right in front of him. JP and Sanji to the answer. Unfortunate that the Astral Echo from Lancy caught no one. And look at this bush. Look at this bush. Dopping and Brusco.
Okay, still being patient despite the Lord thing. Actually, his Echo is waiting for the right moment. Even they're trying to check on who's gonna make the first step here in their own border. And with AOE now, with JP's against Void AR, just waiting for the right. Well, again, you said committal lineup. Oh, but they haven't spotted though.
All of them, literally. Wow, that's a miracle Astral Echo if I've ever seen one.
Really smart play coming in from Echo. They're delaying the Lord take because they haven't seen the Irithel yet. And they know for a fact that the playbook for its split push is something that plays around vision. So the moment that they see the Irithel, they either go all in on this Lord or they go all in against the teammates of the Irithel.
You can't pull a backdoor play against a team that pioneered the backdoor play.
Yeah, true.
They know, they know. So it looks like they're
gonna delay this further.
Yep, they're timing out Minana Evos' patience.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting. No info though, but there's still waves pushing down bottom as well.
Yeah,
but
the map belongs to Echo.
Completely.
Yeah, the map belongs to Echo, and they also have the inhibitor turret down on the top side, which puts essentially a timer on Minana Evos. And now they're going to poke down members of Minana, and now Irithel goes in with the concealed play. Brusco AR, they find one. Can they burst Sanji? And he goes down. That's a shutdown for the Irithel, but the Petrify from Sandford. You go for my Sand, brother. I go for you. But let's go back to the mid lane. It looks like Benny QT will be able to free hit Lord JM. Gone. And the Lord evolves as the fight ensues, and they're gonna go back for the Lord.
And that's one man down from Minana Evos with a huge fat wave crashing on through. Astral Echo coming in, they re-engage. What is Minana Evos thinking? What do they want to do?
Boyet AR might just have to go back. Can they actually go for the steal here? What is the call for Minana Evos? They go in for the wild charge, but Benny QT with a defensive Nibiru's passion might just save the day for the Orcas. The damage is real though. Lancy AR, the heals are there. Brusco AR looking for the next big play, and now it's a retry battle. One for the Aegis. Who's gonna get this Lord? It's going to be Lancy AR as Echo. They fall down one by one, and this might just be what Minana wants, but Benny QT says no. Benny wants blood.
Forward flicker into the takedown on Boyet AR. Good news and bad news. Minana Evos scored a Lord. And bad news for Echo. They get JP down. Quick to dead a bull like a matador.
Bro, that was just the first 2 kills of Minana Evos onto this game. being patient and having the commitment from Brusco AR together with Domin AR is a way to trim down the damage output of Echo. And with that, Lancey AR having the right amount of damage, he secures a push and he secures a chance for MNNE EVOS. This could be their silver lining for this lineup we were trying to question from game number 3.
And not to mention there's the Lord marching down through bot, and that is indeed an evolved Lord. So even team fights for MNNE EVOS are beneficial. This is MNNE EVOS like we've never seen them in game 3.
They're down by 10k, they're down by several kills, but they get the Evolved Lord. And now they're gonna have a big Lord push unless Echo is able to secure this really fast.
Now, question. The inhibitor down bottom goes down, so there is a coast-to-coast difference between them. An inhibitor for Echo and 2 down for MNNE EVOS. The defense happens, and just like that, it's Echo who's now cordoned off inside their own base.
No, we were talking about, Leo was mentioning it earlier, how the composition will work for MNNE EVOS lineup, and now we're looking at the reverse possibility of Echo just by doing the defense, even for wave clears. With just the miscalculation there on the objective take, MNNE bought an advantage for push. Now they're taking back the food. They're taking out the crumbs as well. So with this kind of objective, yeah, we're looking at Domin AR finally being on top of the charts of the gold. And this is just 21 minutes rather in the game. It was a low scoring point on their end, but they're not giving up their strength just yet.
Oh, they're doing it again, man, but just across the map on the other side, on the other bush.
I mean, if it works, no, let's just do it again.
Yeah, but did we die though? No.
Did we die though? No.
They actually scored an Evolved Lord,
Yeah.
got a key pick off, and closed the gap. This is the best situation MNNE EVOS can actually be in.
Yeah, best part here is that they've already caught up in some of the items. Yes, it's still evident. It's still a 1-2 item difference, but the damage is already respectable. It's already there. All that they have to do is to execute once again. Echo, they have to take care of Sanji and Benecuti because Brusco is looking to be the player here for MNNE EVOS. It has to be someone that is a damage dealer on the side of Echo.
Oh, look. They're moving bush to bush. Carl TZ's clearing out the bushes the old-fashioned way. That's just 2 of them up top. I wonder if they're going to get spotted.
Oh, be careful.
Oh no! The orange buff told them, hey, there's someone inside the bush.
Oh, man.
An effective way.
That orange buff is actually purple-blooded, bro.
He might be changing his color. He might change his color again. This is the question now. How Echo was holding the torch from most of the parts of the early to mid game.
Oh, man. Let's see. Here's a dance initiated by Echo. Sanji with the
Sanji goes for the reversal, but Lord JM misses the flicker. Earth Shatter. Now Doming AR might be in trouble. He goes in. No ultimate just yet. He goes for the jump, and now heavy crossbow is used. Sanford looking for the marksman. The Petrify lands. The double knockup, and now Carl TZ pins him down, and Doming. Immortality is popped. The sniper lands. A precise kill. I didn't know there was a thing like that. But Benecuti made me know. Echo will secure this Lord.
Dear Lord,
wow.
The daddy and daddy combo just buys the whole damn team fight for Echo. JP with the CC and Benny with the firepower, securing Echo this 23-minute Lord.
With the mechanical strategy of Echo, we saw that there was a precise kill. And by the entrance of Benecuti, completely gave Echo a chance to take down Domin AR and Lord JM AR. Wow, I love this patch. What could be the best thing that they could show up in our screens in the next few moments?
Here's a request. Humiliating kill. You recall 3 times and get the kill.
That's right.
You get the notification.
So, mechanical difference there. And here's the thing, man. You mentioned the new patch. Look at these 2 lineups. It doesn't spell the new patch. We could have seen this matchup last week and it would make no difference.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, MNNE EVOS and Echo just showing up with the great start and just having and holding their great line of defense when we thought it was over. Now the base defense is now with MNNE EVOS.
Yep. They're back where we started about 5 minutes ago, inside their base. Big Lord for Echo, 10k ahead. Astral Echo thrown out by Sanji. This could break out any second now.
Yep, it's oh wait a minute, Lord JM with an Earth Shatter, but he isn't able to go for the Primal Wrath, and here comes the Petrify coming in from the Yuzong, and it looks like 2 people are already out for the side of MNNE EVOS as the Lord is still alive. incoming AR. Looks to be next. The knockup lands. And now the marksman is gone. And Echo will secure this reverse sweep.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And the Orcas, the defending champions, continue their winning streak in Season 12.
They are loud and proud. Echo, still the same thing. Creating their own destiny and fate. Yeah, they take game number 1, but yeah, this is how they completely adjust in the challenges. And that was, they even had the greatest struggles on how to even finish that game.
And to think, Echo is still undefeated in terms of matches. Wow. But it was still a big surprise for MNNE, securing game number 1 in that fashion, showing everybody the possibilities in the new patch.
Again,
acknowledging.
You could change the way the heroes work, but if you're a team that has just as high of a game IQ and game sense as Echo, to be able to put up a fight like that, MNNE EVOS definitely earned our respect. Well played, gentlemen. To the Hokbo, you'll say Busyan next time, but not here. Not against Echo, who takes the series 2-1. Man, I wonder how else the metagame might change. I wonder if tomorrow or in the next couple of days, MNNE EVOS actually brings out Spider Miles. Because we saw some of it here, but only with Angela and Matilda. What else does the future bring?
I am thinking of Ultimate Ube once again. Faramis plus the Estes might return. Who knows?
Ultimate Ube, WBE.
WBE, that's
double
Ube.
Yeah.
It's
Double
Ube.
U.
Yeah.
UUBE.
There you go. I think that's better. It's confusing to say WBE.
Yeah, I know. In alphabetically, yeah.
That's
Woo.
We Bear Rose.
Woo.
Woo.
Woo. Yeah. Woo.
All right, this is going too far. Let's talk about exactly how much MNNE EVOS could have gotten away with if those engagements came through. Because, come to think of it, after that Third Lord? Was that the Third Lord? The one that Lancey stole.
That was a third Lord.
Third
that was
one.
the evolved
After
Lord.
that, could have sworn MNNE EVOS was going to win.
Yeah. I do think that in that winning moment, Brusco could have went in for the flicker engage on Carl TZ when Carl TZ was defending alone in the mid lane. You'd see that later in the highlights.
Yep.
But I guess it was too of a risky play.
Not to mention even the flub Divine Judgment from Sanji. I could have sworn that might have been the nail in the coffin. It's because how often do you not kill whoever gets Divine Judgmented? Right?
Yeah. And
it was Boya too, the perfect target. It's just the burst wasn't there.
It was the damage department lacking, even in that game. You guys mentioned about the micro play, even the outplay. It was just completely MNNE EVOS being safe as well. Okay, we might have a chance in the later stages, like the ultra late game, but it was, that moment of hesitation actually costed them actually a win of getting a chance for that one.
Yep. So with that said, I'm sure there will be time for us to break down more of the intricacies of this best of 3, especially that last game, since MNNE EVOS and Echo put out quite a bit. But in just a bit, we are going to be throwing over to the main stage here. Marakino is joined by Echo. We'll see what they have to say about the new patch, what they have to say about their opponents here, because Carl TZ has this whole new arc with Irad, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if he has any words for Boyet.
Well,
or for the whole of MNNE EVOS. I don't know. Is that a thing?
Carl TZ's mic skills have been improving season after season.
Yeah, dropping.
Gotta say that this season is probably the best mic season for
everybody.
Underrated, by the way. I would say that it's an underrated skill to have when you're a professional player, especially in the MPL Philippines, where personality is something of a commodity for a lot of the teams. Being good on that mic, it feels as if like you would bring certain like a number of fans.
It's a value.
It's a value. It's overall organizational value.
And it's just personality and confidence that actually show on how these players went from MPL Season 1 to now. It's their growth, actually, that we're about to see.
Yep. We'll see what Echo has to say once more. They're on stage with Marakino. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champions, it's Echo.
Once again, everybody give a round of applause to Echo. Let me hear it from you. Echo loud. At napantayan nila ang kanilang longest win streak. I believe that was season 11. 6th in a row. So, ilan ba yung win streak na ginogol nyo?
Wala po. Ano lang po, laro lang po ng laro.
Laro lang ng laro. And eto parang nagulat kami sa nakita namin with game number 1. Kayo parang nagulat ba kayo sa what happened sa game 1?
Opo, kasi lagi na lang po kami naisan. Pero okay lang po, at least nanalo po na series.
And then what did you guys talk about sa room nyo after that? Kasi nakapag-adjust kayo kagad, reverse sweep.
Parang inisip lang po namin kung ano yung nagpapahirap sa amin and kung ano kulang. And napag-usapan po agad sa backstage. Nakapag-move on po agad sa game 1.
At hindi kayo naman kinabahan, hindi kayo nainis or anything?
Hindi naman po kasi lagi naman po nangyari.
Nasanay. Reverse sweep. Si JP, first time ka namin nag-floor-in. Sa bagong meta ngayon, sa bagong patch, how difficult is this right now?
Nabab kasi siya, tapos yan, tinry lang namin kanina yung clearing kasi parang okay, kaso hindi nag-work.
Oh, first time nga, nagulat kami. And then game number 2, game number 3, you went back to your comfort heroes. Pansin namin ang pattern, every time may bagong patch, yung mga teams laging nagde-dip yung performance. So, usually ba, gaano katagal bago ang isang koponan, specifically Echo, mag-a-adjust sa bagong patch? Is it like how many hours, how many days, how many weeks na talagang puyatan?
Siguro po depende sa playstyle ng team sa kung paano sila mag-a-adapt. Kasi kami kaya naman namin makapag-adjust din agad.
So para sa inyo, with this patch, so in your own opinion, pabor ba to sa Echo or hindi?
Sakto lang po.
And
Hindi
then,
po sure kung pabor sa amin kasi hindi pa rin naman na-try lahat ng heroes.
Si Sanji actually, di ba nakita ka na namin na nag-mid Angela? May chance ba with the new meta ngayon and with the new patch na makikita ka namin using other heroes na nice one, baby?
Tignan ko na lang po kasi hindi ko pa masyado na practice eh.
Tignan natin. Now we're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Who do you think it is? Sino sa tingin nyo? Laging sinisigaw si Yawi. All right, here we go. Take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Benny, okay, magbigay ka naman ng message. 6-win streak na kayo ngayon. Anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa inyo? And what else can we expect? Okay, if you can predict mo muna bago yung message. Ilang pang win streak to? Ilang pang win streak? Nasa 6 na kayo ngayon.
Siguro po 7.
7 win streak. All right, what do you have to say to all your supporters right now that's continuously screaming out your name?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa akin at sa team ko. Mga pumunta sa venue and mga nanonood sa live. Ayan. Susuklian namin yung pag-support niya sa amin.
Very nice. Uy, out of curiosity, ano nangyari dito?
Wala lang po.
Ano yan? Pang good luck ba yan or kakalaro?
Good luck lang po.
Pang good luck. All right, everybody. Regards to 1-1. Give it up for Echo. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Ang ating world champs, hindi pa rin natatalo. 6th win streak. 6 series in a row. They're doing a lot of things right, pero syempre iiwan natin ang ating analysis sa ating mga experts para pag-usapan yan. Babalikan na natin ang ating casters. Paso. Well,
congratulations, Benny Cutie, on being a match MVP, and hoping we say congratulations to you as well once we name the winner of Mobile Esports Athlete Award.
Gotta be you, man.
It's gotta be Benny.
It's gotta be Benny.
Welcome to the desk. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Wami and OSX. Gentlemen, I actually appreciate and I like how Sanji was quite non-committal about, are we gonna see another Angela in mid? And he's like, we'll see.
I mean, I don't think they'd like to reveal their strategies just yet. But
he could have lied to us at least. He could have said yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we
proceeds
were
to
expecting that
never
answer.
pick Angela.
But it could still be a possibility with Echo. Who knows? More of them could use Cho. So why not Angela being present in the table in the next draft, or maybe in the next game, or maybe tomorrow up against Bren?
Who knows?
Yeah. I'm here for it, dude. The whole new meta situation, new patch situation, just makes anything possible. And again, Minana Evo's going 3 against Echo, and even stopping the reverse sweep from happening was also a possibility here.
Which hero has a niche of like healing other people, like a very little niche of healing, like not even a healer per se.
But has odd heal?
Odd heal.
For others?
Yeah, for others. Like, do we have people like that?
No.
No, not so much.
When a hero's kit heals, it just does that.
True. Yeah, that's
Matilda's the next best thing. Matilda's like, oh, she gives shields.
Yeah.
But she can also deal damage, and you know what I mean?
Maybe we'll learn more.
We'll see. Speaking of learning more, Francis, OSX, do tell us more about game number 3 and the whole series as a whole.
Thank you so much, Leo and Womi. That is just the world champions having the same fate. Reverse sweeping Minana Evos in this best of 3 match in week number 3. Completely having an advantage of the draft. This is just purely Carl TZ, our series MVP, who's actually showing up on our screens as I scratch my head. Yeah, that is just Carl TZ. Completely having a great amount of start into the early game. So you can see we are looking at items. This is a good show statistic we have from early to mid to late. We're looking at the boots as we saw the staple build for this Akai. But one thing also to note that is the Radiant Armor and of course the Guardian Helmet. If you're an Akai and you're up against the objective taken from another team, you would want to sustain the damage and pokes coming from their mage and even from their marksman. Even in some cases from the XP line as well. And as we look back on the highlights of the game, this is just completely Lord JM AR being actually the first casualty on the early game. And just by looking at the objective things over from minute 4, from almost minute 5, this is just completely a Sanford and Sanji zoning out. Mostly the members of Minana Evos having great vision to take some objectives out of Echo. But one thing is completely being denied here is how will we even get the objectives when you have that a huge amount of CC? And with the layering that they're doing up against Minana Evos, they're just forced to use resources, they're just forced to answer team fights, and even have a great wave clear. Knowing that the Beatrix in the hands of Benicuti, this gives them an advantage to even just completely push and take down the enemies from the back end or from the end of their own team fights. But just by looking at this match, or even the scrimmage of 18 minutes from now, this was just completely the Lord being taken from Echo, and that was completely Lance and AR buying time for Minana Evos. Yes, we are seeing Benicuti doing all the work and the damage by using the sniper from the back of Minana Evos, but one thing here that they saw is we need to have a silver lining. We were looking at the chances, and just by looking at this entrance of Benicuti, looking at this precise skill notification, just blessed us today. This changes everything up. This is just completely a great amount of competition, even precise stand of Benicuti to use that ultimate right onto the right target of Minana Evos. And that was things that's crumbled from the side of the Neon Tigers. How will they even defend this? With the Lord pushing in mid, with Lord GM being taken down, and as well as Boyd AR, they were lagging the defense, they were lagging the hold, they were lagging actually the knockup. And that winning advantage was clearly back on Echo's hand. The World Champs once again had an advantage. And with a score of 15-2, we can see a little bit of a dominating score, yes, but to see the chances from minute 15 to 20 or to 21, this was just clearly Minana Evos looking for their own way of bouncing back and creating their own silver lining. With Dominator being in the Irithel, there was a lot of ways they were looking for a cross-map trade. Having the items, yeah, he has the rapid boots as well as the Aswell, so we're looking at a complete damage penetration. He opted for the Rose Gold Meteor, knowing that the threat of Sanji alone could actually, well, take him down. We were having a discussion on how Dominator could actually clear waves and push lanes. It wasn't the best case for Minana Evos to even buy time or for a cross-map objective, because at some point, the mobility of Echo completely respond right away. And to answer back on the damage, Benicuti remained deathless as well, having the right items to utilize this toolkit. This is completely just the classic Echo that we're seeing. In fact, we won't mention this was the M4 lineup that we saw. So just by looking at this stats, it's just leaning towards Echo with the hero damage and even the damage to the turret. But as having Sanji again being in the front line, stealing the ultimate of Brusco AR, the Divine Judgment, and as well as the Wild Charge from this Grok, actually forced out a lot of setups that MNNE was trying to do up against Echo. Yes, they had the chance to find an opening, but one thing also that Leo mentioned is this lineup was so committal that you need to just actually invade or even do a greater response once someone makes the call for MNNE Evos. Because if you don't go all in, and they had the hesitations right onto the back line, that's where the problem of MNNE Evos falls. How will even bounce back? So with the participation of Doming AR having now 100% into that statistics, yeah, they're relying on Dom and AR alone, but it wasn't enough. You need to have the damage, you need to have a way to even sustain. We're looking at the Edith, we're looking at the Grok doing a great way with the onward as well as the wall, the delays. It was all present, but the one thing also they need to consider was how will even hold that defense with the right amount of damage of Echo just completely build up. And mind you, it was just 10k gold lead. Again, same from game number 2. And that was just completely World Champs having the same thing. Reverse sweep, and yeah, still remaining undefeated and continuing their streak. Now let's call on the two gentlemen here on our desk to discuss more about the games heading out today.
Say what you will about the results, it being a reverse sweep with Echo still winning, continuing their win streak. This, undeniably though, lights up a flame within MNNE Evos, because even against a squad as strong as Echo and their, again, interesting drafts, even when they're losing, again, 10k down, 18 minutes in, there's still something they can do. They can still somehow come back.
Yeah,
it's not impossible.
And on a technical standpoint, scoring 1 point is actually scoring better than none.
And 100% more than 0.
That's 100% more than 0. And MNNE Evos being able to secure 1 point against Echo, of all people, is actually good. And that's a good sign moving forward. We still have an entire half of the regular season after this week, which means they have ample time to recover as we approach closer and closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just growth for MNNE Evos. We've seen them on Series 1 having the right amount of meta debuts and debut picks. Yeah, the Benedetta. Oh, yeah. There you have it. The Benedetta. It's growing. So it's a different MNNE that we're seeing. And again, they earned our respects as well in this match, and hoping they could actually build up more on the mistakes that they committed today against the world champs. So this is a learning curve that they actually utilize. Again, word of the day.
We are going to be leaving the first series behind as we move on to look forward to match number 2 on this opening day of week 3. It's APBR going up against Smart Omega, and it's a battle of the besties, man. There's a rivalry I'm waiting to break out there, and just how these two teams, these very established and old guard teams in MPL, will take advantage of this patch.
I'm excited to see if Barangay Omega could finally have a stable footing against the more established active teams right now, such as the world champions of IESF Bren Esports.
Let's get into a quick break on behalf of OSX and Uomi. My name is Leo at your service. You're watching MPL.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang araw, MPL Arena! I'm Mara Aquino, and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After witnessing the clash between the Purple Orcas and the White Tigers, we're about to witness a legendary matchup between two decorated mid laners. Two dependable captains who have led their teams to great heights are about to clash. From the blue side, we have the one and only player who has played in all seasons of the league. And on the other, a returning veteran whose level of play never wavered. The question is, which captain will lead his team to an extended win streak? Hi, Barangay Omega. This is AP Brand versus Smart Omega. Casters, pasok.
Wala nang banggit-banggit.
Isn't that the question, Mara? Which one? Which captain will be leading their crew to victory tonight? Which one? Sounds like a different intro, but welcome back to the desk. It's time for series number 2 at your service. My name is Leo, here with OSX and Midnight. It's us, Weber Bros, bringing you
the family.
AP Brand versus Omega. Gentlemen, how are we?
At your service. I don't know why you're in that seat. No, play-by-play's here, bro.
Stop it, Francis.
I thought it was nice to.
Well, you know what? At this point, it's very confusing who we are, what we are. But the most important thing is we bear bros, bro.
I know. It's good to wake up feeling like a bear and having a brother on your side.
Yep.
Two sides.
Side by side.
Before we head on to the match, let me invite all of you guys to watch and experience MPL Philippines Season 12 live and on site. Get your tickets via our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPL S12 for more details. Now, talking about this spectacle that our good friends, the MPL Philippine community, will be witnessing on site here. It's a clash of two age-old, established, and powerhouse franchises in MLBB sports history. It's the besties. It's Barangay Omega going up against the beehive of AP Bren. We're being led into this battle by two mid laners, two captains, two OGs, if you will. It's Few and Etomax.
Wow, a legendary mid-lane matchup that they're about to see. You've mentioned about a starting age of MPL. I was just once a watcher back then when you guys were casting back in season.
Oh, we old.
Yeah,
we old.
So it's an honor to be with this seasoned caster right here on the desk because, again, we're looking at the history of Few and Etomax, who's also been getting those awards and also as well as experiences from local and international. Not to mention Southeast Asia and as well as the world.
It's been a storied matchup, like the matchup between Few and Etomax. And what's funny is these two players are also one of the most loyal players you'd ever see. Like Few has been playing for the same organization for so long, but that is true as well for Etomax has been with the Barangay ever since.
Is it just me? But they have that in common. They both only jumped once.
Yep.
They literally just jumped once. For
literally.
Few, it's Signal Ultra to Bren.
Etomax didn't even jump.
Technically, no.
They renamed.
It's
I mean, they were
execration
acquired.
to Omega.
To Omega, to the barangay.
So they have that in common too. So it seems like fate has brought them all the way here tonight to Shooting Gallery, to the MPL-PH Arena to do great battle. But first up, just to give you guys a little bit of scale, for all of y'all watching, there is a name that comes to mind when you say an all-time OG, a player as old as time and as the league itself. We're going to be comparing few here, a MPL Philippine Season 1 veteran to an MPL MY/SG Season 1 veteran as well, an M-World all-timer himself. We'll be talking about
all-timer.
And Chico. Am I wrong?
Yeah, he is. He is.
I'm not.
He is an all-timer.
Wow. Talking about existing for so long in the league. If I can recall, when I first learned about Seiko guys was back in M3. When we both did the Filipino broadcast, and now we're seeing two players who has been consistent from the beginning of time in MPL.
You know, if you look at Chico guys, also a very decorated player himself, has been in every international tournament for his region.
No way.
And you know, Chico guys.
But no, you're right. Oh Lord.
The story behind this guy is this is not something that cannot just be explained. You know, science has nothing on this guy.
It just doesn't happen.
But this is not scripted. It's just Chico guys. With Todak, you can't really expect much. But with Few, you have a more decorated player. He does have fewer international appearances, but he has one more. And this is the legend of Few, you know, has been here since MPL Season 1, has seen it all, done it all, almost has won it all. Actually, has won it all, in theory. His only eyes right now is set on an MSC.
Yep.
You know, the only limiting factor here is that one tournament to conquer everything. But Few, you know, every kid that you ask in the street, they know the name. He's the old G idol of the kids.
He is the idol ng mga kids. Now, here's the thing, right? Looking at that comparison between Few and the Chico guys, for a good handful of them, for half of those, they've actually met.
Oh, yeah.
For half of those long lists
Most of the time, they meet. Yeah.
So that just shows how important and how revolutionary their careers are in terms of MLBB esports. Not only in the Philippines, not only in Malaysia, but for the esport as a whole. Now, his opponent, talking about Few here, his opponent facing off is going to be Etomax here today.
Yeah.
And Etomax, we can also compare his career and his gameplay and his, I'd say, play style to one Mage Prince of, once again, MPL-MY. We'll be throwing it over to cross the seas. How far is that? No, Malaysia's about a couple hours away.
Yeah, I
just down south a wee
they're
bit.
neighbors, you know.
Yeah.
They're neighbors.
Yeah, we'll be comparing him to Izanami here of RSGMY, who's currently on top of the standings.
Me likey. Honestly, Izanami and Etomax, they share the same story. Guys, if you don't know the name, just watch them play. Even though they're not as decorated as Chico guys and Few, they have been here and has been showing consistent performance. And this is not something that you would expect from both players. Like Izanami, it's not like a standout name, even with Etomax. But if you watch them play, they're really consistent, and most of the times they shine. They shine for their team. They are actually the pillar of why their team works. Because the legend of Etomax is that he's a very good captain. Not just that, he's a very good player. He is capable of like dominating games when you're not expecting for him to actually play that well. And that goes the same with Izanami and RSG. We have seen multiple times where Izanami pulls off amazing, incredible plays that just turns the tides around for RSG.
Yeah, Malaysia is completely a region who's also being in par with the challenges that the Philippine meta is showing in MPL Philippines. And to check, okay, we've seen Etomax in week 2 after winning up against CNC. He did the kaldag.
I'd like to argue if it's called a kaldag. I don't know if we can consider it a kaldag.
A mini kaldag.
It's a variant. Well, we're going to be playing it out for you, and you'll see. You be the judge because, again, Few, he pulled it off. There you go. That's a close call. If you compare that.
It's a cult.
Yeah, it's a little baby kaldag, right?
It's a cult.
I feel like
it's a cult.
Karate chop kaldag.
Right?
Come on. If
Karate chop, bro.
If you look at it, he made an effort, right?
It's
He made an
conservative.
effort.
It's conservative.
Yeah.
But that's what's important. He made the start.
I guess. But now compare. Oh!
There you go. You finished it.
You see the repetition, right? He went for 3 reps.
Yep.
You see his center of gravity is perfectly in check.
Yeah.
Puts up one leg too.
Yeah.
That's theatrics right there. He puts up one leg.
Exactly. It's a hybrid way of like saying, I got the energy.
Yeah.
OMG,
right?
It's not
One
like
shot Omega.
it's not like he just showed you that this is how you do it. He even added more flavor to it. Okay, this is how you do it. This is Omega.
Right?
For me, I recall something
By the way,
about-
I don't dance. Don't clip that.
Yeah. It recalls a step back in Gangnam Style.
Oh,
that's
that's
true.
true. See,
That's true.
That's why I'm saying it's not a clean kaldag, folks.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
It's a
Go
cult.
ahead. Let us know in the comment section in the chat if it is indeed a kaldag or if it's something else from where you're from. It's called a different dance move because who knows? Someone from Turkey, Kazakhstan. I'm
Yep.
naming like developing and growing regions that might be watching the English broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Is that dance called something else from where you're from?
Yeah.
Right?
Kaldag is dance, by the way, for just
Yeah.
for just the people out there to understand what Kaldag means.
Who knows? It might be a cultural dance like
Yeah.
that goes hundreds of years back from somewhere else. Right? All right, let's throw into their player boots and hear them. Oh, all right. We caught the tail end of the AP Brent cheer.
Yep.
And it looks like they're just fielding the main five. Oh, wait, the jacket looks real. The varsity jacket looks real.
Oh,
All
a
right,
new
here we
jacket.
go.
Wait,
Oh, what a face mask.
What?
Big J, that's not how you wear a mask.
What a face mask, bro.
Is that a legit face that I've been seeing online? Oh,
Here
yeah.
we
he put it
go.
down.
All right, that basically means if we win tonight, we sleep well. And again, that's Coach Stronger, Coach Ron, also known by his players, at the lead. I actually like him as a figure. I like him as just his aura leading the barangay.
Yeah, you have this way of looking at the members of Barangay. You have this big brother on your side, and it completely guides everybody. Speaking from experience and even challenges, from if you're part of the Barangay, you have someone to talk to right away.
Yeah, and you know what? It's very figurative because you're always looking at somebody who's stronger.
I get it.
Yeah, it's a very layered.
3 out of 10,
pun.
though.
Yeah.
It's very low.
Thank you so
hanging
much.
Fruit
Thank you so
midnight.
much.
Let's talk about the AP Brent lineup. I still gave it a score, though. You gotta give
You got
some
baited.
credit. Yep. Super Marco and Kyle TZ and Few and Flap and Ogwin. It's their main five. This is the IESF 2023 winning lineup.
There you go. Yep. Also, from Smart Omega as well, still the same thing. We have Andorio, Keller, Etomax, Ryota, and Chaknu.
Really interesting because you see the dynamic between these two teams, right? Like AP Brand, they've changed over time, but it was still Few and Flaptizi helming the new kids on the block. While you see Smart Omega also with the veterans here, but also they're rocking a new stellar player, I would say, on Andorio on the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Able to go toe-to-toe against even the top junglers in the league, able to steal some important, crucial lords for them to able to ensure the comeback that Smart Omega has been known for. And I feel like this is going to be a match of who leads the team better. Is it going to be Etomax or is it going to be Few? Because honestly, it comes down to mechanics. It comes down to how you play the game. But most importantly, you are eyeing at whoever is leading the charge here, like the main ideologies behind how you play team fights. What are your trades gonna be? Who calls the shot on late game? Because I feel like in terms of mechanics, they actually are in the same boat. But the difference is going to come from shot call because AP Brand has been on fire for the past few weeks.
Yep, and that explains why their numbers are skewed as such. AP Bren able to actually output that mechanics, those fundamentals, into actual results. Smart Omega, though, they're a little bit here and there, much like their team stats. Look at how weird it is. Like, there's a little bit of kill participation here, some turrets secured, but we need work elsewhere.
Yeah, it's always like team fights. If you look at Barangay Omega, seeing all of the possibilities as mistakes or opportunities, they know how to turn things around.
Yeah.
And you've mentioned like there's so much places to cover, and you're going up against AP Brand, who's actually has a lot of color in their own ratio. So even for their own statistics, I think we've seen also Smart Omega how stepped up.
Yep. The difference is, however, we are playing on a new patch. Oh, so definitely a lot of things are going to be moving around for both sides.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. Between Chaknu and Ogwin, again, supports, utility heroes, they're on the spotlight, on the hot seat. Is it just me, or is there more of a possibility for Ogwin to actually be successful here? Because we don't call him the Mamba because he heals, right?
Nah.
But we see him
weird.
use the Angela at some points.
Yeah, he's played the Rafa, sure.
Yeah, Rafa, Matilda's too. I think season 7 he played Matilda.
He did, yeah. Thank you for that.
Matilda, Hilda, Diggy, the such.
Yeah.
But it's not Chuck Mamba.
Right, it's not the Mamba.
Yeah.
It's
So
weird. But I don't know. Who's to say, man? We didn't expect Chaknu to come back this season, but Midnight, break it down. Tell us about the Infinix keys to victory.
Well, now, these are the two things, or I would say 3 things that we need to talk about. The keys to victory are brought to us by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For AP Bren, Kyle TZ, show Andoryu what a rookie of the season. Now, I would say that Kyle TZ needs to be, needs to show the rookie that, hey, I'm the more veteran here. I'm the more experienced in terms of actual achievements, and he has been able to play more composed lineups compared to the young superstar on the side of Barangay. He's been able to play like the plethora of junglers for AP Bren, and that is going to be a very important recipe for AP Bren's success. Now, for Smart Omega, play late game scaling composition. We all know the barangay timers. It's not gonna go away. It's not gonna be like a thing of the past. It has been the identity of Smart Omega. Even if you lose Turtle, even if you lose Lord, even if you lose the first set of turrets, the barangay is gonna be able to play late game, especially with the gold standard on their side, and that's gonna be crucial to making sure that they ensure the success or guarantee the late game potential of the comebacks for Smart Omega. Now, for both sides, prove who is the greatest in the middle lane. That is going to be a matchup between Few and Etomax. We've seen them pull off crazy heroes. The Savior Renaissance from Etomax, but also Few has been able to rock those Angelas in the international stage. We'll see as we head on to game number 1. That was, again, the Infinix keys to victory.
Robert, you mentioned the X word, and that is the Savior. If y'all will remember, about a year and a half ago, back in Season 9, in this very city, in Makati, in a different studio, it was Etomax who actually debuted the Savior to a good amount of success.
Yep.
And right now in this current metagame, given the situation, given how setup roamers might not be all that in fashion, I think the Savior might be good.
Yeah, and to add more, that was a good point about the Savior, because I was thinking the Savior was part of the bunch who got recently patched in this game. So there's actually a possibility even show, because from series number 1, since we've seen double support compositions, this relies on the possible way of like, how do you even poke? How do you even peel? And the Savior's one.
Yeah. Midnight, talk to us how exactly the junglers are affected this time around by this new patch, because we're looking at Kyle TZ and Andoryu.
Well, we've seen more of the Bakshas recently. Now that it's buffed, I think it's even more like potent compared to the past. But I feel like the jungler on the side of AP Bren, which is Kyle TZ, is still not going to be affected because he has those assassins on his arsenal. But again, we're talking about the new patch here. Supports are starting to come in. So I feel like it's going to come down to how well composed AP Bren is in terms of pulling out the assassins. But I would say, generally speaking, would still see more of the Fredrins, the Bakshas, even the Martises, or maybe, just maybe, the Barats. You know?
Oh, we haven't seen much Barats. And yes, it was mentioned on broadcast in the previous series that those kinds of heroes, specifically Barats, which we haven't really seen in quite a while, should be benefiting in this atmosphere, in this circumstance wherein the supports are buffed, wherein healers and utility roamers are the in thing. Now, Francis, I gotta ask you, we talked about the mid, we talked about the jungle. How's about we highlight another possible place for a core hero to come through? I'm talking about Kelra, the Filipino Savage, going up against Super Maniac, Super Marco. What do you think is gonna happen there?
Since there's a balance from the patch of the marksman, I think this is a chance of like getting their comfort back on in this draft, because if we're looking at AP Brand and Smart Omega, they rely on the strength on their own composition that actually works in wonders regardless on how that hero could be patched or even balanced. It's just the player who makes everything work.
All right, so in that case, again, you're looking at two very talented young individuals in Marco and Kelra. Heroes don't matter. Numbers don't matter. It comes down to intuition, the killer instinct. Let's get into the game. This time around, AP Brent on the play. Omega answering back. Coach V at the lead with Coach Ducky. This time supporting, going up against Coach Stronger. There goes the Edith and the Terizla band out, while Omega takes out the Fanny and the Baksha.
Oh, making sure that Kyle TZ is shut down from the get-go. Now you'd see AP Bren, they have first pick, and the most hero that they, the most numbers, the most picked hero on this lot as first pick should be Few. It's either going to be the Kadita or the Valentina. Now that they remove the Valentina, Omega has the chance to just seal it away, remove the Kadita, so that you're forcing the Fredrin as first pick on AP Bren. And we all know, and we have seen multiple Fredrins first pick, kind of like an S11 Renaissance era where first pick Fredrin is the thing.
Yeah.
maybe Omega answers up with a Gord on Etomax.
Which hasn't really been that successful in the past few days of broadcast, but maybe, again...
Nisu got sad, by the way. Nisu was a little under the weather.
He's still sad.
He's even out of the country.
Yeah, he's taken his sadness to the next level and flew out to Japan
I
to
was
try
like,
and...
I'm having none of this.
Yeah.
Right? I'll play Gord in Japan.
Gord doesn't win here, maybe there.
Maybe there. I'll make it.
I'll
make
bring
it.
my board.
All right. Something else to talk about here, something else to bring up, is the fact that we haven't really been seeing much Eve or Kadita banned out. Those heroes, have they been snuffed out? Have they been completely ignored?
Okay. This is new. This is new.
What?
Mathilda first pick.
Maybe that's why. You know, like we don't see a lot of the Eves and the Kaditas this week because this week is really important, right? This is the testing stage of how the meta should shape. And I think AP Bren, they have the right idea of how powerful this Mathilda is, and we've seen that on the previous game. Like the Mathilda is really, really strong. Now Omega claps back with an Angela pick. We don't know yet if that's gonna be a pause for on Etomax or Chaknu with the Angela. We don't know yet. So I think the right choice here for Smart Omega is to either get a jungler or get an XP laner. Maybe Benedetta or a Fredrin. There you go.
All right, Fredrin is solid. Is it just me, or will we slowly see Esmeralda build back up on stock?
Because of the shield.
Right?
Yeah, take it down. Since the photo item is up, you guys are talking about game number 1.
Yeah.
Flask of
the
Oasis.
flask. The Oasis flask.
So what better way to bring back Esmeralda is with the patch? Yeah, hey, pull the girl up.
I mean, the danger of picking an Esmeralda into this, like if AP Brent picks Esmeralda right now, Omega can just go there off and shuts down the entire lineup of AP Brent. But I think it warrants an answer because I don't think Esmeralda loses that much in this game because of the Mathilda. There's the Mathilda factor. Like he could just save the Esmeralda away from the Derot, and that perfectly that makes perfect sense. But AP Brent, I still think they go for the likes of the Martis, maybe even a Kadita on Few, but they go Yuzong. Okay, a more hot commodity right now. Nowadays, Yuzong is more important in the X-Play, maybe because of the factor of the jump factor that you can just get your hands on the enemy gold laner, and you are also capable enough to get the level 4s. Because remember, they just change it back. You don't need more time on X-Plane. It's kind of like the same with before. So Yuzong now does not suffer like the same situation that he was in before the recent patch.
Yep, and that's how you so eloquently put it, Midnight. It's a Yuzong! We're waiting for one more pick here in the first phase. You know what? I don't take it back. Maybe even Omega might try and... Nope, never mind. You know what?
What?
They just shut me up and say, Leo, you don't even know.
Okay.
We're confirming that this is indeed an XP lane Fredrin this early on.
Not a flex.
Pick up the lance!
Even on the first series that me and Leo were like casting this desk, you think the assassin will show up? I just said straight yes. So with a support meta being brought back up, so this is their way of like, okay, let's bring things to the table. How about being confident in the front line? And you do it with a Lancelot.
Yeah, but I did not expect this at all. Like
not this early.
Not as early, and especially with the patch. Like most junglers would not dare go for a Lancelot against support, especially into this lineup like Joy, Yuzong, Mathilda. This is not a lineup that you would confidently say, I'd go Lancelot here.
Or just any assassin to
exactly.
be safe, right?
This is Andorius confidence.
Is that my good friend? Is that Joe?
Yeah.
That's Joe. 2 words, concussive. No, that's a different guy. But yes, concussive blast. Hey!
Oh my.
All right. Couple of marksmen getting banned out here. There goes the Ixia. Recently got, I'd say, reworked. I wouldn't say clearly buffed. But from AP Bren, that's the Bruno getting nixed from this draft here.
Yep.
Yeah, no marksman yet for both sides.
Brody, probably, for Omega, is going to be the priority here, especially that they have the Angela. We've seen the Brody-Angela combination from the previous series. It's really, really strong. But if they go that route, I mean, they could still go for something like an Idristel or a carry again from Super Marco, and they could play the the macro gameplay that we've seen AP Brent pull off so many times, especially in the international stage. And I think it's really strong because at the moment, against Smart Omega, they're looking to fight. And when we say Smart Omega, usually it's coupled up with the a lot of late game fighters on their side. So if they ever go for something like a Brody and they face up against a carry of AP Brent, that's going to be a question of how long can Smart Omega can actually run this lineup. So the better choice here is to go for the Minotaur first, which they did, so that you are saving up the gold lane pick last. Number one, it gives you the matchup, and number two, you're able to tell if either we can go late or must we snowball?
That's a good point, though, because if the Brody is picked up by AP Bren here, you have a lot of ways to even cover the positioning of Smart Omega in terms of team fights and even early visits from their own lanes.
Yeah.
So maybe this time around, you would consider your last two cards here and Barangay Omega.
Clint.
Oh, yeah. It's high noon.
All right.
Oh,
It's high noon.
Ah, it's Few on Matilda.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's going to be a roaming Grok still.
Actually, never mind. We don't know. We don't know. Because this could be XP Joy. This could be support Joy.
Mid Joy even.
We don't know.
That's a thing.
Because it could be support Joy, roam Matilda, and then probably a jungle Grok. We don't know yet.
All right. There's a massive amount of shuffling involved. All right. Fellas, is it just me or did I miss who that gold laner was for Omega?
That was
All right,
Harith.
it's Harith. Wow, it's Harith.
Yeah.
Dear Lord.
Against a Clint?
There's 2 Leonins on the battlefield, one per side.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. It's a battle of Leonid.
It's a little girl and a little boy.
It's a battle of your race, Leo.
Oh.
Little girl,
All
little
right.
boy.
No, that's right,
makes
though. And look at
sense.
this. I am happy. Despite Omega's struggling on the scoreboard, it's still as close to 50-50 as it gets against AP Bren, who's currently second seed.
Yeah, it's the respect between Few and Etomax. You know, this matchup is storied. Like, this is these two teams provided us the longest game in MPL history.
Oh, man. You're right. Throwing back to all the way back a few years.
Season 7.
Oh, wow. No. That's crazy. All right. Let's get into the game here. Game 1. Folks, you don't want to miss this. Just for the sake of narrative alone. These two besties, these two old guard franchises in MPL are going to duke it out for the first time in Season 12. Welcome to game number 1. Look at this. Can confirm. All right, here it is. It's a jungler Joy. It's a JJ.
Yep, JJ indeed. And he's going up against an assassin as well on the form of Lancelot. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Andoryu. Okay, he gets it.
He's fine.
But Retro was forced though.
All right, that's going to change the way Andoryu and the rest of Smart Omega rotate out. Look at this down bottom, though. This is Ryota and Etomax just asserting dominance.
Yeah, look at that pose as well.
Oh!
Synchro Fission poked Super Marco to go back to his turret as well. Look at that. The trivia, the Hive versus the Barangay since MPL Philippines Season 8 met 25 times and AP Bren won 14 while Omega won 11.
So close, man. That is so close. And right now, Few's in trouble.
Oh, speaking of which, Few forced to back away, flickered, still safe. Ogwen being in distance, that's the Soul Bloom doing the work. As well as the Guiding Wind, back to safety.
That was an awesome move from Ogwen right there. We didn't expect this, by the way. Like, support Grok?
Yep. Again, you never know. You never know for sure.
This is Season 1, Season 2 thing.
This supports the whole Chico guys and Few situation from earlier.
Wow, OG throwbacks, you guys. I'm just honored for you stating the fact that it happened way before.
Come on. Guys did mid-lane Minotaur last season, folks. Just saying.
And it's not just that. It's not just Few on the Grok. Like, it's not just that as a throwback. We have Chakno and Minotaur.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That's one thing also to look at.
Yeah, it's like if he is a Kufra Chakno, Minotaur Chakno came before the Kufra Chakno.
In his debut Season 2, Season 4, but now Few once more in trouble.
Yeah, look at the post, just the damage connecting onto Few. A Cracer's Rat finishes him off. The first blood goes to a Smart Omega. Flapteezy to the rescue. Takes down Animax as well. Black Dragon form activated. Ryota here would be in trouble. Look at the pokes. Forced him back to his own turret. Now Andorian, Chak, and Ogwen as well as Flap now in position for the first objective of the game. Look at him zone out against Ryota. 2 XP laners meet.
Oh.
Okay, Andoryu secures the turtle now. It's still going to be Smart Omega trying to make use of Kyle TZ being up front. He goes down. Animax takes the kill. Flapteezy right on the back to the slow, right to the wall. Ogwen with the circling wind takes down Ryota. Flapteezy secures the kill. And as well as Andoryu, Flapteezy with a double. Early on start for AP Bren. Now they're forcing Chakno and Animax back on the own turret, and AP Bren with that start. I think this is just slowly the Hive warming up.
Little awkward for AP Bren. Was not able to get the turtle away from Omega because they still had they still had a Lancelot on the side of the Barangay, and the Dragon form was also forced on the bottom side. I would want to commend Ryota with a flicker knock up onto the Jungle Joy, but that damage from Few was able to secure the kill on the Lancelot. Amazing Guardian barrier as well.
Yeah. Again, in the first minute, just after the first turtle, the Hive and the Barangay are not disappointing us. We're looking for scrappy fights. We're looking for high-octane team fights as early as 3 minutes in. We're getting it. Now Super Marco might be in trouble here.
Oh, just Thornrose connecting onto him. That's the puncture. That's the guiding win. Save by Ogwen. Now Few right onto the wall. He missed the chance to knock up Andoryu. That's the call. That's the hard guard. That's the love waves. NMAX and Andoryu has won. Now AP Brand looking for a way to hold this top turret, and they still continue the siege and also the hold in mid lane.
Francis, I do not know how you're able to call the match and still make your sound effects, but that was close. I could have sworn Marco was gonna die.
Yep. Oh, there's actually a lot of things to to look at into that that fight. Like Andoryu sidestepping the wild charge, like he knew that okay, Few, I know your moves. You're gonna wild charge me here, so I'm just gonna sidestep. But the threat was there from Omega, and I like the way that they're playing right now because AP Bren, they're not able to do anything on the map, even though there's literally nothing happening. Like there's no kills happening, no objectives are being taken. But Omega, they're the ones forcing the reactions that come out from AP Brent. And I like that they're also playing into the gold lane because they need Kelra to actually maximize this window when he's going to be able to get the farm. And by 5 or 6 minutes in, Omega will have their windows. Omega will have the power spike.
Yeah, they're basically expediting the mid game for Kelra. And if nothing is happening, then that means he's able to farm up. Turtle here at less than half health. Then comes Lapteezy.
Petrify onto two Andoryu and Keller, but Kyle Teasy is completely securing that objective. Lapteezy onto the zone out. He's still surviving. He's still back on two. Now it's go time for AP Brand. Takes down Chaknu. Few takes one, and Ryota looking for a way to end the Few. But there's no exchange. Andoryu on a slither of health. AP Brand, just one casualty and an objective. What an amazing play.
Team fighting excellence already. 5 minutes in and we're seeing full-on 5v5s.
Oh my goodness, Flap on the Yuzong. Even without no Black Dragon form, I do not care. I have Flap Dragon form. 4-man knock-up against Smart Omega, and I like the commitment as well. Like he did not care even if he died or not, because he knows that there's a follow-up that will come out from maybe Brand from Few with the wild charge and also the damage coming out from Kyle Teasy and Super Marco. It's enough to actually fight into Smart Omega.
Yeah, fellas, if that happened to me and I was playing with a random Yuzhong and he did that, he pulled that, I would say, what are you doing, man? Unless I knew it was Flap. But this time around, again, usually Yuzhongs would die if they pulled that off.
But again, Flap Teasy, he's always saying, that's a Yuzhong, man. That's a Yuzhong.
That's a Yuzhong. Now looking at the calm before the storm, about a quarter and a half before this next turtle. AP Brand now with a confident lead, almost 2,000 gold here. 6 minutes and a half in, they're able to convert up top. So that's first blood on turrets, on major objectives. Where will we be seeing the next movements on the map? Oh, they forced Kelra out of that safe lane.
Bottom lane, however, is a different story though, because Smart Omega, again, it should be your window now. It should be where this is where you are actually strong. This is your power spike, but it's a different story now. Like AP Brand, they're the ones forcing the reactions coming out from Smart Omega.
Yeah, speaking of forcing, using that guiding wind as well as the circling eagle, did you imagine the distance that Matilda's just making throughout the game?
Yeah, it's annoying, man. Like the zone, he has incredible zone, mind you.
It's a fake out too.
Yep.
Makes you like overcommit. Maybe Andoryu just pulls the Phantom Execution out of nowhere. Didn't have to. Might force ults.
But punctures,
yeah, right. So right now we have a turtle fight happening. Ryota and Kyle Teasy drawn a line there at that eastern bush west from the turtle pit, and it got reset.
Yep, that was a nice pull from Chakno. Really held the turtle for so long so that Andoryu is going to be able to clear the top lane. But Omega, they're not interested in contesting this turtle from AP Brent. But look at that annoying zone from Ogwen. Again, takes a lot.
Circling eagle.
Takes a lot of duration for you to deal with.
Just imagine being up in the air and just to have a way to knock off this cow. Ogwen, wow.
Wow, that rhymes.
Yeah. It's just an annoying sight to see. It's a good thing I don't see Lolita today, because I don't want to see her in any of my ranked games, because it's just getting scarier by the minute.
Lolita is banned, by the way.
I know.
Weeks. Yeah, it's going to show up in probably week 5.
Yep, it's a major rework. That's why she hasn't been cleared for legal play here at MPL. But right now, Few here, a little too deep, using the power of nature's CC immunity. And I'm out of here, fam.
That's a flying grog if I've ever seen one.
A flying castle.
I mean, he has wings.
Well,
In
yeah,
the skin,
technically, he can fly. he just chooses not to.
Now he
but with
can't.
Mathilda, he's motivated.
Guiding wind, and you have that circling eagle, you have that soul bloom. This answers a lot of sustain just by a few pokes from Omega.
Yeah.
AB Bren, okay,
Right.
just come here.
AP Brand, whenever they see Flap TZ use Black Dragon Form, that's a use zone. Flap TZ, when he saw that, that's a grok.
That's a grok, yeah.
That's a flying grok.
We just start calling him as they are. Ryota now bullies Flap right out of that bush. And Kelra, I mean, good news, he's still deathless. Bad news is they're not going to be able to pick the fights that they want, especially with AP Bren here, going about 3,000 gold ahead.
A position for support grok.
Don't care.
Getting vision on all sides from Omega, and he does not care. He walks up even to the Aerith. Like, come on, bro.
Whoa,
what?
whoa.
Just like that.
Come on, Few.
Just like that.
A castle just completely transported. Forced out the flicker from Edamax, though. Kyle TZ receiving their praises rat. No problem with the damage.
No bump.
AP Bren. Not a drop of blood at all, but Chaknu here just forced, okay, blocked by the wall. That's the stun. He can't go. Chaknu falls down. Kelra is here. Look at Synchro Fission. Trying to survive the Zaman Force being laid down. AP Bren is Flap TZ on a Flap Dragon form. Now dropping down onto the turret. Edamax and Kelra for the response. Heart Guard. And most of the Love Waves doing the work. Few as well, though, being up front. He might go down, still sustaining. Flickers out. Now AP Bren still lives. No casualty whatsoever, but Chaknu is the one to fall.
Crazy fight from AP Bren. It felt like they were playing with their food, but Kelra, once he was able to land the Zaman Forest, the heroes on the side of AP Bren were slowed down. And you also have to add the threat of the Angela, giving the shield to the Harith, because the difference from earlier on was that Omega didn't have enough damage. Now Kelra is pumping out so much damage, but majority of it just goes into grok.
Yep. And you can't have that right now. Circling Eagle starting up. Ryota going to be the receiving end. And now the Lord Dance continues. In comes the Phantom Execution. There's a stun.
Wow, that Circling Eagle really took a lot of seconds to even land. Zoning out, but who gets this objective? Who gets the Lord? Chaknu looking for a way to stun. But Kyle secures objective. Two-man knockup onto the pit. Few secures two-man from Omega. Now where's the follow-up? That's the damage. Look at that Circling Eagle guiding with connecting Ogun with the start in the charge. Now Flap TZ trying on to one, trying on to two, trying on to three, trying everybody out of Smart Omega. Ryota flickers out.
Kelra, no dash.
With the black, with the block. Oh, Kellerstone still safe down. Now he might fall down. Owen with a shot. Super Marco secures the kill, and it's still going. Ryota trying to hold and buy time for Omega, but Andoyer from the back line secures a way to poke down. Will he be able to take a one? Kyle TZ takes down Ryota as well. But a sustain fight Flap TZ though. Oh wow, the sustain and the chance of Omega. Kelra and Ryota down, but AP Bren doing all the micro working sidestep. Worth it for the charge.
Again, any lesser team, any lesser MLBB players would have been punished so hard by going that deep this early on. But this is AP Bren we're talking about, and they understand what's going on. Here's another fight.
Oh no, Thorndrose connecting to Flap. He might fall down. Love Waves. Etomax secures the kill. And he went too deep. Few here looking for a way to hold this off. Yeah, that's the wall. That's the wall. Kyle TZ looking for a way to secure this purple out of Smart Omega. Completely secures it for himself.
Again, chaotic team fights from both sides. AP Bren, they are benefiting from it, however, because they are up against the Harith. But Omega, when they find their terms, like if they sign up for what they came here for, I mean, if they come for what they signed up for, they're gonna be able to take the fight into AP Bren, and Flap TZ instantly got punished. But I have to say, AP Bren has been phenomenal with the zoning both on Flap TZ and Few. They know that they are able to split the fights. That's what we saw earlier, like with Few. He was able to just cut off the T5 for Smart Omega with just one Guardian's Barrier and one amazing wild charge. Kyle TZ was allowed to secure that Lord and Super Marco on the back line. The Lancelot, as much as he wants to take out the Clint, but the damage is not going to be enough. Kyle TZ, however,
he's dropping the beats onto Andoryu, forced out a response from that Angela. He falls down. Not enough time. Andoryu, casualty. And Kyle TZ and the rest of AP Bren are here pushing from top, now going in mid. Too late for NRX to respond, though.
This is so difficult. If you're Smart Omega, you want full-on 5v5s. That's what your lineup can do. But AP Bren, at the flick of the wrist, the press of a button, they can actually isolate one just so quickly. And with Super Marco on this Clint, it's a burst marksman. You won't even have time to respond.
Yes. Oh, look at the distance that Ogwen just made from that circling eagle. Just forcing everybody to smart Omega.
That's literally the sound effect you make whenever, the Matilda jumps in. Whoa!
Yeah, guiding winds. I mean, even your allies will feel the same way.
Whoa, okay,
Wait, what?
Go in. Oh, okay, never mind. That's literally it. And Omega, as much as they want, again, they want clean team fights, right? They want initiation coming out from Chaknu. They want the Zaman Force to actually last a good duration for Kelra to pump out damage. But that's the difference. Omega, they need close to perfect fights. Like, they need setups. They need proper ways of engaging. But AP Bren, they're just scattering around. They want messier team fights. Because the way their lineup works is that Few and Flap TZ just goes into the front line alongside Kyle TZ while Super Marco is able to dish out these small pockets of burst damage. And that's what they want. They don't even want team fights. They just want you guys to be in front of them so that they're able to hit you while the other frontliners do their jobs.
Yeah, speaking of AP Brand being all over the map, a good game sense for Chakna as well to check that bush up top. That was just Flap TZ waiting for the right one. Look at that.
There goes a flask.
Yep, the photo right on Ogwen. This will definitely help in this upcoming fight. Lord at half health. It's a scramble between Omega and AP Bren. Etomax off camera, controlling the lanes from down bottom. And there's a
Oh, that's the circling eagle. Now he escapes.
Oh, the reset!
Black Dragon form reset onto the Lord. It's fight. It's go time for AP Brand. Onto the Petrify, onto the stun. Flap TZ going back. Zaman Force being laid down by Kelra. That's the hard guard on Kyle TZ completely. AP Brand secures the objective in one shot. Andoryu falls down with the hands of Super Marco.
This is just the principle of AP Bren's lineup and the way that they're executing against Omega. They're denying them the big 5v5.
Come on, you have to review that. That was the perfect Lord Dance. Amazing timing on the reset as well. Like, Few, with the Guardian's barrier, he was able to cut off Smart Omega. Kero was not in position, and Andoryu was like, okay, I have to risk it. I have to risk it for the biscuit.
Oh, look at that. Kyle TZ just stunned Keller right onto his own Zaman Force. Ryota, though, trying to hold on with Super Marco to take out a turn up top.
Oh, and look at this. There's already one down, right? Andoryu off cam, and they can't even defend the top. Bottom still standing here. Mid just falls, and that's a Luminous Lord just waiting. Luminous Lord, is he giving a crash into the base? No, not even more. It's straight into the base is what's going to happen here. And right now, 5v5.
Oh, he goes back. And the Lord just went back and just want to push back again.
Oh.
Okay, look at the assist. Omega looking for a way to defend this. AP is few moments away to take down this base. Now it's fights breaking over. Torn Rose connecting onto one, connecting onto two. With a knockup, with a back and forth. There's so much fights happening.
Oh my
Super Marco taking down
Few!
Look at the poke. Look at the Few.
Oh no!
Look at Super Marco with the double and it's gone. The base is gone and AP Brent secures game number 1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. There was just way too much happening underneath Omega's base for them to defend, but it did look promising.
Yeah, it did look promising, but as much as messy the team fight was for AP Brent, the way they took the base, even the Lord before that was clean AF.
Clean.
That's finest.
I'm a fan of how AP Brent addressed the whole situation, man.
Yeah.
I like how they responded to Omega in the early game. Like, all right, you don't want to fight? Okay, we won't pressure Kelra. We'll go do it elsewhere. You're going to be forced to go 5v5 with us early on. And real quick, folks, if you're going to be purchasing the weekly Diamond Pass, you're going to be enjoying a diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
If you worry about missing the rewards, just log into the game every day and Lila's saving box will automatically be saved them, or you'll save them from you. Besides, their rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you.
Yeah, don't lose it because the offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
There you go.
Enjoy
you
it
don't
now.
want to miss that, like the way Omega missed their window. To be honest, did they even have a window?
They did, because honestly, it was mid-game. It was mid-game, but it got shut down with how AP Brent just played.
Should they have forced the issue? All right, this again, we're trying to go backwards on this. Should they have forced it as soon as Kelra got the Starlium Scythe? Because all of the other fights that happened in the next 15 minutes from then on, Kelra was denied. Kelra did not get the dance on his Zaman Force.
Yeah, he even got stunned most of the times and even being petrified
Yeah.
by the flap. dragon form that Midnight called it.
That's a Petrify, by the way.
That's a Petrify. That's a Yuzong.
It's a flap teasy, by the way.
I told you, I was 1 week ahead.
Yeah.
That's a Yuzong.
That's a Yuzong. It's a flap teasy, by the way.
It's a flap teasy.
So,
but I was a flying grok.
That's why you saw the comments. Just feel like, okay, I'm gonna poke here, poke there, wall here, pull me.
Okay.
Pull me in, bro.
This game here, we saw some hints of it in the Minana Evos Echo series, but here, confirmed, Matilda is a menace. Matilda shifts the scales of balance so hard. I'm gonna leave the rest to Midnight. Break it down.
Matilda definitely shakes up the game because AP Brent, the way they played this game is they don't actually wait for team fights. They don't initiate and they don't engage against Omega. What they do is put frontliners that can actually tank up and soak the damage in a way that Super Marco is going to be able to do what he wants and allow AP Brent to have this messy team fight against Smart Omega. And that is why Ogwen is our MVP of this match. 0-0-10. Folks, you don't need KDAs to be an MVP. You just need to be able to do your job well. And he was able to do that with this emblem set. And then, of course, the items. I want to point out the Wilderness Blessing. More movement speed, more roaming around the map. And, of course, add to that the agility. It provides more room for Ogwen to walk towards over on the side of Smart Omega. And that forces a lot of things for the Barangay. Now, AP Bren, in the first few minutes of the game, they were trying to look for engages, for any ways of fighting into Smart Omega. And the way they did that is with this turtle take. Even though they lost it against Smart Omega, they were able to utilize their hero so well. And this is where we saw the Matilda shine. The ability to just reset the clash and, of course, pinpoint their targets with exact precision. And they have the ability to reset. Because if you didn't know, Matilda can now get out of the of her ultimate. And that just means that AP Bren has a way to reset the fight. That's why Flap TZ, Few are always on the front line. They're confident enough to just go in and force a lot of things. Again, a lot of spells on the side of Smart Omega, and maybe even force the Zaman force. But Kelra is not letting that happen. Like he waits for the perfect opportunity. But that's just it. AP Bren, if you don't fight into them, you're gonna like feel the damage coming out from Super Marco, and he does this from miles away. Like he's just sniping heroes here and there on the side of Smart Omega. Actually, you'd see it here, the range advantage of Super Marco. That's why I mentioned it earlier. They picked the Harith into Clint. Now you ask the question: did Omega miss the window? By 11 minutes in, we see that even though Keller has damage, he has enough in the tank to deal with AP Bren. It's just the scattering of heroes on the side of the Hive that makes it so hard for the Barangay to deal with them. This is such a perfect Lord dance from AP Bren. They reset the Lord when Smart Omega was trying to fight, effectively initiating a Lord turn, and that made it awkward for Smart Omega because they were already committed into taking the Lord. But then when Andoria came in, he saw 10k HP, 15k HP, 20k HP, reset on the Lord. And after that, it was just a team fight initiated by AP Bren. Now we're going to be looking at the jungle pattern of Kyle TZ. And you'd see that for the most part, he is always in the jungle of the enemy. This ensures that they are controlling the resources away from Smart Omega, effectively removing the late game factor. Because what Omega should be able to farm is on the hands of AP Bren. They did not let go of this control anymore, because late game, it's still scary to face up against Harith with a Stolium Sight, a Holy Crystal, and a Divine Glaive. But if you ensure that the enemy does not have farm, and you ensure that you are also in front of them to pressure into taking the team fight, this just allowed AP Brent to have their late game scale much faster, and they got it in a very, very fast manner. That Omega, the window just closed. The window just closed for them, and they did not execute the Harith composition too well because again, AP Bren were just too much to deal with. Now we're gonna be looking at the emblems here. We saw Ogwen's emblem set earlier on, but I just want to point out the importance of the quantum charge as well on the Clint, with Super Marco being able to move around the fights here against Smart Omega, providing him more I would say sustenance, not in terms of like HP or anything, but sustenance of damage output for AP Bren, because the way they're lineup works is that Super Marco, the longer he is able to live, the more damage output that AP Brent can dish out to Smart Omega. Because let's be honest, you don't expect like really insane damage output coming out from from the Hive, but it's mostly Super Marco dealing these small pockets of burst damage against Smart Omega, which allowed AP Brent to have this amazing control over the barangay. Because again, you're waiting for perfect initiations from Smart Omega, and that did not happen. And when he was able to get the Berserk's Fury and its battle, crits are starting to come out, and the damage output was just too much to deal with for the frontliners of Smart Omega. Again, amassing so much damage here, 60k on the Clint, while Kyle TZ, again, having an amazing GPM because he was just literally farming the entire side of Smart Omega, and that these movements became effective because you'd see it in the team fight participation. Kelra was not able to do anything. Literally, the Harith was useless. I mean, it's not essentially useless, but it looked useless in front of the composition of AP Bren because Omega was not able to find the team fight that they were looking for. It was all AP Bren. The terms and conditions were laid out on the side of the Hive, and they said yes, and Omega was not able to respond to that. And that is what happened in game number 1.
Gentlemen, just during that breakdown, I noticed Ogwin and Few were both rocking the new emblem. Y'all see that? They were doing Wilderness Blessing, I think is what it's called. And that's what explains how they were able to go coast to coast, not just protect Super Marco, not just pressure Kelra, but also help out Flap TZ, and again, not get pushed in mid. Because again, if you rotate too much, you're likely going to get punished. You're going to lose that mid lane.
Yeah.
But they didn't.
You saw the grot, right? Like he just walked over towards the hat, and it was like, okay, come on, bro. I'll be flying in 5 seconds. I have a flight at
And then I'm out, right?
I'm out.
I'm out. I'm on the AP Brand World Tour, fam. Give me a second.
We are on tour.
Folks, show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notifications effects for only 58 diamonds. It is out for only a limited time, so if I were you, go grab it. What do you guys have? What do you guys have equipped? Just check in. You have the team notifs?
Yeah, I do. I have the Echo one.
The Echo, oh, all right. I have the Echo one too because they're the ones that kind of like grow.
Oh, yeah.
I know, right?
It's the animation, the animation, right?
Yeah.
It's interactive.
We saw like the RRQ one, right?
Yeah.
It looks
so
gold.
extra, dude.
It looks gold.
Bro, I want that one.
If I don't get that, I mean, I will regret that till the day
until it expires and then you can buy it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So have no regrets. Go live your life.
Yes.
Get it.
Have no regrets.
Right? What are Dias anyways? Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw over to our insider and go ahead and hear more about this matchup.
Baka naman, kung hindi pa kayo naka-follow, nandito si Fuego! Welcome! Oh, alam mo, ang dami niyang tips online. By the way, before tayo pumunta doon, sino po sinusuportahan mo dito, AP Bren or Omega?
Bren.
Bren! Okay. Sige, testing kita ngayon. Sige nga, top 4 teams na feeling mo makakapasok.
Bren, Echo, Blacklist, yung pang-apat, Omega, nandito
Omega! Ay, sige. Sige, top 2.
Echo, Blacklist.
Wow. Nakasali ba yung Blacklist sa apat mo? Wait, sandali lang. Bren, nandun yung Bren.
Bren.
Bakit ka nasa Omega? Bakit ka na dito sa side ng Omega?
Naligaw po.
Ay, nako, yung mga kasama mo dito. So marami kang mga tips na binibigay online, di ba? May bago tayong patch.
Yes po.
Okay, sige. Kunyari nag-stream ka ngayon, okay? Kunyari ikaw ay isang analyst nandito, doon sa desk, except nandito ka nga. Okay, so nandito ka na lang. Okay, so i-update mo kami sa kung anong bago, the way you would do it sa stream mo. Alright, Fuego, in 3, 2, 1, action!
So nagkaroon nga ng pagbabago sa bagong patch sa Mobile Legends. Kung saan pinalakas na ang mga support heroes. Kaya nakaka-excite makita kung paano i-maximize ng mga pro player ang mga bagong support heroes na buff. Kagaya lang nung Game 1, nakita natin si Matilda. Dahil sa kanyang ultimate, meron itong additional dash. At mas pinalakas din ang heal ng mga support dahil sa bagong item. Kaya nakaka-excite panoorin kung paano gagamitin ng bawat pro player ang mga bagong patch note sa bawat laban.
Wow! Si Sino yung analyst dito? Umuwi! Ilagay natin si Fuego! Tingnan natin. Si Wolf ba? Wolf, please. Ang galing! Wait, sa mga hindi nakakaalam, saan kanila pwedeng i-follow?
Fuego Gaming sa Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube.
Oh, what do you think about yung bagong patch ngayon? What do you think about the bagong patch? Do you think sino sa kanila yung mahihirapan?
Mahihirapan?
Oo, sa bagong patch.
So, siguro mag-base na lang ako dun sa napanood ko kanina.
Okay.
Mas na
Pinapanood ka ni Coach Ducky, oh. Yung tingin niya sa'yo, oh.
Siguro based na lang sa napanood ko kanina, mas na-maximize ng team ng Bren yung patch kanina kasi ginamit nila si Matilda. Sobrang naging effective ito pagdating sa pagbibigay ng vision sa game. Sinamahan pa ng Grok na sobrang bilis mag-clear. Knowing na si Matilda, hindi ganun kabilis mag-clear as mage. Pero dahil may Grok, mabilis silang nakakaikot, nakaka-rotate.
Ang ganda ng boses mo. Sige nga, kung meron kang isang manlalaro dito na talagang na-impress ka sa brand, isang manlalaro sa Omega, pili ka. Tapos i-criticize mo. Mag-criticize ka. Isa doon, isa dito. Go!
Sa team ng Bren, sobrang solid naman nila lahat na pro player and talagang iniidolo ko sila lahat. Pero dahil nga sinabi niyo pumili ng isa, so si Few.
Si Few! Yes. Oh, okay. Tapos meron kang isa na, sige nga, i-real talk. May i-real talk ka ba na isa lang?
Paano real talk?
According sa patch or something.
Paano according?
O sige, dito na lang. Sino yung isa talaga nagugustuhan mo dito sa Omega? Nakalimutan ko, hindi kasi midnight. Dito, okay. Sino yung gusto mo dito na, sa isang manlalaro dito sa Omega?
Si Boss Chaknu.
Oh, anong meron kay Chak? Anong meron kay Chaknu?
Kasi, Boss Idol. Actually, si Chaknu, kilala na natin siya sa paggamit ng mga brusko na tank. Pagdating sa mga set, ganyan. Pero dahil sa bagong patch note, posible ba na ang mangyari is talagang makita natin si Chaknu na gumamit ng mga support heroes na taga-heal?
Si Chaknu gagamit ng mga support hero
na taga-heal.
Posible kaya yun? Baka naman. Yun ba yan? Paano ba?
Baka naman.
Baka naman.
Yes.
Okay, baka naman, Fuego, na ikaw naman ang mag-throw sa ating casters para masimulan na natin ang ating game number 2. Pasok.
Casters, pasok!
Baka naman.
Ahoy!
All right, welcome back.
What was that?
Guiding Wind.
Yeah.
Matilda is slated to be the game changer in this patch. And as it comes through, Fuego actually believes that as well. He's one of our spotlight content creators this week, and glad to see him in the real. Used to just seeing him online during the pandemic, so he's made the name for himself.
Wait, sorry, I have to move on. Like, I was surprised with what you did. I was gonna ask, can you do a circling eagle?
No.
No, you were doing it already.
That's not me. That was Francis.
No, it was just me multitasking.
Come on, man. We know you've been doing it all.
Sorry, I am losing my voice.
All right, let's get into the draft here. It's game 2, and it's match point for AP Bren. And folks can confirm, dear Lord, that AP Bren jersey, that AP Bren jacket, both are pretty new actually. Is it just me that AP Bren white home jacket is new?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that one.
Jacket and jersey.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
And I'm loving that jacket. They have their own patches with their own achievements, their championship title achievements.
This is swag buff.
First one to do so, right?
Yeah.
First one to do so.
Amazing.
Flex.
All right, let's get into the draft. This time around, Omega on the play, banning out the Fanny and the Joy, both Coyotes heroes, while AP Bren takes out the Edith.
Okay, Matilda is now out for AP
there it
Bren because they believe that Omega will pick it up on first pick.
As they should.
But again, you have to consider that there's a lot of first pick materials here on the side of Smart Omega. They can get the Fredrin, they can get the Valentina, they can even steal like the Kadita. But I feel like AP Bren coming into this matchup are prepared to kind of like mask the hero picks coming out from Few, because we've seen, the Grok being pulled out here by AP Bren with the experience.
Check it out. This player on cam, Etumax, Patrick Kaidik, currently holds the record for the highest damage dealt per game this season with 81,857. And this is with him actually sitting out one series.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? This stats also goes kind of like directly with their game time. Because Omega timers, you know? Omega timers. So it's kind of like expected for Etomax. But again, you know, looking at the hero pool of Etomax, it's definitely wide. Like, he's been able to play a lot of different heroes from the past, but the story is Few kind of like sits in the same situation where he is able to flex between both supports and tank rooms, right? Like, we now we just saw Few utilize a Grok, and I think that's scary for Smart Omega because you don't know what Few will actually pick up on this next phase.
Yep, and there is a precedent. Like earlier this year, he started rocking a Fredrin in mid.
Yeah.
That was a thing too. So
yeah, I saw him do that. Yeah.
Who's to say he can't do anything?
Yeah, speaking of Few, I surprisingly Omega banned out the Kadita despite of this hero being nerfed.
Advantage, yep.
Yeah, even her ultimate, the rough waves were
deals less damage now.
Yeah, less damage with all of the waves connected. So maybe they're just respecting the hell out of Few, regardless of this hero is nerfed.
Ooh,
Still an Angela first pick though. Okay.
I don't like Angela first pick, honestly, because again, you're setting up yourselves for a possible Esmeralda pick. Again, counterable by Droth, but I think it's just too early. There is that flex factor that it can be played on both support and roam.
Yeah.
I've played Angela jungle before. Don't blame me on that. But
we don't talk about that.
Really?
We don't talk about that.
Invite me to one of your games, bro.
But AP Bren, I think they don't care at all about this Angela because now they're going to be able to get the power heroes like the Fredrins, the Valentinas, or the Paquito actually on the XP. Oh wow, this is such a great pick because Paquito is flexible, can be played on the jungle as well. Or we don't know. Maybe Few plays this on the the mid, but Valentina's already picked. So I mean, just imagine if they play it on mid as well.
It's a possibility. This thing started back in their Asian Oceania qualifier back in Riyadh. So it's just building up with Angelo Kyle Arcangel just building.
The Fredrin Grok mid.
Yeah, man. He even saw Joy. So
Joy, Uranus in mid.
It's our showtime.
So wait, what? Did we hear? Was that Claude?
Yeah, no, it's not Claude.
It's an Irithel. You're hearing things. I know.
Yeah.
I also heard the Claude.
Claude died.
Claude is technically dead.
Claude died.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
From 85% to 55. So like your item purchases are no longer worth it.
Yep.
It
the attack procs, the basic attack procs. Yep.
So the quantum charge can't save you now, and even dispatch.
Nah. QC can't save you now, Claude. Sorry, you're dead.
So what's AP Brenda pick here? Do they secure their gold laner or is this
Bruno?
no sweat? Oh yeah, no, Bruno's open.
Bruno, then probably Raphael on the second phase.
Do it. Give Marco the baller.
Do it. Or Martis.
Give him Neymar Jr.
Martis, Fredrin.
Oh, yeah.
I would still want to say Bruno though.
Haven't seen that skin in a while.
I'd say Bruno.
See value in me?
Okay, they go Fredrin.
Never mind.
Okay, no, yeah.
It's a classic Fredrin game, you know. It's always first phase.
Okay, so this is pretty honest, right? Like, does this quell all possibilities of the flex? Or is the flex still there?
It's still there. Because, it could still be, Few on Fredrin, Few on Valentina.
Even with Valentina, though?
I mean, we've seen Valentina jungle.
Yeah, I guess.
We've seen it
of
from
course.
Daneri James, right?
Yeah, back in season
Even
10
Carl
playoffs.
Deasy.
Even Carl Deasy. And, Carl Deasy is a huge fan of Carl Deasy. So, we don't know. But I do want to say that gold lane is going to be prioritized here on the side of Omega, like the bans, Brody, Bruno, heroes like that. But AP Brent, they do have, with this kind of composition that they have right now, they have a certain advantage of just putting the gold lane as last. Because you already see the lane, you already see the roam, although the support could still be flexed with the roam position. But generally, you have an idea of how the first few minutes of the game, no pun intended, will go. Right?
That's
so
right.
AP Brent could likely go with a gold lane last pick and most probably pick up the roam for Ogwen with their first pick on second phase, which I think is important because you still have heroes like Estes, Rafaela, or even the Grok on the hands of Ogwen Onigo. So that could be a thing. But Omega, they opted to go for the Kajaban, which is interesting because you open up heroes like Brody, Bruno, even the Leslie is open for AP Brent.
Okay.
Actually, Carrie is still open for Super Marco.
I don't know how to feel about the Leslie in this patch. She did get nerfed. She deals less critical damage now.
Finally.
Her passive.
Thank God.
She was quite the menace. But yeah, it's not happening midnight that they're not cracking down on gold laners. Omega banned out roamers. And I would not be surprised if that was another roamer that gets banned out next here after the Farsa.
Kind of
Grok.
tough.
Maybe the Grok.
Yeah, Grok. Or maybe just remove the Brody, you know?
Okay.
It's just going to be hard for Smart Omega to deal with that. Even though they have an Angela, like, it does not save the rest of the teammates from the Thorn Apart memory. Like, it's just one, you know?
Technically two. You shield up one,
Well, yeah.
and then you hide the other.
You hide yourself.
Yeah.
So
You remove yourself from the narrative.
Yeah, hide yourself together.
But it's like, are you really a barangay if you do that?
Dude, who's to say what a barangay is now, man? Who's to say what their playstyle is? They've already changed so much.
Yeah.
But still, the barangay is loyal. It's about family.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Oh, Minotaur. Interesting ban. Okay. Grok is open. Raphael is open. Estes is open if they want to go that route. Because I think the Brody or the carry pick is going to come out from Super Marco. And they have no answers whatsoever from the side of Smart Omega. Because the next thing that they need to pick is either roam or support and jungle. Jungle options, Lancelot is not going to be there. Oh, Cho. Okay, for Ogwin. For Omega, jungle options are kind of limited for Andoryu. No more Fredrin, no more Baksha, no more Lancelot. Guinevere is still open. I think it's a possibility.
You want to...
Martis,
yeah, but...
I think Mart is much more
I want to see
suitable.
Guinevere.
So...
I know someone wants to see Guinevere.
Yeah,
yeah.
XP lane... No, maybe jungle.
Okay, here's the thing. Looking at AP Bren's lineup right now, they have so much kit. They have so much stun.
Yeah.
They have so much mobility, but not enough damage. So there's a lot on the back of Super Marco.
Okay,
There's the Martis. There you go.
The Martis.
All right.
Okay.
If I know anybody, I know the barangay.
Lilia, Savior.
Martis?
Lilia, Savior, no Martha.
Falling stars brought us here.
Okay. Novaria.
Novaria. Okay.
Interesting.
So since a lot of CCs, well, that's a great way to land those hits and even bites. So maybe that's one way to utilize their kit now. So if they're up against AP Bren, who, as you guys mentioned, needs more damage, so pressure onto the gold lane as well.
Yeah. Carry most likely will be picked up here on Super Marco. Or the Brody still. I wanna go for honestly I wanna go for a Brody. Just because of the fact that they just have so much damage if they ever go through that route. Because the Pakir and Brody work so well in early game.
Bursting.
Carry, however, is a different story. Because you have to play like super macro. No pun intended on Super Marco. But you could call him a super macro. Because he just plays carry so damn well. But I go for the Brody.
Yeah, you were talking about this is the best possible damage problem of Smart Omega. And there's no way that they would answer. Probably you were thinking about the carry. So no super macro. But just Super Marco, rocking the Brody.
Nice. Instead of the Super Macro, they go for the Super Marco playstyle.
Yep. That single pickup alone on the Brody might have spiked their burst here in the draft index, which is comparable to Smart Omega's DOT or sustain, which is, again, it's interesting how they're using this because they have so much vision in the Angela and the Novaria. But how are you going to use it? How are they going to capitalize?
Well, I mean, it has to come down to execution, right? And, you know, it's AP Bren that is playing this lineup. They win in all aspects, like DOT, team fight, sustain. They cover that. But again, the main issue here is that, one, you're also dealing with Novaria that gets vision, that shuts down any initiative plays on the late game, but also the fact that you are against a Martis in the early game. You do have a lot of hits, but it's hard to deal with a Martis. It has an Angela. Even though AP Bren has an Angela of their own, because you can just copy the the hard guard.
Yeah.
But it's hard to deal with sustains coming out from the Angela that amplifies the early game presence of the Martis.
That's right. Let's get into game 2 here. And once more, it's match point for AP Bren, so Omega can't afford any mistakes. Look at this big, quick 2v2 up top. Few and Flap TZ. Technical knockout there. I think they win.
Yeah, speaking of knockout, that was a spam. And also the pokes. Oh, look at that knock-up. Follow from he's immobilized. Chaknu looking for a way to escape that. Yep, he still walks safe. And AP Bren just doing coverage from the river. As it's getting securely the Lethal Wanderer.
Oh, this is the so-called jungle control from AP Bren. He's forcing out, the
JC.
Heroes. The JC, not the QC. The JZ Razorback. No, sorry. AP Bren with the JC move on the jungle of Martis, just to make sure that, you force out some reactions on the side of Smart Omega, which does give like a space for Kyle TZ to just roam around and do what he does.
We're on the very low!
Oh, Appraiser's Wrath dropped a lot of HP, an HP bar out of Ryota.
Yo.
And Flaptizi was forced to go back.
Ryota did not want to miss that XP card and got away with it. Wow.
Yeah.
A lesser XP laner would have died. I would have died in that situation.
Just the exchange
Come on.
by just the hits, man.
It's Atoy R. It's Atoy R, you know? Can't deny that.
He's the leader of the Ryota.
Oh,
I mean, the Atoy army!
Oh. That was scary.
Oh, Gwen, because of Blast connecting to Ondoryu. Wow, they peeled a lot from AP Brennan. And Few also receive a good amount of damage as well. So they're forced to go back. First turtle is up. AP Bren still maintaining control of the mid.
Yeah, I think even Ondoryu was surprised when he saw, okay, Few was low HP. I was not able to use my ult because I did not expect for the ability to, you know, pop out there with low HP. Cal?
Okay, speaking of which, that's the spam. That's the book. Ryota now receives damage. That's the bite. Kyle TZ falls down. Ryota gets the kill. No, Ryota falls down rather, but Kyle TZ secures the kill. Now it's a clear objective for AP Bren. Just completely gaining control, and Flaptizi is finding a way to secure this purple, but Kyle T secures the first objective of the game.
Oh, Kyle has a retribution. Check it out. Is he going to win it?
Ondoryu.
He did!
He got it!
Grand Theft Purple, but
Knock
who's
off.
going to pay the price?
It's fine, it's fine. You don't have purple. Like AP Brand, they're leading by resources here. And I mean, Smart Omega, they do have early game. They do have the presence of Chaknu on the Angela. Unfortunately, he was not level 4 yet, so no hard guard was there.
Wow,
Smart
Few.
Omega, look, Few!
Look at the confidence. Whoa, right in the second tier turret. He falls down. Few.
Bro, that was
What
an
is he
inhibitor.
thinking, bro?
He went in so deep.
Okay, here's the thing. That was not a feat. You forced out the hard guard. Ondoryu is sitting at low HP. Smart Omega for the next like couple of seconds, maybe 30 or 40 seconds, they're not going to be able to do anything against AP Bren.
All right.
Okay.
Case filed, but I wonder if you're going to win that because where do you capitalize? Where will AP Bren place the pressure to make that death worth it?
I mean, pressure or not, it's space for like Super Marco to kind of like have a free game on his Brody.
Okay.
Because at this point, AP Bren, they're playing for spikes. They're playing
Okay.
for the power spike. The window that they should not miss, kind of like where Omega was in game number 1, where mid-game is really, really strong with Brody and Paquito.
All right, maybe this is how they do it, right? They force out a push on bottom lane, and they make Omega stay here in this lane longer than they should have.
Yep.
If they had the hard guard, they would have gone elsewhere.
Yes. And imagine having to deal with this like Smart Omega. They're forced to kind of like deal with it, and even Etomax. He is missing some minions, for the defense on the bottom lane, and that just ensures that there's more gold and XP going on the side of AP Bren, and you could see that from Flaptizi, up by half level over Ryota.
This makes very little sense. A boxer over a big man with like a hammer, and the boxer wins?
Wow. His gloves are glowing though, so maybe it's made of something special. Maybe made of magic or something.
But Paquito deals physical damage, folks. Just saying.
Just like magical gloves with
Yep.
damage.
Turtles up, 4 minutes and a half in. Kyle TZ first.
Yeah, I just want to share. Rock hard played Paquito one time, so I just want to put it out there.
The magic.
He has a magic.
Yeah, speaking of which,
undeniable.
AP brand magic.
Clear take.
Quick take for the turtle. Again, resource battle for both sides. AP Brand forcing a lot of things on the side of Smart Omega. Ondoryu has been sitting in his jungle for 5 minutes now.
Yeah,
like he was not able to. The one moment that he was able to get out was the first turtle. That was it.
It's miserable if you're a Martis and you should be winning the matchup against a Fredrin and you're treated like this.
Yeah, look at Loquin. Oh my goodness.
That's sad.
Walking over to the side of Omega. And these movements like this tells you that AP Bren, they understand pressure. Like this is just them making sure that they show themselves so that Omega reacts in a way that good teams will do. But AP Bren, after that, they rotate towards mid. They leave the Paquito on the bottom lane because that's already a free tower.
Yep. Okay. And with that, Flaptizi delaying that push down bottom allows for AP Bren to actually move out and execute on their time. They're able to defend top lane, defend mid lane, and even threaten this purple buff. Look off camera.
Well, 3 men onto the gold lane, now forced out the response out of Barangay. Speaking of which, Ondoryu is looking for a way to secure his aura purple. Kyle TZ just took a peek from the moments of Omega. Wow, faster rotations now, quicker. AP Bren is putting on pressure on every part of the map.
I don't think somebody has crossed the river for the side of Smart Omega. Like we've never seen them pass the river from this from the start of the game. But they do have like a window where they can actually deal with AP Bren, but that's so late because you have an Earthel that needs protection. But there's also a way for AP Bren to kind of catch Kelra. And that window is so small because talking about late game, there's also a late game aspect on AP Bren. Like the Valentina scales well in the late game. He, sometimes the Valentina can just two-shot a marksman.
Yeah. Right. And as we look at penalty zone onto Flaptisi as he takes down this turret. He's still surviving though. That's now 3 men from the onto the chase. Mortal Coil connecting.
No way.
Trying to
No
bite
way.
it out. Slowed! Edomax secures the kill with an Astral Echo.
And the Meteor to finish the job, but all this time, it was another trade. Earlier it was Few for a little bit of time in the early game. Now it's Flap for the last turtle.
AP Bren, like everything that they do, Omega, even though they are taking the trades, you have to work for it. Like you have to commit a lot. And you saw the commitment from Flaptisi. Nah, I'm taking objective. I'm taking towers. I don't care about you. You punch me, I don't punch back. Because my objective in this game is to make sure that you react to me while I take objectives. And you saw how committed Omega was to get that kill. All the while, Flaptisi was just casually taking his turtle.
Flicker from Chaklu. Now Ogwen now is dropping his HP out of this way to secure his way out of that possible takedown. He still lives though, but members of the barangay slowly, look at that Etomax onto the face. Now completely securing the hold. Yeah, they're still safe. AP Bren back on the way of the rotation. Meanwhile, look at that. Still Andoryu and Ryota 1v2 versus Kyle TZ. Showdown continues. Ryota receives a knockup. That's the taunt. Super Marco ready to release the torn apart memory. Appraiser's Rat did not connect. Sidestep onto Ryota. Still moving away to hold their front line. Guy Omega torn apart memory is still connecting, but not enough damage. Super Marco still looking for a way to take down, but no casualties from Barangay.
Actually, no casualties from either of them, so this is some good news for Smart Omega, unless Andoryu!
Andoryu taunted, now looking for an avenue. Look at that, using that Astral Echo right onto AP Bren. Now they just take down this mid lane turret. Now they finally try to catch one. Ryota on the front line, terrified, being stunned. Puncture, throwing to the damages now that fall down. Ryota, the first one to go down against Omega.
Maria Smith can only do so much.
Yeah, Omega, they had the Martis in early game, but now you are dealing with AP Bren, who is almost near their late. AP Bren is allowing Super Marco to play the objective gaming while Smart Omega still has, they still have the firepower. Kelra still pumping out the damage, but they're not finding the right fights for them.
Yep, over the past elapsed 9 minutes and 50 seconds, AP Bren has been playing a different game. And once they answer, once they respond, if they agree to Omega's terms, that's when things go sideways. That's what scored Omega these 3 kills in this low kill count game. And now, AP Bren just forcing the issue, punishing them from underneath as they push the issue.
Oh yeah, man, they're just completely pushing, clearing waves, and you hear that sound effect.
Swelling.
Yeah.
It's an orchestra.
I know, man. Even if you take on the turret, that's a really a satisfying sound to even hear.
This is the kind of music that's played in game. Right now, AP Bren popping that holy shield down bottom, the inhibitor still standing. Omega's gonna be able to defend.
Yeah, still a chance though. Flaptisi is trying to clear as well in the mid. So just clearing up some oranges out of Smart Omega. So they're just probably just caging them out in their own base. So AP Bren still on the lead. What a better way to even have a comeback for Barangay Omega right now.
I mean, it's hard. Just looking at the gold lane, the difference is 3.2k. Like half of the gold lane AP Bren has, it's on the gold lane.
Oh man, Marco is just miles ahead of Kelra.
Usually when we talk about comebacks, Omega has a way of like initiating winning plays, right? Like looking for the main win condition. And in this game, that's to shut down the damage dealer. It's either they shut down Super Marco or they take out the Valentina. But even then, you still have the likes of the Paquito. There's a way for AP Bren to engage onto Kelra with Ogwen, the Flickers. And you don't have that kind of setup from Smart Omega. It's just them tearing through the HPs of AP Bren. But so far, that has been hard. And especially right now that AP Bren has been leading by 7.5k gold. Immortalities and other tank items are going to start popping out for their main heroes, especially in the front lines.
Robert, that's what I was asking
Thank you, Dan.
Right before we loaded into the Land of Dawn. There's a lot of vision, there's a lot of range in Smart Omega. But what do they do with that? How do they do? Yeah, exactly. How do they take advantage? How do they capitalize? That's
How
why
do they utilize?
has been able to just play their game.
Andoryu.
And now Andoryu's in trouble.
Oh, Andoryu receiving damage. Ogwen looking for a way to intercept. Still just forcing so many things about. That's the meter poking through AP Bren. No initiations or whatsoever. Speaking of which, Andoryu close by Kyle Teasy and Flap Teasy here. Looking for a way to take this orange once again.
Easy brothers.
Against Andoryu, who gets it though. Oh, stolen!
The bunk.
That's right.
The bunk got it.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah, the Priestess Wrath, the bunk.
Didn't even need the retribution.
Yeah. JC against Jungle Control.
Jungle Control with the help of the Wilderness Blessing. We've seen a couple of them in the loadouts. Both Omega and AP Bren are using that new talent.
Oh, the WB, you mean?
Sure, that works.
The Wilderness Blessing and the JC.
Yeah, I'm wondering though if it has. It does! It does! Oh no, Flap Easy. He's doing the same play, bro. He's doing the same play.
He's pulling 4 members out of the barangay. Wow.
Sprints away, forced out the ultimate of Kelra and the hard guard from Chaknu.
Oh, wow. Talking about resources.
That's worth it.
Yeah, that's 2 ultimates out. Completely #worth it for AP Bren.
All right. Folks can confirm there is a visual indicator for when your hero gets the movement speed boost while they're running around inside the jungle or river.
Like a tingling thing.
Yep. Like when you leave the base.
Yeah, kind of like a sprint as well.
Yep.
Mixture of sprint and the visuals from...
there's there.
Open if you have it, see?
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, love it, Dispatch.
Yep.
Love it.
Changes the tempo, changes the speed of where you can and how you can engage.
There you go, like the sparkling stick.
Yep. Like he got hit by the Astral Echo.
Conceal onto Ogun. That's the flicker. Looking for just way to hold it off. Okay, one has been taunted. Riona, the receiving damage. Will the ultimate connect from Super Marco? Still holding it though.
Oh, Blap almost got.
Nobody goes down. Nobody goes down. Still safe. Andoryu receives damage from Flap Tees and Ogwin. Oh, just base being slowly deteriorated from Smart Omega.
Oh man, AP Bren, they're lucky that the Lord took his time and they're able to penetrate through mid and maybe even up top because they're still continuing to force the push and they're gonna get it! Oh no, Omega lost all of their inhibitors!
This is ultra clean from AP Bren, ensuring that late game is theirs for the taking 10k gold lead by 14 minutes. And they slowly took out the base. Every single time we see AP Bren go inside the base with a Lord by 12 minutes in, they take 3 lanes.
It's just one time, big time.
Yeah, one time, big time.
I want all of it or nothing at all.
How much towers do you want? Yes.
They just take it. So this is the problem now of Smart Omega. How will they even reach the defense of
Kelra has to just shred through the HPs of AP Bren, but it's hard to do that. Even the Paquito is hard to deal with. He has mobility. He also has damage, by the way, and the controls from the the knockout, the Cho as well as the Frederick, like with the energy eruption and the knockups. It's hard for Kelra to fight into that. There's just so many layers of control that Omega. Again, you've asked this question, Leo. How do you execute? They did have the chance earlier on, but at this point, the answer is they just don't have damage.
It's just hard. So at least the answer is they need more time. Yeah. They need more items.
Okay.
Probably more slots. I would say they need 10 slots on the Irithel.
Well,
10 slots.
It's a little too much, man.
Because I don't think, to be honest, I don't think Omega deals enough damage to wipe out Brent.
I can give you 7 though. 7 is my best.
Oh, with the Florian.
With the Florian, yeah. All right, so Andoryu here gets a taste of what AP Bren is bringing. The bonk again secures the purple buff, so this is a purple-less Martis. And yeah, AP Bren going for their third Lord of the game this time around.
A lot of objectives taken. Flap TC force out Kelra and Chaklu to take him down.
Oh,
he falls. Kelra takes the kill. Speaking of force out resourceful, like Smart Omega is looking for a way to have a way of revenge or to avenge what they have lost in the first half of this game. Now, just Few being in trouble. Oh! Penalty zone on to 2. Now it's Barangay Omega looking for a way for a comeback. Kalatizi right in front, looking for a way to hold it. That was 5.
No!
5 members trying to take him down. Force out an ultimate out of the Frederick, but Kalatizi falls down as well. That's a 3-man out of AP Bren.
Yes, sir. That's the Atoy Army General coming up from the front lines. Flicker penalty zone, fam.
I mean, sorry, ONIC, but you know what time it is? It's 16 minutes. It's Omega timers. You know, again, science has nothing on this. Analysis, explanation, they have nothing on the Omega timers. It's just the way how Omega operates.
Way of the Dragon connecting. Ryota now is being in the turret. Now they forced out the hard guard and an ultimate out of Chaknu. Now it's go time, Super Marco. So looking for a way to defend Echo. Even the meter would not connect. Okay, the Barangay still lives.
You need to clean your house. You need to clean up the house.
Base.
All right, luckily there are no heroes. There are no heroes here. But still, man, it could have been a much cleaner transition into a position of lead for Omega. But here, they kind of just got a little impatient in that tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, Omega, I understand, like, they want to put more pressure, like, they want to exert dominance on that fight, but again, you have to go back, you have to deal with waves, especially when APBR was able to secure the Lord. It was a good fight, however, because now Irithel has everything that she needs. She does not have Purify, however, so the problem is, there's still that catch from Ogwin. So Smart Omega needs to do a lot of peeling. For Kelra here, she does have enough damage to kind of like go in one-on-ones. These skirmishes could go potentially on the side of Smart Omega, but AP Bren, whenever they group up, it's a different story. We still haven't seen that yet.
That's right. The only reason why that sequence happened earlier was because they were able to pick off Flap.
Yeah.
Now, that's not going to happen as often, especially since AP Bren saw that it can happen. So now, Omega has to be smarter, wiser, and they have to be a little more willing to do what needs to be done to once more shrink the 7K gold lead.
Interesting steal, Decimate. Oh,
looks like Fuse needs the right target for AP Bren now. He's just down. Kelra takes the kill onto the back line. Ryota's looking for a way to take down Flapteezy, but knock up onto Chakra and Kelra's Flap up against 3. They take down Andoryu and AP Bren. The base.
The burn! Okay, immortality.
He's okay.
Oh, he's still safe.
He still popped it.
He's still kicking. AP Bren. Few was the only one to go down, and Andoryu as well. 4-4.
I mean, as nice as it was for Omega, Flapteezy on the backline, it looked bad for them, but it forced out the penalty zone, and they were still able to get the Martyr skill for the side of AP Bren. Even though you could say, technically, Omega took 2 because of the immortality. Again, I was correct, because they took out a jungle of Omega. 10 seconds for the Martyr to spawn. AP Bren, they do have the damage to burst this. The main problem is, how do you deal with the way that Omega is playing with right now? Like, Ryota has always been focused on protecting his teammates, but there's a switch. Like, he knows when he can use that penalty zone to use it aggressively.
It's a counter flank is what Ryota's doing. He's both protecting his backline and finding the opponent. Lord very low. Of course, he's going to go over to AP Bren. There's a 5-man presence here.
Kalatizi on to 5. 2 members now fall. Flapteezy is the first one to go. Andoryu takes as well. Kalatizi is down. 2-man down from AP Bren. Now the chase goes on. A pursuit from Smart Omega. Taking down Flapteezy and Kyle, though.
The TZs are down, folks.
No
for the
brothers.
First time.
What was that?
For the first time in a 20-minute match, Omega are clearly in the lead. The Lord be down. We don't care. But now we're going to start making moves.
Okay, he now has it. 6 items. 6 items. He could potentially get 7. Because he could sell, you know, Wind of Nature.
Juggle. He can
so we hit that. We hit that for Omega. Now he does enough damage. And AP Bren, some questionable plays there. Kalatizi again going in. And now the Brody is feeling that he does not deal enough damage. Like the problem of Mega, what it used to be their problem, is now the problem of AP Bren. And I would say Flapteezy has been doing the right things, like going for the backline, but forcing out the hard guard is not enough solution right now. Like they need to find another way, or like a different solution to deal with this sort of heavy sustained front line on the side of Smart Omega that is backed up with an Angela.
Not just Robert, not just Francis. We're going to be waiting if this is going to be able to break out into a team fight. This is the best position for Smart Omega.
They're not letting it go home!
Flapteezy now onto the base, now Fuse on target and Andoryu. Now base is open for AP Bren. He's looking for a way to take them a Chaknu onto the cameras right onto our screens.
Oh, he's fine.
Flapteezy versus Chaknu. Flapteezy evades the meteor. He's still safe.
He goes out of distance. Now a Bracer's right without connecting Yoda. Might be the one to fall down, but that's the hard guy. That's the response damage. Connecting towards
Andorio. Oh, the truncheon!
The damage with the truncheon trying to hold off right in the front of AP Bren.
He dodged it.
An extended team
Round
fight.
Round two.
Oh, how about it?
Round two, Flapteasy onto the round two.
Into his personal punching bag.
Base on half HP.
He's fine. He's fine.
Oh my
We're
God.
Okay. We're okay.
AP Bren, they were like, how does it feel? How does it feel to get split push?
Oh man.
Remember season 10.
That's right.
Remember season 10.
AP Bren was notorious for having their base cracked open when they weren't expecting it. And now they're turning the tables.
How does it feel, Omega? Even though that was like an amazing sequence of events, Omega, they were relaxed, you know? They were kind of like, okay, we understand that the Paquito is split pushing. We don't deal enough damage. We can actually deal with the front line. But you, man, he saved his team there. Like, Andorio without the Decimate, Omega after that couldn't fight. Because they already lost the Mortis.
And now the gold lead has shrunk, folks. It's the smallest it's been for the past 20 minutes, man. 2,000 gold, approaching 3. They're playing with this. And Omega's leading in kills.
Wow.
Yeah. Lord in 5 seconds.
Bro, this is just completely Omega timers.
And what I was trying to say is, this is the best position for Omega. Given that they have an Angela, she can go do whatever she wants, man. Chakno can defend, Chakno can play vision in the jungle, and then if it breaks out into a 5v5, they have the numbers advantage there too.
Some people would consider this a joke, but it's literally Omega saying to Chakno, you can just play base.
Yep.
Let us carry
Stay
you.
in the base, yeah.
Play base.
Just stay there, bro.
We've seen him do this in Season 9, in the playoffs.
Just buying the base, just the Angela.
Lord Dance, however, is a different story because you are forced to fight 4v5. Even though you would say that the Angela could just stay base, if she leaves, like to jump with a hard guard on somebody else, Paquito could just go split push once again.
So the question is, who will force Chakno to go out of the base? As we can see, we're just looking at Kyle Teasy and Ryota and Andorio on our screens here. This is by looking at the control that they're trying to do. The lead.
FLD.
Even by the control.
FLD. Keeping Lord Dance.
FLD.
Yeah, and that's how you do it.
This is
nobody's taking risks.
This is what we've pioneered the past few years, man. And I'm proud of it, because again, I know where this is going. We all know how long this could last.
Yeah.
And Flapteasy. Yeah, Flapteasy, AP Brand, they're forcing Omega to be honest with this. They're not letting Chakno do that easy Angela defense.
Oh, Kyle.
Oh, that's the thought. Ryota still not forcing. So no, that's the force coming from Ogan. Way of the Dragon knockoff from the Lord. Now damage connected through Ryota. Super Marco looking for a way to take down Lord. They forced out Chakno to go out of the base. Flapteasy on our cameras right on down the bottom of our screens. He's still looking for a way to push into base. Oh, Chakno's still safe. Man, the tension of this game.
Andorio!
Not letting go.
Not letting go. Torn apart memory connected to Andorio. Lord! Still a buy time and a major objective stolen from AP Bren.
And no punish! And no punish!
Oh my God, Atumac!
The barangay captain says, fine, I'll do it myself! He steals it away!
Snaps his fingers. Uses Astral Recall. It was like, I'm over you doing Filipino Lord Dance, man.
Oh, man.
Stop that.
Folks, we are as close to a Game 3 as we can get because Omega is more than just on the board. They are in control.
Bro, speaking of control, even just the waves pushing, they had a major objective stolen from AP Bren. Now the Hive is forced for defense.
Right. This is an evolved Lord, mind you. This is the Lord that deals extra damage.
The Lightnings, they're coming.
Ogwen spotted from the conceal though. Kalatizi's HP force dropping so fast.
Oh,
that's the penalty zone onto the back line. Now that's Ryota being the first one. Immortality now pop from Omega. Ryota's still safe though. Lord pushing through. Flapteasy back and forth with the punches. He falls down in the hands of Kelra. Now it's Omega. Smart Omega completely looking for a way to push.
Stop clear the minion wave. That buys them 40 seconds.
That's right.
30 seconds.
There still is a push down bottom, and Omega are a man up. It's a 4v5. Oh, the barangay can keep pushing. The barangay can force something here.
Well, speaking of force.
Ogwen.
Penalty zone onto 2. Super Marco flickers out. He's going back to base to recall and regen. But now Keller right onto the base. Few moments away. Barangay looking for a way to turn this around. Still looking through. They're suppressed. Looking for a way to hold AP Bren. Kyle is down. Andorio takes the kill. Chakno as well takes another point on AP Bren.
3-man down. 5-man pressure for the guys. Smart Omega. Few hits. They take a base.
I don't know, man.
This is MLBB, folks. We're going to Game 3. Omega forces Game 3. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
OMGT. Omega Timers, folks. Filipino Lord Dance, they have nothing on this. It's just the way Omega works. No science, no BS, no advertising fraudulent behavior. It's just Omega.
No false claims. We just show you how it's done. And here we were for the better part of that 25, 26-minute matchup, questioning what else and how Omega can come back, and they just do it.
Bro. Wow.
And that happens
Barangay
when
Omega.
you question it, right?
And that was their window, and we were questioning why are they not responding to those kinds of cross-map objectives, and the boy boils down like, we have a way to end this. Just wait. And they just waited patiently.
Yeah.
The discipline from Smart Omega completely turned things around. That's the Omega comeback.
And again, it's so Omega because they have their insurance policy. They have Kelra. He, never died? Is that correct? Am I correct? He never died?
I think so.
Wow. Well, on that fact, let's celebrate the fact that FWD Life Insurance is the official insurer of MPL Philippines Season 12. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories. Celebrate living with FWD. And boy, am I living for this moment. I could watch that kind of MLBB for days at a time.
Oh, yeah. It is definitely like super high level.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
it's so high level. Analysis does not work anymore against Omega Timers.
It doesn't. And we see moments of like, we see the senses of Flaptis and I need to end this as well. And we are looking at how will Chaknu be even forced to leave the base.
Yeah.
And that was purely just calculated measures from Smart Omega. They know and they knew. And they have completely covered all of their bases right.
It's crazy because that last, I tell you what, it got better in the last 10 minutes, right? The last 10 minutes in the rally back and forth, it's both as intricate as a 5 or 6 turn sequence in chess, but also just as brutal as a left hook from Manny Pacquiao. Just,
bro,
it's man. I hope Midnight. I hope you don't believe the fact that analysis goes out the drain because you have to explain, right? You have to tell us what went down here and how the barangay found that small window and somehow crossed the river, punished AP Brand. They never wiped them out, right? They never wiped them out.
Never did.
But they understood what to do from step by step by step.
They completely held hands and crossed the bridge.
The only one fights in the late game, by the way.
And also that crucial objective stolen against AP Brent.
Oh, yeah.
Etumax.
With Etumax. With Etumax just,
I can feel his hybrid Gangnam style called Haldag from that game. Yeah.
Gangnam style.
Yeah, that was just game number 1, bro.
Generation X socket.
Game
all
number
of it, man.
2.
All of it. Was there a little bit of Macarena in there?
Oh, yeah.
Etumax is in that age range. I mean, my age. I'm going to stop talking. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to reveal the age of our athletes here and more so my age. But for now, let's reveal exactly what went down and how Smart Omega forced Game 3 here in this series. Midnight.
All right. Last 10 minutes, Leo said it himself, it was the better half of Smart Omega. And guess what? 26 minus 10, that's 16. That's the start of Omega Timers. I mean, this is where we're going with because it is literally the Barangay Omega Timers. And man, what a steal from Etumax. Literally stealing away the game. I mean, stealing the game away from AP Brent with the Novaria using the Astral Recall against AP Brent to secure the major objective of Smart Omega. We did say, however, that the early game, it was not going in favor of Smart Omega. They were literally just reacting to whatever AP Brent was doing. But come the late game, it was a different story. They were not just reacting. They were dealing with the fact that Flapteasy is split pushing. And it has been really, really hard for Smart Omega to deal with that but the vision in the late game made the difference. Like, they see the heroes of AP Bren. It's not, it has become not so easy for the Bees or the Hive to actually force these objective fights against Smart Omega. Again, early game was just AP Bren walking over Smart Omega, walking over lanes, making sure that they take the towers, even Flaptizi dying for objectives. They were essentially controlling the early to mid, and again, they accelerated the farm of the Brody on Super Marco, effectively ensuring that their late game cut comes much faster compared to Smart Omega. Unfortunately, it wasn't the end of the story, because when the late game hit, when the Omega timers started counting down, something clicked with Smart Omega. The way they initiated the fights, they started with a penalty zone on the front line. Flaptizi was not able to burst down the Idithel anymore, especially with the hard guard and Andoryu. I want to highlight Andoryu's playstyle here, being selflessly aggressive, just to make sure that Kelra has a lot of space to work with in fights. And even though Flaptizi has been making a lot of amazing moves here, like, it's still hard for AP Brent to kind of like deal with the Idithel on the back line with the added layer of HP from the hard guard that deals so much damage, and being able to catch up, especially with the movement speed coming out from the GDS. Now this is where the steal came out of, from literally cross the body of Andoryu to steal the objective away from AP Bren, ensuring that the late game is for Omega to take. 26 minutes in, 26-20, we see AP Bren crumble under the pressure of the sheer damage output of Smart Omega. Now we are going to be looking at the jungle pattern of Andoryu here in the late game. I want to point out that some teams would prefer the jungle to, kind of sit like behind the lines, but Andoryu has always been in the front line. Like, the way he moves in the map, he's always providing additional vision. It's not just the Astral Echo that provides the vision here for Smart Omega. It is also the Martis standing in the front lines, providing additional threats over AP Brent, because the way they see it, it is also kind of like a layer of shield for the Idithel, because when Martis comes in front, there is also that protective layer from the hard guard. It's not just, Keldra and Chakdu combination. It can also be Andoryu and Chakdu. And, most of the times we see that, like the arrow coming down onto Andoryu, it's just threatening, AP Bren to ensure that, okay, we are going to fight into you if you don't back off. Now we are seeing the emblems here. I want to point out the Fatal emblem, the Tier 1 talent on Kelra, especially alongside the Quantum Charge, allows him to get more damage in, especially with the crits coming out from the Hasclaw, the Berserker's Fury, and the movement speed buff from the QC. Additional layer of sustenance for Smart Omega, because now in the late game they are able to like move around the fight, kind of like outmaneuver Flaptizi in a way against a Paquito, and Smart Omega, they did that in very good fashion, especially with the additional vision and layer of HP being given to them both by Etomax and Chaknu. And add to that the fact that the Oasis Flask also adds another layer of shield to Idithel. So if ever Kelra goes really, really low, like if he gets bursted down by the Thorn Apart memory, that's when it kicks in. So it's not like that. It's not like Andoryu is the sole tank for Smart Omega. Even Kelra turned into tank that deals so much damage in the late game. Even though Super Marco was able to like get a lot of farm in the map, he didn't deal enough damage over Smart Omega, because the thing is, Torn Apart Memory, it deals so much damage, but it's distributed to Smart Omega. But Kelra, however, is a different story. Every single guy that stands in front of him gets shredded by a sheer damage output coming out from the crits, the GDS, the sustain, and of course with the added Hasclaw item on his arsenal. Literally, he was out-sustaining. Even without the Angela, he can sustain the damage output in a team fight for Smart Omega. But add the additional layers of protectiveness, like from the Angela, the Flask. For AP Brent, it's just hard to deal with. And that is what allowed Omega to kind of pull out this kind of comeback against the Hive, AP Brent, in game number 2.
All right, take back what you said, Midnight. Keller did not need 10 item slots.
Technically, he did. Technically, he did.
Okay, fine. Not all the time.
I'm going to explain it later.
Not simultaneously 10.
Yeah, but he had Angela with Flask.
Okay.
With the Enchanted Talisman.
Right. Effectively, he had 10.
Effectively, he had 10 items.
So I think it's fair.
It's fair, all right.
Fair.
He's technically not wrong.
Yeah.
And they won. So again, Barangay, rejoice. we're going into game 3, and they can still take this and upset AP Bren this time around. Let's go into our insider to learn more.
Kasama ko ngayon ang TikToker, content creator, and MLBB streamer, Shai Artile. Hello! Uy, bago to ah. Bago to ah. Ba't di kita narinig? Ayan, nakamute. Okay. Papalitan natin. Ano yung bago? Wait, na ngayon ko lang napansin. Kailan to?
May, nung May lang.
Nung May. Nasan si fiancé?
Katabi mo.
Katabi ko! Ay! Katabi ko! Fiancé! Nag-propose ka pala? Paano? Ay, wait, sandali. Okay, lagi silang nag-stream ng MLBB. Pwede ba natin i-reenact kung paano ka nag-propose? Napansin ko ngayon ko lang napansin. Hey, sige nga, let me hear it from you guys. I-reenact mo kung paano ka nag-propose.
Paano daw?
Paano?
Will you marry me?
Umiyak ka?
Oo, umiyak ako noon. Actually, nasa TikTok yun, nag-viral yun. Nagulat ako. Parang ilang hours lang, million views na.
Paano kayo nag-meet ba?
Sa ML lang din.
Sa ML?
Oo.
I mean, online lang, not in person. Online. So, sino nagpapansin?
Yung
siya?
mukha mo naman.
Siya yung nagpapansin?
Of Smart Omega. Back here at your service, my name is Leo, here with OSX and Midnight. Exactly, I was about to say. Now, back to the topic at hand. Momentum swung, definitely, towards the barangay. Where does this leave AP Bren? What's going on in the minds of the Hive?
Okay, so Smart Omega completely answered their keys to victory number 2. Play for late game scaling.
Literally
Is this something new?
It's literally written in a piece of paper somewhere.
It's way too late game. Is it?
Yeah,
way late game.
And at this point, it's not even a K2V. Like it's with Smart Omega, late game is a thing. Like we should replace the name, like early game, mid game, Omega timers, and then ultra late game. Or never mind, early, mid, early Omega, mid Omega, or late Omega.
Yeah. Early Omega might go up or down.
Yeah,
by the late game,
depends.
Expected us to speaking back up like a clock or a big band.
Is it as eponymous as junglers and roamers buying their boots? Omega winning in the late game.
Yeah,
that's just how it is.
It is.
Turrets have shields at the start. Omega wins in the late game.
You have gold lane XP.
Yeah.
Turtle spawns in 2 minutes. It's just a fundamental thing at this point.
That's right.
It's written in the
wikis.
wikis.
It's a universal
Pero
truth
sinabi
here
nga
in
ng ating
esports, specifically
idol
in
sa ating
MPL-PH.
na
Now going to the draft,
Wow.
it's
About
game
the
3.
draft
The stakes have never been higher
May
here
kita na-
in this rivalry because only one of them walk away with a big dub in the post-patch metagame. The first time we're seeing this patch in action, deployed in the MPL. You get the dub, that's a big win. That's a momentum swing for you in Season 12. Yes, and the Kaldab too! Kaldab! Oh man, AP Bren here on the play, banning out the Edith and the Terizla, while Omega bans out a couple of Coyotes heroes once more, the Fanny and the Bash.
Question is, will they let go of the Matilda on the side of Smart Omega?
That's a good question
Still
because it was the priority of AP Brennan. And also, this was their chance to do it in their game number 1 from if Smart Omega was completely prioritizing on that. Yeah, it's out of the table, Midnight. So,
Damn me, right?
Yeah.
Brendan.
Completely, yeah. He could still go in the first
Carita's
pick.
still open, however. But I do think that there's a lot of options to go with. Paquito is still a very, very strong first pick. It does provide you with a lot of things. Number 1, flex. 2, very stable XP laner. And 3, a damage source.
Yeah. So are we saying Pac, Fred, one or the other here for AP Bren?
Or the Kadita, classic, the few. Okay, Paquito.
Don't overthink it.
Yep.
It's the Paquito. Now, what does Omega answer back?
Fredrin.
Fredrin, Angela. They can go Fredrin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joy Fredrin.
Joy's open.
Joy Fredrin. Okay, Joy. Oh, nice. This is
Anjoila.
This is an echo power pick.
Anjoila.
Anjoila. That's a great name to put it.
Anjoila.
Yeah.
That's nice.
You're welcome. I'm here till Sunday.
Yeah. Anjoila on Andoryu. That does not work.
Does this confirm it though? Or are we sure that this is going in the hands of Andoryu, not Ryota?
No. That's not confirmed. At this point, it's not like
Still
nothing is confirmed.
Yeah, still flex. Even the
Even
Paquito.
If you want the Paquito, it could even go to the side of Smart Omega. No, I'm just kidding.
But it could go either in the hands of either Flap again.
I'm sure you go Fredrin here.
Kyle, even Few.
Fredrin, and then probably a Grok. Fredrin, Grok.
Oh, by the way, Franco is open.
Franco's open!
Kaja's
open!
Kaja's open. Fredrin, Kaja. Fredrin, Kaja, let's go.
Come on.
Fredrin, Kaja.
Show it, man.
I am the power
There you go.
of light.
Oh.
We Rebros.
Okay. Connection. Bear connection.
It's there. So there's no room for the Franco anymore for Omega. Unless they go Franco and Angela in mid.
Angela mid at the max.
Yeah, that's
Is that
possible. That's
Novaria?
possible.
Novaria or Franco? Oh, they go here once again. The comfort with the Angela.
It's a blitz draft, more than 30 seconds left on the clock, and they just snap pick it up.
This is just purely strength and comfort of the barangay.
Coach Oat Stronger knows.
Yeah, this is just completely their identity. Okay, we can take it.
He's like, this is a strong draft.
Yeah.
Coach Ducky, though, unfazed. Look at him. You
Yeah,
see it in his
Bandigi.
eyes. You see it in his eyes.
Time and tide wait
Yeah.
for no
So there's still no marksman. Yeah, fair enough. That Super Marco is also a beast in this Beatrix, as well as the Brody. On the other hand, in the last match, wasn't that effective? You guys mentioned that they were lacking the damage. They were just relying on one.
Well, the thing is, there were like two different school of thoughts. You could go super late game with the carry, which just gives you insurance in in terms of damage output. But the Brody was too tempting, right? Like they had nothing on the Brody for the side of Smart Omega. But ultra late game is different. Positioning, it's all about who you target on, how do you play the space on the map, and Omega just had better ways of engaging, especially with the layers of protection with the Angela having that flask and the shields coming off from the hard guard. So it was just different for the Brody to deal with, because with the torn apart memory, like Keller did not care at all. So I feel like it's just a question of what Bren or AP Bren wanted to play in game number 2. And I feel like you will change it up. Like for AP Bren, they have to sort of like put into consideration the late game aspect of pacing against an Angela with a Neutral again.
With that said, still no gold laner here for AP Bren, and we might come down to that choice again. We might come down to that fork in the road for the young Super Marco.
Also, the last ban as well on the Kadita, still remaining consistent. They're still respecting the fact that this Kadita might still have a good chance in even penetrating the back line of Barangay Omega.
What
regardless of the nerf, bro, still the same.
What if we see an Esmeralda mid?
Ooh.
What if we see an Esmeralda mid? Either that or we see a Julian mid from Few.
What?
I kind of miss Julian mid, yeah.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I
like
miss
Julian.
that guy.
Julian got buffed, by the way.
Yes.
Just
Correct.
overall faster cooldown.
Yep.
So that's CDR if you want to go fast and furious.
With a family, right?
Against the family.
Yeah, the Hive. Like, they have the Hive to do that. So Smart Omega, jungle pick, or XP, or support, whatever. The only like solidified choice here is the gold lane, unless you want to go jungle or something. But they go Grok. They steal the Grok away from AP Bren. This does give the potential again for AP Bren to like get up the get the carry on Super Marco, play the super macro game on the gold lane, and respond with an amazing Few pick. I still think Julian is a great option here. Either that, we might see Esmeralda mid.
Yeah, or Farsa.
I was thinking that too.
Farsa's still open, man.
Farsa's still open.
A little bit of bursty.
Hard to play against Grok and Joy, but it's El Capitan.
Yeah.
He has the experience, and if he needs burst, and if AP Bren wants burst, he might just pick it up. But I want to see me some flex. Go Esmeralda mid.
Paramis. Okay.
It's still a good choice.
It's not the same though. It's not as bursty as I'd like.
They go to carry.
We expected to carry as much.
So this most likely will be a Jungle Joy. And then they pick up something like an Esmeralda.
You're really pushing it.
Sorry,
They
just
still
banned
need a
out.
mid laner, man. They still need a mid laner.
Mid.
You could go mid with the Angela.
Oh yeah, you're right. But no,
you could pull out an Angela Esme right now.
They're gonna have really bad wave clear though.
No, but the thing is, like 3 heroes on the side of AP Bren gets countered by Esmeralda.
That's right, man.
Promise.
I've been saying Esmeralda since the day started. So yeah, I wanna
Paquito,
Esmeralda. Yeah, give
XP.
this.
XP lane Esmeralda, do it.
Come on.
Come on.
Make Midnight happy.
Come on, there's no Yuzong, so that's not a Yuzong.
Light me up,
Is that... Oh, okay. Export.
Oh.
I didn't know that was the SFX. Export. Okay, maybe it's a
He has a new portrait too.
He's also, yeah, a new hairdo as well.
He looks great. All right, now looking at the draft index. Man, AP Brent just tried to cover all their bases, bro.
How about this, Midnight? Is this the index that you're expecting?
I mean, team fight is really, really great on the side of AP brand. It's just a worry of how much can you actually do in the span of duration that you have in the early game. Now that Smart Omega, concept-wise, has a better late game.
Yep.
Because X-Borg, Angela, Irithel, they have a lot of ways to protect each other. They have damage. They have backline, especially with the Joy. However, there are pickups on the side of AP Brent. It's just a matter of initiation. Late game is a different story because now you have the carry, but still you consider the fact that you are facing up against Atoy Ars Export.
I agree, 100%. Because it's the fact that they have a Kaja and a Fredrin in the jungle that makes for such a scary rotational start. Early, mid, if they can do that and bully Smart Omega, forget about even crossing the 15-minute mark, man. That's what the Barangay is dealing with now, and that's what the Hive is presenting here for this decider. Game 3, the rubber match in a best of 3. Man, I can't call it. It's not as clear, to be honest.
It's hard.
It's not, especially after what Barangay Omega showed us in Game 2. Anything is possible now.
Potential, possible comebacks, anything that you could think of. The Barangays even give a comeback. But if you said if things go well with the Kaja and the Fredrin just having a great pull out of the lanes early on and slowing things down from Smart Omega, so that's also the problem. How will they even counter that? How will they even survive that kind of disturbance?
Yeah, like, it's just, again, AP Brent, you have a lot of ways to engage into Smart Omega, but the 16-minute timer tells us a different story. Like, you have late game for AP Brent, but you also have to deal with the export, right? Like the front line, late game, you will always get the vision on the Kaja. So it is still a tough game for the Beast to deal with. Like, even though you are given amazing tools, you also have to play into like a lot of considerations.
Yep, here we go, folks. For the last time in this best of 3, let's spin right into the Land of Dawn as we decide who takes it home. Is it Smart Omega or AP Bren? I am seeing less Wilderness Blessing.
Yeah. It's just on
one each. One on Chocolate too.
Yep.
All right, let's see what the early rotations look like. Here we go. Game 3. It's the rubber match. It's a purple start for the young Kyle Saison. Same way for Andoryu.
Okay, focus on to the purples. Yes, great start, but a faster way of doing that is, yes, by the Joy. So with this, I think with guys, with the composition being present on the table, so they really don't want to step up their early game if you are Smart Omega. Same as this, that's the pokes, Ogwen. Meanwhile, for you here, getting caught in 2, or Chocolate is yours. Well, he's immobilized. Will he fall down? Will he have the first blood? He's still safe! No! Chaknu takes him down with the wall. Wow.
And Ryota gets away with the flicker too.
Yep.
Okay.
Omega with a clean first blood take there.
Pulling out with the early game again. They have damage, they have catch, they have sustain. AP Brent, they're waiting for the level 4s, and they also like don't have the same damage output that Smart Omega can output on the early game. Even though you have Laptizi with the Pakiro, actually interesting that he is rocking that tier 1 talent on on its Thrift, giving him more adaptive damage, plus 16.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it's still not enough to measure up against the early game pressure of what Omega can actually
Speaking of pressure, Super Marco just got taken down by E2Max right on top. Rotation, brother. Smart Omega just stepping on the gas really early.
How's that possible, man? Omega just lived underneath that tier 1 up top. They spent like, what, a better part of 10 seconds trying to kill Super Marco, and none of them died.
Well, again, they have sustain. They're really, really tanky on Chaknu. And they also have a lot of ways in terms of engaging targets. Like Joy, Andoryu, you can see right now, you get second out.
Oh, Fio again falling down twice. Not even reaching the 2nd minute. He's out, but he's back in. But on to the side of the EXP lane. Look at that. Ryota versus Flapteezy. Frog Armor's down. Kyle Teasy, on the other hand, starts to damage down the objective.
Turtle at less than half health here. Countie's gonna blitz it. He knows that Andoryu's not gonna make it there. And can confirm that's an AP Brent Turtle if I've ever seen one.
Okay, willing to give up.
Very
Smart Omega.
very classic take for AP Bren. Again, knowing that they are much stronger when they position themselves earlier over Smart Omega, but they are playing the macro game here on the on the Aethercell. Because the thing is, if you are able to get away, like oh my god.
Whoa, wait.
What?
Off-cam kill!
Wow, somebody got just taken down. Flapteezy onto the pressure of 3 members from the barangay. They take out half of the
That's a lot of
outer
gold.
energy shields. Golden economy. Just taken by Omega down bottom.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if Kelra is able to like get away from this laning stage with a huge advantage, which he is, 600 gold away from the carry. And now you add to that the 600 gold that Xborg is leading over the Paquito. This is scary for AP Bren. Again, you do have that late game lineup. You have a lot of tools, like with the Kaja, to make sure that you are able to fight into late game. But still, this is an Xborg, an Aethercell, a Joy, and an Angela that can also scale. And this is Omega Timers again.
Don't forget the Grok, man. You named all the heroes on Omega's side. But here's the thing. Looking at the first 30 minutes, the first 3 minutes for Smart Omega, I can only imagine the face of Coach Stronger. This is the best early game you can expect from this kind of lineup against AP Bren.
Of course, yeah. If you just look back on the timers and the keys to victory, Omega is shifting in a different way. He's just amping up their early game, having a great time, having a great way to peel a lot of resource off AP Bren. Flickers burned down first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And rotation is quickly turning around in Omega's favor.
This is essentially what AP Bren did to Omega in game number 1. Rotate to lanes, force reactions, make sure that your gold laner is farming. And even the XP is getting a hell of a lot.
Oh, look at that. Oh, it's just Flapteezy. Look at that. Another realm activated to save Shadow Stampede, connecting on Ryota. That's a pull from Few. Still holding this mid lane. And as well, we're feeling charge from Chaknu. That's the objective onto our screens. Fight is happening as well in mid. Few on low HP as well. Netherrealm activated. I mean, meanwhile, onto the objective. That's the hard guard flowing onto Ryota. Kalti secures the objective. Now action is about to break. Completing the pull. That's Divine Judgment onto one. Andoryu. Kyle TZ secures the point, and AP Bren slowly getting back on their feet.
It came down to 50-50, but at the end of the day, it was Kyle TZ that secured the turtle here for AP Bren. But we saw like a glimpse of what could happen in late game. It's hard for them to actually deal with the Xborg.
And here I thought, with the absence of the Netherrealm early used by Few, could have sworn that it was all Omega. But yeah, no, AP Bren, they're still playing with a very early to mid-game power spike lineup, and now they're making their presence known. 5 minutes in, not too late just yet, because AP Bren have scored both turtles. Omega still with 1,000 gold lead, and yeah, AP Bren haven't found Kelra quite yet. So I think they're just, is it just me, or are they just letting go of Kelra? Are they giving Kelra too easy of an early game?
Well, at this point, I think they're happy on both sides. Like, the carry is farming, Omega is farming, but definitely you need to address this issue for AP Bren, because at some point there will come a time where Omega will know that this is their time. Like, this is the power spike, right? Like, they have enough damage, they deal enough damage, and they have a lot of ways of zoning out heroes on the side of AP Bren. So they will have to either deal with that directly, or again play the the macro objective. Either on Super Marco or Flapteezy once again.
Yeah, about 30 seconds away from the last hurdle of the game. Gentlemen, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Ryota just scored his immortality, so it's going to be so much harder to kill that Xborg.
Alongside the Ice Screen 1, add to that the Dominance Eye secured already on Chakno. By the way, the Oasis Flask was completed 2 minutes ago on Etomax.
Oh, there's a lot of damage connecting onto Flapteezy. He falls. Andoryu secures that kill. Now another realm looking for a way to even be used here. That's just a Shadow Stampede looking for a way to connect onto 2 from the barangay. Still holding the mid lane. Oh, that's a conceal. There's a call. Forced out a flicker from Etomax.
Wow, not giving anything to AP Bren.
Yep. I mean, Etomax ain't going to be needing that flicker anyway, so that's good news for the barangay.
That's true.
Yep. But for AP Bren, thinking about how they're going to capitalize on it.
Kelra!
Kelra! Forced out another round!
Oh, he's silenced. Now Few is still safe. Kelra's just running loose. Now completing this objective. That's a pull on from Ogwen. Andoryu getting the hand of the slow. Kalti secures the objective. Looking for a way to have a chase here. That's the pawn getting onto Etomax. Kalti's and Ogwen looking for a chance to have a duo damage onto Chaknu. Still maintaining the disengage. Oh, okay. By the use of the Appraiser's Rats, he wanted to secure something out of Smart Omega.
Kaldizi definitely popping up with the rest of the red 3.
It's not yet over. Ogwen is might. Oh, he just falls down.
Were you trying to say it's Ogwen now?
It's over now.
No? Alright.
No. That was a 4 out of 10.
Alright. You were saying?
Yeah, it's better than mine, though. But I was saying earlier that, okay, never mind.
Oh, Marco. Flicker, Andoriu's on to Super Marco. Chaknu looking for a way to intercept Kaldizi. Connecting on to 2. Super Marco falls down. Andoriu secures the point. Omega, what a way to have an advantage for a safe way home. AP Bren in trouble.
Now it's all about power spike, man. Omega, now they feel like they are strong enough, which they are, because Keller just finished the Berserker's Fury into the Haskell into the Berserker's Fury.
Ryota.
Now he deals damage, and AP Bren, they're feeling it.
Here we go.
Last Insanity, that's the taunt, that's the stun. Kelro now falls down the hands of Kaldizi. It's on an advantage for AP Bren. Force Ryota and Chaknu back to their own turret. Edamax can't do much.
Oh my goodness.
AP Bren seeing opportunities to take down. That's the goal later of Omega.
Unfortunate that the hard guard came up right when Kelra died.
Yeah.
I think Etomax was keeping his eyes on him, and it wasn't up to Omega. It wasn't up to any of them. It was up to AP Bren to force the issue, and now they're going to try and take advantage. Oh, man. Etomax.
Low on mana, Kaldizi on the way to spoken down, freely giving Super Marco the space to take down that turret down bottom.
Yeah, that was a good play, by the way, by Few. Immediately using Flicker to get on top of the Irithel. The Irithel, the weakness of her hero is that she does not have like any mobility. Although you consider the ultimate as a mobility spell, but once it has been exhausted, like if you're a Pyramid, you can just jump on the Irithel and pull him back. And that's the reason why Keller died right there. And Omega, they need to cover that ground as well, because every time Few has Flicker, that will always happen.
Well, looks like Ogwen might be on to a trap. He's stunned. Now 3 members are on to him. Okay, force out a Flicker onto Ogwen.
All right. It looks like AP Bren are looking for a better opportunity, a better re-engage, because up top, it's a 1v1. It's that easy. Gonna make quick work of that turret. And here in the Lord Pit, Ryota keeping it at bay, continuing the dance, not letting it reset. Kaldizi in Few here, looking to punish. Andoriu on scene. Man, I like how Flapeezy is keeping Etomax honest.
Bro.
No.
They're just trying a way to completely disturb the attention of Barangay Omega right now.
Yeah, it's just making sure that, okay guys, no Angela there. He's just an ult. I can push waves.
He's just an ult.
He's just an ult.
Yeah, that's right.
But you could actually say the same thing. Like if you're Omega.
Ryota.
Okay, Pakira's here. He's just a wave clear.
Oh, Last Insanity!
Last Insanity connecting on to 1.
Oh,
the Lord taken safely by Andoriu. Barangay Omega now on a roll on the objective. Now Atlas about to break. That's a pull from Ogwen. Andoriu secures Super Marco. Another kill. That's 3 on to AP Bren's goal laner. Now they're on a hunt. They're on to chase Ogwen. Ogwen and Kaldizi might be the ones to fall down. Ryota flaming is out. Look at the flame lining onto Ogwen. He might fall down. He's looking for a way to buy time. He falls. And Ryota securing the kill. 4-man down onto AP Bren and Omega. Having a great play, and then Chakra was the only one to still live. Few! That was so close.
He flickers away.
Omega has gone mad.
It's the idol ng mga kids as the lone survivor. Luckily, though, the waves weren't in favor of Omega. So they are going to be able to defend, but there is a Lord marching through. And Omega's minion waves, they're enhanced. It's going to be a tough defense for AP Bren.
Yeah, again, I gotta say, man, this export is such a huge problem. Like the tools that AP Bren has, they can't even use it. And you saw how Keller just, threaded his way towards the backline. Ryota.
Last Insanity, though, looking for it to clear the wave. That's a knock-up. That was Kaldizi. That's the red round force from AP Bren. Now they're forced to respond. But onto the back line, Andoriu goes in. The Praisers rat. Andoriu, another kill on the Super Marco. Stampede pull on this Chaknu. Now he might fall down. He does. Kaldizi secures the Edamax secures 1 as well. Ogwen falls down a trade of 2-2. Man, Super Marco having a rough time. Still on to the base. He just penetrated whole of AP Bren's defenses. Andoriu, the sacrificial play, but Kaldizi, but a 5-man wipeout. Few still lives. Looking for a way to hold. Looking for a way to defend.
Another hard guard.
Hard guard. Kellis looking around. Going around the base. Merry-go-round against AP Bren's base. Few hits away. He falls. Keller secures the kill, and that is it. Barangay Omega takes out AP Bren.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance, and it looks like even Smart Omega, even the Barangay are in shock. They don't know exactly what they saw and that they were capable of winning right then and there.
My goodness, again, it was perfect for Smart Omega. We mentioned it earlier, like the late game, yes, AP Brand, you have that, you have the catch. But can you deal with the X-Borg of Ryota? And after that, when Smart Omega knew that it was their time to fight, we saw Kelra not fight into the front line, but thread his way towards the back line. You've used everything on my X-Borg, now you have to deal with me.
Man, the Matilda got banned out, but letting the Angela through, Etomax has proven. No, Chakno has proven. Both of them.
Yeah.
That all of them, Omega, that this hero, that the supports in this meta are to be respected. AP Brendo put up one hell of a fight. They're gonna have to bow down and again go back to the drawing board. What did they do wrong exactly? I think AP Brand played pretty well.
Yeah, they did. But this is the first time I saw Super Marco like had 4 deaths. And even his own performances, like how he stands and he has a maintaining record. And this was one of the biggest challenges he even faced by just being the late game answer as a carry up against Smart Omega. You guys were talking about late game, but it's just Omega starting the right call in the first minute.
Yeah, talk about right call. Like, Omega never forced out anything on the gold team. They let the gold team matchup happen. Because they know perfectly well, specifically with Kelra, he knows that he will win that matchup.
They forced it once.
Yeah, he forced it once. But the main condition for Omega is just to cross through that mid game. And the way you do it is make sure that FlapTZ is not gonna be able to do anything in mid game. FlapTZ was forced to join the fights with AP Brent because he cannot split push, especially against a farmed Kelra. And what happened in mid game was they were always in front of the Pakira now because he was shut down earlier on. And Omega after that, it was like just a free game for them because they had no XP laner to deal with.
I agree. Now that in hindsight we have time to break down and look back at what happened, I agree. FlapTZ got overloaded here. I think FlapTZ was still mending the wounds, both mentally and spiritually, of what happened in game 2. Like, something tells me, I don't know, I can't confirm, but it looked like he was playing the Paquito, he was looking back at what happened in game 2, and took that as emotional luggage here in game 3. I'm like, wait, guys, there's only so much one Paquito can do.
It's essentially like AP Bren sending the Paquito over a 10-day mission course.
Yeah.
And somebody robbed him of his 3-day resources. And he has to like kind of make sure that he survives for 10 days with just 7 days worth of resource. But he had to go back to base. Okay, guys, I'm gonna join you. I don't have enough resources.
There's so much problem for even FlapTZ to answer. Once that Yuzong got banned from game 2 and 3.
That's a Yuzong. Bang.
That is a Yuzong. And with the Paquito, yeah, I think you could actually be right, because if you look at that game from game 1 and 2, this is the first time I saw AP Brand struggle from the start of the season, and it was again from their own statistics. It was like kind of either they reverse deny the sweep or they take it up to themselves. But with this new patch, this shook up a lot in the teams today.
All right. One thing we can say for sure though is AP Brand have a grasp on the new meta. They understand it, but here, I think when it comes down to tempo and just positioning, killer instinct, Omega grew. Omega just understood the assignment, and when it comes down to being a team that, I don't know, man, you're right. There's something about it that even if you change the players, even if you change some names and change the metagame, they still somehow play the same way.
Yeah, it's just the understanding of how well can you actually prolong the game, like the trades that you get. And if we are late game, how well can we trade? You know, they just have this good understanding of the balance between matchups. I would call it the power balance, right? Like they know how to play around it.
Economics of opportunity and the resources on the map.
Wow, Professor Leo.
Because no, they gave up so many turtles, right? But they still were ahead.
Yeah.
So they understood, all right, we can afford this, we can trade for this, but we make up for this, this, and this.
Yeah.
So it's perfect. Again, coach stronger, everyone in the Barangay Omega boot camp, even Andorio. We were singing Andorio's praises earlier.
I'm a fan of Andorio, honestly. Like the way he plays, it screams confidence, right? Like you don't see him play it really scared. Whenever he's needed in the front line, he's there. He's providing vision, and he clutches.
Yeah.
He clutches.
You don't see that from rookies.
Yeah,
Not very
you don't.
often.
In front of Kyle Teasy, by the way.
Oh yeah,
In front of you tonight.
In front of you.
And he's even up against those seasoned veteran
Yeah.
players.
International champion.
And he didn't even mind. Okay,
Didn't flinch.
there's this influence in Smart Omega that you just play by our own strike and by your own game, and it actually works. You know how a Venom from a Viper starts to even go in the veins. It just completely,
Seeps
when it
in.
had that first point, it just completely flowed right away. The antidote was too late.
All
from
right.
that.
We're hoping to see that Omega once more, but here it's just raw skill. It's just
Amazing.
brute force, understanding, and game IQ. We'll throw over to Mara Aquino on stage. She's with Smart Omega. I hope we see the Kaldag once more from Etomax. Let's hear from Barangay Omega.
All right, Barangay Omega, mag-ingay. One shot. Ay, dito pala. Congratulations, Smart Omega. Uy, babalikan ko yung game 2 kasi ang galing. Ano mo ba lahat ng mga casters sa talent room sumisigaw, nagkaroon kayo ng Lord fight, tapos na Lord steal mo with your Noveria. Balikan natin yung moment na yun at pag-usapan natin, yung totoo ba talaga yung Omega timers?
Hindi na namin masyadong iniisip yun kasi sa meta kasi ngayon parang hindi na masyadong gumagana yung late game yung mag-aantay ka pa. Kaso parang nasa puso na talaga ng team na basta hindi pa tapos, talagang hindi kami talaga susuko. Parang ano.
What was your reaction during that time na nakuha mo yung Lord? Kasi after game number 2, it seemed like it went uphill going to game number 3. Parang nakuha niyo yung confidence niyo doon, no?
Yung sa Lord kasi na yun, parang ang mindset na namin nun, sugal na Kumbaga, pinapasok ko na sa kanya, tas sabay na lang yung skill namin kung sino makakuha. Kasi pag nakuha pa nila yun, matatalo na kami, kaya parang sinugal na lang.
Speaking of anong kulay?
Wala.
Anong sinasabi ni Kaura na anong kulay? Speaking, anong inside joke yan? Sige nga, anong inside joke niya? Anong
Saan?
kulay? Hindi pala pwedeng sabihin, sorry. Okay. Speaking of the patch, si Chakno naman. Chakno. Oy, yung bagong patch. Oy, ang dami. Dami nag-share kay Chakno. Yung bagong patch, pabor sa'yo, hindi?
Siguro medyo pabor sa amin.
Pabor sa inyo. Kasi nag-Angela ka, ang tagal mo nang hindi nag-Angela. Kailan yung last mo? Season?
Siguro nung last playoff nung season 9.
Season 9. Oh, na-enjoy mo naman yung Angela mo today?
Nakakatamad, taga-clear.
So, kanina, sabi nga ni Fuego na parang i-expect namin na magkaroon ka ng more heroes na may healing. Totoo ba yung analysis niya?
Sa ngayong meta siguro, puro healing maganda ngayon. Hindi ko na lang.
Alright. But you did a good job. Maganda. Alam mo, kahit talo nung game 1, maganda pa rin yung pinakita mo sa Angela. At ngayon, titignan natin kung sino nga ba ang may magandang pinakita. I-announce natin ang ating match MVP. Let me hear some names. Okay, now let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Kelra! Oy, ang tagal na namin hindi ka nakita mag-Irithel. Ano pa? Bakit nilabas mo yung Irithel ngayon? Kailan yung last?
Nung sa PNC.
Ay, nag-Irithel ka na pala this season. Okay, anong pwede mong masabi ngayon? By the way, kasi nga, binring up ko din kanina na usually sa mga bagong patch, nahihirapan yung mga teams. It takes a while to adjust. Kayo ba? Gaano katagal kayo nag-adjust? Or do you still feel na nasa adjusting phase pa rin kayo?
Siguro hindi kami nahirapan mag-adjust kasi parang mga hero din natin nabunak yung mga ganong hero. Like utility, mga Matilda. Hero niya rin yun, mga Angela. Yun. Kaya hindi kami nahirapan mag-adjust.
At ngayon, nandito lahat ng inyong mga fans. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila? Gusto mo ba silang pasalamatan? Anong mensahe mo?
Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit lagi kami nasa baba sa mga naniniwala. Tsaka shoutout sa pamilya ko, tsaka sa coach namin sa gym, kay Coach Lester, tsaka kay Coach Gerald.
And now you are on your way up. Once again, everybody, Smart Omega. You may now take your bow. Omega is doing it again, and Chakna's doing really well. With that, Angela, thank you. Congrats, Coach Stronger. Everybody, once again, one shot. At dito talaga kitang-kita ang chemistry ng Omega. At pag-uusapan natin din kung ano nga ba ang nangyari sa loob ng Land of Dawn. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
I like how Kelra, despite everything and how messy and scrappy that series was, is still the MVP.
Yeah. And he had a great time, even just by using the Irithel twice in the game. That's just early, even power spike, when even the marksman even build.
You know what? In my longest time in casting, I've never experienced and appreciated that passive on Irithel attacking a base. Midnight, break it down. What happened in Game 3?
Well, it didn't even come to late game for Smart Omega as they had full control from the early start of this game. It was on the back of them shutting down this Paquito and allowing Kelra to have this amazing performance on the Irithel, especially with the added layer of protection coming up from both Chaknu and, of course, Etomax. But the MVP of that game is the unfazed rookie of the barangay. It is Andoryu on this Joy. Do keep in mind that Kyle TZ was able to get 2 turtles in this game, allowing AP Brent an amazing start in the early game. But because of the fact that they had a wonderful lineup in terms of early to mid-game composition side of Smart Omega, they did not let go of the skirmishes and the fights. And Andoryu was heavily activated on the Joy. 6-2-4 on the KDA. Perfect target selection, I would say, from the young rookie on the side, well, young superstar on the side of Smart Omega. Early game, we saw how aggressive Smart Omega was, coming to mid-game, making sure that the pressure was there, and Andoryu rotating towards this small skirmishes that will allow Smart Omega to open up the map for Irithel to work with. Because again, they know that Kelra would always win out the carry matchup as Irithel. That's why they left the guys there. They only respawn to kind of like deal with some sort of pressure that AP Brent is also brewing on that lane. But the story of this game was Smart Omega erasing the presence of the pressure from the XP lane, which is Laptizi. He was dealt with in game number 3, and that enabled Andoryu to just, pick his targets and choose the backline that he wants to take out. And Ryota, of course, being on the X-Borg, zoning out the members of AP Brent on the front line, and with the follow-ups coming up from Chapnu, really allowing this team fight to be heavily Omega favored. When AP Brent has committed like their spells and skills, there will be the Kelra to save the day, the Irithel with the layer of shields and HP, the sustain and the damage output, especially again with the added mobility from the Great Dragon Spear, which I think he did build into the late game, allowed Omega to kind of play this fast-paced momentum in the mid game, sort of like closing the window on AP Brent's gameplay, and they just ended the game under 13 minutes, and that's what allowed Omega to kind of have this amazing momentum against AP Brent. Now we will be checking out the emblems and the itemization here of our players. Crucial to look at here is, again, the jungling pattern of Andoryu for the 5 minutes before the second Lord spawns after the initial turtle takes of Kyle TZ. Very aggressive movements, I would say, for Smart Omega, because again, this is them applying pressure, making sure that they utilize the window that they have. This is the power spike of this lineup. When he had the Genius Wand and of course the Holy Crystal in his arsenal, deals so much damage, especially with the Assassin emblem and the lethal ignition that would just burn through the HPs of the front lines of AP Brent. Add to that the pokes coming out from the X-Board really entails a lot of the the movements that Omega made in the mid game that allowed them to just have this amazing resource management or resource control over AP Brent, because really Supermarco was scouring for resources. And again, I want to go back on the emblems here. Actually, Kelra was forced to go for Tenacity just to make sure that he is able to survive the early game. But again, Andoryu with a lethal, actually Impure Rage adaptive damage on the pokes on the early game and the Assassin Emblem, allowing him to have this sort of like insane small pockets of burst damage that can pressure AP Bren. Because when your HPs go low, especially on the side of AP Bren, like if you look at their lineup, if they don't have HP, they're not comfortable enough to fight into a Grok, Exborg, and Angela composition, which made it weird for AP Bren to actually deal with like the 4 heroes on the side of Omega. Even just the 4 heroes alone can deal with AP Bren. And when the time came where Keller had the Berserker's Fury, Hasclaw, Windtalker, and Great Dragon Spear, it's just so hard for AP Bren to actually fight into Smart Omega, even with the Cult Author coming up from Few, because even if you reset the HPs on the side of AP Bren, they just have so much damage from Smart Omega, specifically on Andoryu, Keldra, and Ryota. Like the poke damage from the Exborg, the slows from the Ice Queen 1, and Keldra with the total hero damage of 71.8k. That is almost 40% on their side, and this just tells you how much damage Keldra was able to do for Smart Omega and how much capitalized he is in the mid-game. Late game essentially was just much faster on the side of Smart Omega compared to AP Bren, and this is because of the fact that Andoryu was able to perform in the early game, even in front of the face of Andoryu, which we saw in the K2Bs earlier on. Kyle TZ hit the show to Andoryu that he is kind of like the rookie on the side of Smart Omega, but that was not enough for for him to be shaken by this performance. And the late game scaling composition did work both times on game number 2 and game number 3 for the Barangay, and that is what allowed them to sort of like secure this victory over AP Bren, which was an amazing game to watch.
Thank you, Robert, for breaking down Game 3, and of course,
Welcome,
the better part of the whole series. Something to note, that last key to victory also came into play, and it was very, very important because you show who is the greater mid laner, greatest mid laner, sure. Tonight, Etomax's clutch gene came into play. And Few, sure, he showed us a little bit of a flex. He played that mid lane Grok, but this is not a matchup that you can just clock in, clock out for. It's not a normal day in the office. It's a post-patch broadcast day. And here, Etomax just showed up, man.
Yeah, he completely shined. From captain, from the Novaria alone, even us.
Dude, that steal
pushed out of our
Yeah.
seats. The steal, even just
insane.
by the coverage. When I see here Edamax, it speaks mastery, experience. It is a big brother who leads the team.
Clutch.
Yeah, clutch.
as well.
That's one for the Barangay. So just amazing things to see, even from Smart Omega. And from the throwbacks of the picks, this is completely relying on some of the an old page from their own book in the drafts back in few seasons back, and it just completely still works. And in their favor, the patch.
Late game.
It's still the same thing. Yeah, but that's just Barangay Omega making their work, and they just took a great comeback from AP Bren.
Yep, I would have thunk it. That's one of my predictions for the forecast already wrong. And we're just at the second matchup of the night. We got one more best of 3 coming your way, and it'll be TNC versus ONIC PH. And with these two teams, right, you can say both struggling. They're both kind of figuring out their identity in MPL Philippines. Maybe this patch is what they needed.
I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Who knows?
All right, well, on behalf of OSX and Midnight at your service, my name is Leo. It's been an honor. Thank you so much for watching MPL. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
ng...
The fastest speed. The widest coverage.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still tuned in MPL Philippines Season 12. After the heated matchup between the Hive and the Barangay, we're now down to the final match of the day. Dahil sa trahedyang nangyari sa biyaheng tagumpay ng Phoenix Army, dumating ang oras para kina Cram at Escalera na lumihis ng landas. Ngayon, mabibigyan na sila ng pagkakataon na makaharap ang dati nilang koponan. Can the new Sonics say, "Hello TNC, kami pala yung sinayang nyo." MPL Arena, this is TNC Pro versus ONIC Philippines. Here we go. Casters, pass off.
Welcome back to the English desk, and this is the final series of the night. Name's Zumi. With me is Sona and Midnight. Sorry, that's Hans Foria. It's TNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines. Familiar faces now as foes.
Should we call ourselves the We Bear Bros? Or
Yeah, we are.
Do you want to
Okay, we're the We Bear Bros.
We're the We Bear Bros.
There we go.
At your service, my name is Leo. But before we dig into our upcoming series, let's take a moment to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games, esports tournaments like MLBB, and many more.
To get started, they just have to create an account on gigaarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers.
Yep, and you can also pay like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya.
It's going to be very interesting to see Cram and Escalera, who actually left TNC last season, fighting against their former team, now with ONIC Philippines. Is this something that we expected to happen during the off-season? Escalera and Cram being let go by TNC?
I was honestly very surprised with the move because Escalera and Cram have been with TNC for probably quite the longest time that we've had, right? Ever since TNC was established here in MPL, I believe Escalera and Cram was already like the pillars or the foundations of what it was. But now, they're going to be facing off TNC on the other side.
I was honestly heartbroken when we saw this. Like, Ben Things and Escalera, they're a dynamic duo. I think they're one of the greatest duo to ever, tank support duo to play the game, because they were just so disruptive back in Season 9. And the question is that we are phrasing it, was TNC wrong? And it feels like there's a lot of hearsay, like in the comment section. Yeah, Escalera and Cram, they're doing better now that they're in ONIC-PH. But this is a testament game for them, because right now they have the chance to prove it directly against TNC.
And statistically speaking, we do have TNC at the bottom of the standings, and for ONIC Philippines, they're currently at top 5. Let's look at the Escalera's stats right now. With TNC, he did play a lot of games, as you said, Hans. He has played for a long time under the banner of the Phoenix.
97 games is no joke, man. 2.34 KDA. Also is absolutely there with an average damage of 45,000. So he has his shares of wins and losses with the Phoenix Army. But this time, going up against ONIC, it seems like there's a little bit uptick in terms of the statistics.
Yeah, it does reflect that, he has performed better with ONIC. But again, this is just a few sample of games. Like, the minimum is 5, and he's played 5. So I think there's still a lot of games to be played for Escalera with ONIC. But I want to look at Cram though, because the difference between Cram and Escalera is that Cram, as an XP laner, is kind of like a fundamental player for both sides, right? And he was also a pillar for TNC, like what Hans mentioned earlier. And I feel like with 5 games, again, minimum, he has shown, honestly, not that great.
Not that great.
Not that great of a performance. But let me say this.
Okay.
But I do feel like he has been more of a team player.
Yes.
For ONIC.
I gotta agree. Like, the team player aspect for Cram right now is something that we do see. And I'm loving the confidence. I do feel like Cram is a bit more confident now. Sometimes it does bite him at the back when we do see his teleports coming in or recalls. The moment that he plays that Uranus.
The curse.
The curse. And sometimes it does happen. Or the moment you feel your fingers itch, you press that button, you kind of die, and you kind of lose, and you kind of lose points.
The legendary recall bottom.
I hate it.
But you love to see it, right? Like, the confidence is absolutely there. It means that he's very much comfortable with the situation. He's much comfortable with like the teammates he's playing with. Although sometimes it gets a little bit out of hand.
And again, these two teams, they have their fair share of their recall curses, right?
That's innocent.
When we talk about stats like this, we compare Cram and Escalera, their career performance from ONIC and TNC. You also have to talk about their history with each other. Again, those recalls are going to matter a lot here. So I expect a full discipline game here for both sides. TNC, again, this is a roster that they've ran for 2 seasons now, and I feel like they have a better chance this time around to kind of like prove themselves towards ONIC that, hey, Cram, Escalera, you know what? We let go of you, but it's for the better, it's for the betterment of everybody.
Yeah, and when we look at our XP laner for TNC right now, Hesu has been performing quite well. We do see that he's filling the gap that Cram left, and even more so. I do feel like Hesu is one of those players that you have to watch. And now for ONIC Philippines, Hans, is there anything that you see here that piques your interest?
I mean, this has been one of the lineups that was successful already for the side of ONIC Philippines. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing neither Escalera or Cram at this point, because it's going to be Gem and Super Friends manning both the XP and mid lane. The good thing for them, however, is even whether they win or lose in this specific matchup, it's alright for them. There's nothing that can be said by TNC. Whatever happens, whatever is the result.
Both teams win. We win. The writers lose at this point, because I guess the writers hate ONIC Philippines right now.
But why'd you do that?
Cram and the Escalera storyline.
No, why'd you do that?
And now we have to look at the team statistics over here. We do see that ONIC Philippines is a bit ahead on a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, they have performed better in terms of like overall sample sizes of the games they've played. They have been winning a lot of the matches. that in comparison to TNC, wherein they almost win their matches, but because of certain curse, hashtag recall curse.
Yep.
Some games that they have been playing have been really either decisive for them or for the enemy.
And looking at our graph here, we're looking at the first blood ratio. TNT slightly ahead against ONIC Philippines, but what pops out the most for me is that both of them really love sieging quite well.
Yep. Then again, these stats, it reflects the old patch. Remember, we are playing on a different patch right now. TNC, ONIC. ONIC, we might see some changes here and there. We've seen Yoshinu pull up the typical tanks.
Yeah.
But I do believe TNC, in terms of flexibility, they are more capable in terms of like flexing the heroes on both Goyo and Bentings.
Yeah.
Bentings has shown that he is able to play like different sets of tanks or even supports.
And I do agree. It's high time for Bentings to finally go in for his versatility. If there's something that you remember about Bentings, what is it, Hounds?
I mean, it's not necessarily about Bentings because I don't really remember him use a bunch of support heroes. So it's gonna be super surprising for me. It's gonna be a new thing that I am yet to see. But I'm gonna be very excited onto how King Kong is actually going to play in this match. Because from what we've seen a while ago, 45% is going into ONIC Philippines in terms of like the Lord rate, but 19 only to TNC.
And we're actually going to see what are the keys to victory for both teams here. So Midnight, please discuss it with us.
Ang keys to victory ng TNC Pro Team at ONIC Philippines ay hatid sa atin.
Something to prove for their own. Although I would say ONIC kind of dodged a bullet there, but these are definitely the things that they need to do. The keys to victory here brought to us by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast gameplay. Now for TNC, expect ONIC to shuffle. We did see, however, that ONIC did shuffle as they did not put Cram and Escalera in place, as it is going to be Super Prince and Gem on the support and XP role. So that is a change that TNT should have expected. Now for ONIC, don't give Bentings win condition heroes. And when we say this, it's not just about the Kufras, it's not just about the Chos, it's not about the setter heroes alone for Bentings. It's all about the flex. Because we all know that Bentings has played a plethora of tank and roams in his career. We've seen the Bentings sticky. It could pop out anytime. And we've seen Popan and Koopa tanks in his RGs, in his streams. Bentings has played a lot of different heroes in his career. And ONIC should not give him those win condition heroes. Now for both sides, again, we're talking about winning the game, and they should reduce the recall per minute to 0. Literally, don't press the recall at all. Don't go to base. Now, jokes aside, they should just make sure that they play confident and they play with objectives in mind. No flashy things here whatsoever for both sides, as they definitely are in need of a win here in this match. That is definitely the keys to victory here, again, brought to us by Infinix.
Gotta agree with that last one. We have seen our fair share of mishaps because of those unnecessary recalls. I do believe that we have enough space or ample space for confidence, especially if you get to win the match, because you get an interview with our beautiful host, Mara Aquino.
I mean, at this point, I'm just very happy. I'm just very happy. They have an option here to go for like the settings before the start of the matchup to just
move the
put the recall a little bit closer to the joystick so that you won't be able to press it as much.
Closer to the joystick?
Yeah, I mean,
that's a hazard, my guy.
That's a hazard, but in this matchup, it's a hazard that they're
that's true.
Right?
It's a hazard in itself.
Yes.
And you just have to make sure that when you want to recall, it's with pure intent.
Yeah.
That you
like
press
you want to do it. Like you use the index finger to just point through it.
You know, it's always been a controversy for like the past several seasons. Is it actually part of the game? Is it too much taunting? But my honest opinion about the recall is use it whatever you want, or however you want, as long as you're aware of the consequences.
Yep.
And now we're looking at a player head-to-head. It's the gold laners. We have Innocent and Nets, and looks like Nets is winning real hard on all the stats.
It's an interesting stat line, because Nets has been known to play those late-game dominant heroes, especially with the Claudes and the carries. But I want to say, Innocent here is kind of like the same, in the same territory wherein Nets used to be. He's playing similar, but I want to point out the a key difference here. Nets was the first to play Bruno over Innocent.
Yeah.
Remember Nets in Season 10?
Yes.
It was a fantastic game to watch. Innocent is following the same footsteps, but in terms of hero mastery, I feel like Nets has this one in the bag.
Nets definitely is looking really good as the gold laner for ONIC Philippines. And I think if you've watched the Best in Lane series that we've been releasing for MPL Philippines, Nets actually ranked himself first. That's how you know he's confident, my guy.
Yep. He's that true dog. He's got that dog in him.
Yeah, the dog in him.
Like,
you need to be your number one fan.
Yeah, supporter,
Support
enemy,
yourself.
Whatever it may be. Because again, going back to the draft that you mentioned a while ago, Bruno has been picked by Nets a couple of times before the recent patch. In this specific moment or day, I really haven't seen a lot of Bruno play, where we usually try to go prioritize the Bruno in like the first or the second phase of the draft. But now it's pretty gone, so I can't wait to see what Nets has up his sleeve.
We've seen the Irithel, we've seen Brody's today, we've seen a lot of Angelus with a high win rate. Wonder what we're going to see here for our last series of the night. It's TNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines. We're heading on straight to the game number 1 draft. Looking at like blue side matters right now. We've seen a lot of victories at that side. Looks like TNC will have first pick.
Yep. Now, Matilda is out. ONIC has done their homework. But I want to see Popol and Koopa, honestly, for TNC. I want to see Popol and Koopa. He got buffed, and Bentings has been utilizing that to kind of trade Turtles, you know? They don't care about Turtles at all. They just go gold lane. But of course, it's a Fredrin first pick. What do you expect? Kind of like a Renaissance Season 10. True. But it does give you a lot of things, like the the stability on the jungle role, and of course the flex, both on the jungle and XP.
You could never go wrong with a Fredrin.
At this point, you just put the Fredrin there and just start with everything else, right? Because it's going to be predicted as much. But since the Fredrin was already picked here, there's 2 options here for the side of ONIC Philippines that they could choose from. Maybe an Irithel, and Irithel is going to be popping off as well. Is it a little bit too early, or would you say it's somewhat of a standard pick as well?
I think it's fine, because an Irithel always forces you to either go Brody or Carry. Claude died, by the way.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Claude.
Yeah. R.I.P. Claude.
Damn.
Yeah, unless Innocent wants to go Claude.
Who knows? At this point, the Martis is picked up as well for the side of ONIC Philippines. It is the classic response to a Fredrin. You have a lot of CC if you're Fredrin, and you have anti-CC if you're the Martis. So we've seen this countless times already in the first 3 weeks of MPL. I wonder what the next 2 picks would be for TNC.
Brody Angela.
But the Angela's banned though, my guy.
No, that's how good the Angela is.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets out from the bench. No, I'm not kidding.
That's how you know.
Maybe that's how you know, bro.
Gotta get Angela out there.
Maybe they get Yuzong. And then Bruno, probably.
Ooh, you're right.
Or they go X-Borg for Hesu, and then get the Brody.
You know, the Yuzong is quite interesting right now, Midnight. The damage coming in from his first skill and extra shot energy is really good. They went in for the Novatrix combo.
Okay.
What's up with this?
It's a long-range nuke, like with the snipes coming out from the recalls, and of course, being a sniper himself, like Beatrix can just snipe the Irithel away. From far away, by the way. That's so many ways.
True.
And also, late game factor. Like, Beatrix can outscale an Irithel.
All right. The only thing that I'm seeing here is that they've already unleashed like 2 of their main damage dealers. So it's like an opportunity for the side of ONIC Philippines to just go for a roamer or maybe an XP leader for Gem that could potentially, handle the 2 squishy heroes coming from the line of TNC. Because again, they still have 1 more pick before the first round ends.
Yuzong, maybe? They pick it up themselves. Or they get the X-Borg as well.
Yeah, how do you even answer a very high-range carry such as a Novaria and a Beatrix? Looks like they're going to go for the Cho Roam, unless this is going to be the jungle Cho that we haven't seen for 3 seasons now.
There's already a Martis.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's already a Martis. Yeah, you're right.
So it kind of makes sense that, the Martis will go into the jungle. But Yoshino has been performing very well with this show from like the previous weeks that we've had. True. I'm very interested to see how he's going to perform with the new patch that we have for today. This has been mentioned for like quite some moments already, where Diggy is gonna start showing up in the ban and pick phase, whereas now it's actually presented 12 times.
Yeah, again, ONIC, knowing Ben things, they remove Matilda, you remove Diggy, maybe even remove Rafaela. I don't know. If Lolita was not banned in the... By the way, Lolita is still banned up till week...
For a week.
Week 5, I think.
Week 5?
I think week 5, so there's no Lolita that will pop up anytime soon.
Yep.
But if it wasn't banned, you know, you'd still consider banning it out against Ben things.
Yeah, and Benthinx really is, again, one of the more versatile roamers out there. There's a reason why even if TNC is struggling, a lot of the other roamers respect this guy a lot. Not only does he help the community be better through his content, but he's also quite the humble dude, you know?
I got better through Ben.
Ben tips.
Watch a lot
for
of Ben
real.
tips.
Everybody got better through Ben tips, right?
Get better.
Yeah, you get better, you get better.
Start him young!
Start him young.
Start him young.
Hello,
Let's
child.
go. Have you played Mobile Legends?
What
I
rank
hope
are
she
you
does.
on?
What if she's legend, or what if she's mythic? What if she's better than us?
Dude, there's a lot of 8-year-olds that are mythic.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn!
I feel offended now.
Mythic 8-year-olds.
Sanford was 14 years old
when he entered
when
Pro
he
Scene?
reached the leaderboard.
Damn.
The global leaderboards, by the way.
I wish.
That's a dream.
You
a
know,
dream that I'll never have. But
yeah, because you're already, what, 22, 21?
yeah.
21.
Thank you for that, man. I'm 23, but I appreciate it.
Unless you're a time traveler.
Yeah.
You know, what time it is? What time is it?
Maybe
It's
it's Sonic
time
time.
travel time.
Sonic time.
Maybe it's Sonic time.
Yeah.
We're slowly losing sense here, but the banning phase is already about to be finished. And we're seeing the Uranus being taken out. And why? This is the first time that Uranus got banned ever this season.
Maybe Xborg,
Yeah.
probably, for ONIC. Like, I still see the merit of picking up an Xborg, even though you are up against a Novaria and Beatrix.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you are forcing both of them to deal with you. And that, again, takes the attention away from the Irithel, which happened, by the way, in the
last game,
the previous series, right? So Eve gets removed. I do feel like you can reserve the support position, maybe even a Faramis pick for ONIC, but I want to see an XP lane right now for ONIC, because you don't need to actually see the XP matchup anymore. You don't need about you don't need to care about like the XP, because you know level 2 to level 4 got buffed,
taken care
Just
of.
need clear waves.
So what are you
went
gonna
with
pick
Lilia.
here? Oh, this is actually
no way, this is happening, dude.
This is an interesting choice though, because again, if there is a tendency that TNC will go for like healing or like regeneration full of heroes, it's gonna be Lilia. It's gonna be a good counter towards that, like the early to mid portions. But
AoE
again,
slows.
right? When you take a look at it, they have late game insurance anyway.
And the thing is, like, I think this is already the patch where Lilia's Shadow Energy or the orbs should be able to refresh on max level. Max level.
Yeah, max level.
So that means it's still gonna kick in by late game.
Yeah, by late game. But early game, Lilia, I mean, as much as she was nerfed, I still think she's viable.
Yeah.
But not in this kind of composition. Because right now, like your main concern is dealing with the damage output of TNC. And I'm actually surprised that they did not pick Super Prince's main hero, which is the Faramis.
Wow. I was expecting for like a Benthinx support hero.
Nah, this is a Benthinx support hero. What do you mean?
I mean, it makes sense, but you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. I was just expecting, but again, it's a Khalid pick that's gonna be viable here for Hesu. It's a setup hero that's gonna be very good in some certain situations. Hopefully, to reach nets.
What's up?
I swear, if this is not a Yuzong,
what will you do?
I'm picking Grok XP.
It's Grok XP.
I mean, I want to see some Yuzong. Look at the lineup of TNC.
Come on,
they
Zem.
have nothing against Yuzong.
Come on, Zem.
Let's see if the coach catches on to that. Yuzong recently got buffed. Again, stronger passive, stronger first skill. Let's see if they're going to go in for that Yuzong. Looks like they're going to go for the Terizla. A safe pick in general, you know?
I mean, it's okay.
It's okay. Not the best,
It's
but
alright.
it's still okay. It's all right. And against a Khalid, though, you barely have crowd control. The only form of crowd control that you really have is your ultimate.
Penalty zone, yeah.
Penalty zone. So how do you get to cancel the quicksand guard?
I mean, it's I would say it's a lane that Terizla does not mind much.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, the reason why they picked Terizla in this game is to make sure that they have in a front line.
Yeah.
They have sustain, and they also have a catch over the Beatrix. But my perspective, like, it's just comfort, you know? Like, maybe ONIC does not prioritize or does not prefer like these jumpy heroes overall.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, they prefer these jumpy heroes over like long duration team fights.
Yeah.
Like overall, they want to get in, pick somebody off, and then get out.
Yeah, definitely something that they'd like to do and would have to do if they'd like to secure this game. And by the way, our audience prediction did go 48-52 in
So
favor
close.
of ONIC. And it's a very, I would call it a very touching move from the Phoenix Army to stay put. Even if their team is struggling week after week, they're still going here in the venue. They're still making sure that the support is felt. And that's how you know they're real.
You love to see it from the fans right now, and they need also the support that they can get because they also need the points to propel themselves further into the standings. Phoenix Army is going to be starting off strong by just getting the objectives. Meanwhile, pressure is already going to be felt in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and loving the emblem choice here coming in from Jesus. We've seen this from Flap TZ last week. The full damage Khalid that hurts or hits like a truck.
But difference is TNC is able to cover their jungle. So, I mean, ONIC was able to cover their jungle, and the Khalid is not going to be invading anytime soon, as he also has to deal with the Turizda sitting on his XP lane. So Ryzen is should be fine in the early game. Mid lane, however, is a different story.
Wow, look at the damage. Early game from Super Fringe, but that does max out all of his orbs. And ONIC right now, they do hold a bit more of the map, but XP lane is kind of struggling given the situation against this full AD Khalid.
Yeah, it's just iconic that, you know, Bentings is now facing up against Lilia on the
Yeah.
hands of Super Prince because he knows how powerful this is. They used to run this with I believe that was Lolita.
Yeah.
In Season 9, wherein the Lolita and Lilia just invades so many times.
Yeah, and that was such a glorious season as well, coming in from TNC, third place, Season 9.
Bracer's Dress already going to be used here by King Kong. No ultimates here for the side of TNC. So that's something that ONIC will take. Because again, they do have the Wilderness Blessing as their very own emblem. Or talent rather, whatever you may call it. It's going to be super crucial for them to take this first hurdle of this game.
Yeah, and first hurdle already started here by the side of ONIC. They will be the ones pulling it on the other side, but King Kong is a bit too close, and he's able to pull it on the side of TNC. Half HP in the turtle, there might be a fight.
We're still waiting for Iron Hook here, coming in from Bentings. He's trying to hide from the bush, but Hessel's going to be using the Raging Sandstorm already. There goes King Kong with Abraser's Wrath getting the first turtle of this game. And that's an immediate clapback coming in from the Phoenix Army. Hesu using the Flicker to be able to get away, and it looks like he might escape. Yes, he will.
First turtle going to the hands of TNC, and a lot of whiffs too, Midnight.
Yeah, that was a methodical approach from TNC. You know, just control the turtle, try to zone them out, and Hesu was doing a fantastic job. Make sure just standing in the front lines because he knows he has a reset button, right?
There's going to be the hook as well. A major play here coming in from Bentings, although the damage is starting to hurt coming in from Nets. Good thing the bush kept him incognito. Bentings escapes.
Oh man, classic combo. You hit the Astral Echo and then the hook has a better chance of landing. Yeah. Sadly, they didn't have the Bloody Hunt. If Bentings was level 4, that could have been a way different story.
Yeah, we used to see this when Bentings, you know, was making a lot of TikTok videos where it just shows a lot of tips and tricks. And we did see this in the amateur scene. Like I think that was Haji and Renergy who pulled this off. It wasn't very much successful, but TNC, they're making it work. They're punishing the gold lane, and Nets is behind compared to Innocent.
I mean, you would expect it coming in from Nets, right? The scaling is gonna arrive at some point later in this game, maybe 12 to 15 minutes. So ONIC Philippines really needs to do a very good job into trying to keep Nets safe. They do have like a 400 gold lead here, so that's comfort for you, right?
Yeah, and ONIC, still anybody's game, but that gold lead is something that keeps them in check. You know, something to make them a bit happier compared to TNC. Looking at the items, it seems that the Beatrix, or Innocent rather, is sacrificing his mobility for damage.
Yeah, I mean, he has a Fury Hammer, almost completed with the second Legion Sword for the Blade of Despair. So whenever they get the catch with the Franco, the thing is, if you're a Beatrix, you don't need move. You know? You just need to deal damage. So I think that's the ideology behind it. And I love the fact that he's also running the Assassin Emblem alongside the Rupture. So that means 16 plus 5, that's 21. Add to the Fury Hammer. attack penetration. That's a lot of penetration.
Ooh, this is going to be the higher knock once again coming in, but Hesu is also on the backside. Tries to go for the Raging Sandstorm to escape. ONIC has him all surrounded. Hesu's going to go down, and that's going to be the first blood in this game. King Kong tries to fight for it, doesn't pull off the initiation because the turtle has actually reset. Ryzen tries to fight for it as well and gets the second turtle of this fight. It's ONIC now from 400, make it a thou wow.
And it's quite surprising that ONIC actually took out Hesu in such a quick manner. Like, they didn't even go for the turtle. The moment that Hesu came in, they knew that Hesu was vulnerable. Is this the weakness of a Khalid?
I mean, Khalid as an XP, especially with an Assassin Emblem, is not that tanky. The kit of a Khalid is the ability to reset. But if you go in like that and ONIC commits on you, and the thing is, Hesu was not able to, like, you know, perfectly get out of it.
Yeah.
ONIC, their thinking is that, okay, whenever we see the Khalid, we just jump on him. If we are able to take out the XP laner, the TNC is not going to be able to do much.
Oh, Bloody Hunt's going to be committed already here by Benthings, but he's the one who's going to go down. Goyo is going to try his best to at least assist his teammates, dealing damage onto Yoshinu, but that is going to be of no effect. It seems like ONIC is very proactive in these team fights.
Well, they should, because honestly, ONIC, when they hit the spike, like with the items being purchased on nets, if they group up, it's hard for TNT to sort of like deal with that. That's the downside of a Navaria and Franco. If you're not getting these pickoffs in the early game, come mid game, there's like a weird window where you're just weak.
Yeah. And 6 minutes in, we're seeing ONIC pressing the attack against TNC already with a 2K gold lead. They know for a fact that they've hit this power spike, that they know that they could deal a lot of burst damage, especially with Lilia with the lethal ignition. And usually we see a lot of impure rages on Lilia's, and looks like lethal ignition is the way to go now.
You know, I don't think I've seen like Super Friends use the Black Shoes as of the moment because of how safe he's been playing in this game. It doesn't really reach the point wherein Super Friends is in a dangerous situation, and this is a very good moment for the side of ONIC Philippines to continue to exploit this momentum as TNC is slowly crumbling in the process.
And there's no threat again, right? Like if you look at TNC, the only way they fight into this is if they combo up with King Kong with the Energy Eruption, or if Benthings lands a hook onto ONIC. So at this point, there's really nothing that is stopping ONIC from getting what they want, aside from the fact that Hesu is going to be able to burst down some heroes, but it has been awkward for him as well because his reset factor is completely removed just with the sheer presence of the show on Yoshino.
And ONIC right now, they have used a lot of those capabilities to re-engage or disengage to just capitalize on the mistakes of TNC. Now Benthings might pay the price.
Benthings got kicked here, and he's going to go down. It's another takedown coming from the side of ONIC Philippines, but look, it's like a cross-map play. He's going to try to pull things off here, but King Kong is just simply trying to get his purple buff, but Super Friends is just creating so many problems. He's going to get the purple buff though, and Super Friends looks like he still will be saved, and that's a Black Shoes for the first time.
Yeah, that's a Black Shoes.
First time in the entire game.
And Nets, they will take out the Tier 1 tower on top lane. Again, as you said, Hans, Super Friends, Yoshino, and the gang, they're just forcing out reactions. This is very similar to Smart Omega's gameplay in game number 3, wherein they're just forcing a lot of things on the opposition. And again, like, there's nothing to do for TNC.
Oh no, it's a problem here. Hesu tries to go for the Raging Sandstorm, but he got kicked way out of the turret. That's going to be a takedown, my boy. ONIC goes for another kill. Hesu is really not going to having a hard time here for the side of TNC Pro Team. He's the one who gets continuously punished.
A 5v1 this early means TNC is able to secure a turret up top, but man, ONIC is just making sure that Hesu can recover.
Wow. Yeah, we haven't seen really much from the others, like TNC, King Kong. They have played objective in this game, but the Navaria and Franco combo, we haven't seen much connection with the other cores. And again, there exists no threat on the side of ONIC.
I mean, they're very passive at this point. They're just waiting for like a right move coming in from ONIC Philippines, but ONIC is also not letting up. They know that the strength of TNC Pro Team is going to be in terms of like the team fight. So they try to build a little bit more in terms of like the gold output so that they can go for the team fight when the time is right.
Yeah, and gotta say though, like I love the item choice coming in from ONIC Philippines. They're building that what do you call it? Armor, the gray one, the one built
blade armor.
The dreadnought armor, just to limit the damage that comes from Hesu as well. But now the Lord, I feel like ONIC Philippines are trying to get this for themselves.
Conceal is going to be here. King Kong and Hesu tries to go for gem. Penalty zone is going to be committed as well. And a kick to keep King Kong away. It's going to be the Lord taken here by ONIC. But Bendix is also going to be in the process because he goes down for TNC. That's another beatdown coming in from ONIC.
Talk about a systematic Lord fight for ONIC. Ryzen pulling the Lord. They don't see DeFranco where he is, so they just sit backline while Gem uses penalty zone while the Lord gets bursted out. Yoshino lands a kick onto King Kong, making sure that there's no retribution. That's the Lord insurance that you want.
And 10 minutes in, we are yet to see TNC secure a kill. In terms of objectives, they were able to secure a turtle and a turret, but that's about it for the last 10 minutes. And all of those objectives were secured in the earlier parts of the game. Going to the later parts of the game, let's say this goes to ultra late game. Can TNC actually match the late game insurance of ONIC?
I mean, for sure, there is the scaling factor, but
goodness.
The question is, can you get to that point? That is the main question.
I'm sorry, man. He's stepping on landmines at this point. King Kong is just basically trying to go home, but he can't just because Super Friends is existing in this game. Now, ONIC Philippines has developed a 6.4k gold lead, and this is not looking good for TNC.
Yeah, and ONIC Philippines right now, they know for a fact that they could push this even further, securing objectives even inside their own jungle of TNC. Looking at the items brought to you by FWD Insurance, we are seeing a huge gold gap right now, a 7k gold gap. Where does this manifest?
I mean, it's going to manifest for Nets. The damage offered from ONIC, is majority of it is coming down from the Irithel. 1k gold over the Beatrix.
That's like an entire Legion sword.
Exactly. And now he is almost near completion for the Wind of Nature, which will allow ONIC to really fully commit against TNC, because now he doesn't need to worry about Hesu jumping in, Innocent getting the damage from the Nibiru, and ONIC can just apply frontline pressure, especially with Yoshino on the Cho. He has Flicker, has a lot of ways to have an access over the backlines of TNC. Even the Fredrin is not safe from the Cho.
He's the lone hope coming in from the Phoenix Army. All of the gold is going to be banked on that guy. Innocent now, fortunately, has 8k gold lead compared to King Kong, who actually is 2,000 gold behind. So this is something that's very alarming for the side of TNC Pro Team. They need to give a little bit more. They need to feed Innocent a little bit more for them to get to bounce back in this game. But unfortunately, the vision isn't working. They have the Astral Echo, but they can't do anything about it just yet unless
Yoshino!
They want to go for it again because Yoshino's going to be pulled on, but all ultimates are going to be committed on the show. He goes down. Hesu is going to be chased here with a penalty zone and a flicker as well, and that's going to be a takedown once again by ONIC. 1-for-1, but it seems like ONIC gets it again.
Yeah, you get everything that you can, take it, and get out. But again, TNC, they've committed everything for that. Like the flickers from both Pentix and Hesu. Now they have to contest Lord without their XP laner, which is
without retribution too.
Without retribution on King Kong. And this is really, really tough for TNC.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 4 seconds for King Kong to be able to use it, but Appraiser's Wrath is not going to be unleashed here because there's a cancel apparently coming in from Gem, Ryzen, and the gang. It's going to be a retribution available now for King Kong at this point, but he has to bounce back in this game.
Is it going to be a retribution? Because we've seen a lot of Astral recalls.
Oh no,
Lord! But look at this, King Kong Gem goes in as well.
King Kong is going to be there, tries to go for it, but it seems like it's Super Friends who actually got the Lord. The Beato Smash is going to be unleashed, but it's too late for King Kong. It's also going to be the Bloody Hunt committed here by Ben. Ryzen! All down, but Ryzen falls, and it's now Hesu unleashing the Raging Sandstorm. Feel the rage coming in from the Phoenix. Go for it again. Innocent with a Maniac, and he's going ham on the Sonics.
My goodness, TNC, they lose the Lord, but they bait out ONIC in a choke point. The Nibiru's passion deleted the front lines of ONIC. and he was able to save himself. He knew that when he flickered and he dashed away, immediately Nets was not able to reach him, and perfect timing as well on the the dashes from the Beatrix.
And not just the dash, but also the confidence flicker. It was a 2v1 flicker. You
Even
see
popped the
that
window
later.
picture just to make sure that Nets, even if he goes in, there's no damage. But the Irithel was really, really low in this clash. In TNC, they knew that they could push for more.
Damn, look at that. Confidence, then the regen, goes for the Maniac. If given the chance, he could have fired that shot as well, but another fight breaks out.
Oh, but a penalty zone already committed by Gem here, though. It's also Hesu who's going to go down, but Innocent was got out of the crossfire here on the side of TNC Pro Team, and King Kong tries to go for it once again, but Appraiser's Wrath is no longer going to be committed. Goyo's the only one left. Bentings in another universe tries to go for it as well. And it is looking like Goyo, Bentings, the no-go combo is a no-go for TNC.
Oh man, the glory is short-lived. It looks like ONIC Philippines is wanting to end this already, but can they actually end it?
Oh, they might actually do so because Goyo's going to be using that flicker, and ONIC gets game number 1.
And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a game, man. I thought we were having a plot twist at the end, but I guess that's it.
I mean, it was like a very dominant display from ONIC, but it looked like TNC were on the way to pull up on Omega.
True.
Yeah, but it wasn't the case. You know what? Again, scaling was a factor here. That's the reason why TNC was able to kind of pull off the victory team fight. But the main difference is it wasn't on ONIC's terms. The second time around they meet, it wasn't on ONIC's terms. Yoshinu went in. It wasn't, the Irithel was allowed to just bring out the damage, and they just win team fights.
And the best part about this is we were still relishing the glorious moment of Innocent. We were watching the replay, insane mechanical play.
The trajectory was already there.
We were already there, and then the moment we go back to the live camera, ONIC is already mauling TNC. And damn, cameraman went hard.
we just thought it was about to go down. Like, we know things were about to go down in that moment. And then at that point, it was like a raging sandstorm, cancelled. Nibiru's passion, cut off. And then it was just TNC slowly crumbling once again. And ONIC Philippines just,
It's hard. It's honestly, like, if you're a TNC fan, it's hard to be a TNC fan right now. I'm not saying because the team is not lovable. In fact, they are so lovable right now. But it's so hard to just see them almost win these games.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. You go back like weeks 1 and 2, you always see TNC having that one moment that they could have secured the game, but then something like this happens. Let's discuss what happened in game number 1 with our analyst Midnight. It's your turn to shine.
Well, ONIC won. Guess how many recalls they pulled off? 0. That's how they win. But aside from that, they played a fantastic macro gameplay, really patient with their early game timings that they knew, okay, we have to give it in the first objective, like the first turtle, but come the mid-game spike with the Irithel, kind of like what Omega did in their series, it was, it was just a quick and swift victory for the Sonics. And the man of the hour is none other than Yoshinu on the show, again, being a nuisance in the face of TNC, completely shut down Hesu's presence in this game. Even though I would say Hesu, he did not essentially play a bad game, but it was just Yoshinu performing at his best, like shutting down the presence of the XP laner of TNC, even always using the kick in these Lord fights against TNC, ensuring that there will always be no play for the Phoenix to pull off in response to whatever ONIC is doing in terms of macro and objectives. First moment of the game, this is where we saw Hesu get zoned out. TNC, they were able to kind of like play around with King Kong. Unfortunately, the turtle was reset here, and ONIC was just able to turn and use the turtle as bait to fight into TNC. This is where we saw ONIC just utilize the mid-game spike where the Irithel can just group up with the teammates, because they know for a fact that TNC, they don't have damage yet, especially on Innocent and Goyo. They do have a damage, however, on Hesu. But then again, Yoshino is always there to cut off the saving grace of TNC, which is the Khalid. The damage is not present anymore. Again, fantastic lore dances from ONIC. The jumps from Gem were phenomenal with the penalty zone, zoning out either the jungler, the XP lane, or even the gold lane. TNC, they did respond, however, with the flickers coming out from Bentings, killing down the Cho, effectively removing the the anti-Khalid problem that they have been facing, and also this amazing team fight wherein they just choked out ONIC. This was a very choked position for ONIC to be in, as the Nibiru's passion was just so much to deal with, and Innocent, he felt that, okay, I will 1v5 in this situation, and was able to take 4 kills out of ONIC, even though Nets was able to survive. TNC were still the victors in this team fight, but after that, ONIC started the fight in their own terms. Ryzen even committed in the front line, just making sure that my teammates can do whatever they want. And Cho went in, Iritel came in. When TNC had no firepower left, that's where we saw Nets pop off with the Iritel. And the damage output sufficed, because again, we all know Iritel, it's a mid-game spike, centric spike. Marksman pops out a lot of damage, and that was that was the end of the story for game number 1. Now, jungling pattern for Ryzen, we saw amazing jungle contention. There's jungle control, or the JC, is really, really important in this current meta, in this current patch, because junglers, they are fighting in terms of greens, in terms of buffs, and Ryzen did not let go of the pressure that ONIC was holding on to the early game, as he was the kind of the bridge towards the towards the axis of the mid-game spike of the Iritel. And I want to look at the emblems here. Assassin emblem on Nets, pure physical damage penetration. Also that's true with the Beatrix, but I want to say it does help a lot in the early to mid game, because you don't have to do the same thing as what Edison has been doing, like buying the Fury Hammer, because you already have access towards the 16 adaptive penetration, and now your Rush has claws. And then you leave the gold lane, you make sure that you shut down the XP, which happened with Hesu, as they were not able to maximize the Khalid's impact or pressure or presence overall in this game. And ONIC just played to their strengths. They utilized Lilia to zone out early game heroes, made sure that Gem was present always in these objectives. And when the time came, like when the time was there for ONIC, he said, it's time for us to use the Earthfell. And he was dealing a massive amounts of damage, 54.k, 30% of the overall damage by the team came from Iritel, and he was able to really farm a lot in this game. Again, literally no answers from TNC, as the Novaria and Franco combo was just too weak in front of the Cho, the Martis, and of course the Lilias. All of them were getting zoned out. Ryzen does not really care at all about the combos of the Novaria and of course the Franco, and then Yoshino with the presence in this game, shutting off both King Kong and Hesu really, really hard. And of course, dodging a lot of things from Bentings, because he is like the main frontliner of ONIC here, really making sure that there's nothing that TNC can do in the early game, and as they were not able to really address any sort of problems that ONIC threw at them. And TNC losing game number 1 is kind of like a testament already for ONIC.
Knight, we were talking about the jungle pattern, or you were discussing about the jungle pattern. It reminded me of something that you said way back around Season 7. And you told me that if you're ahead as a jungler, you shouldn't even jungle in your own jungle anymore. Give it to your teammates.
You live in the opposite side.
You live in the opposite side. You just get all of the resources from the other guy away, and that's how you win jungle. But right now, you could like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. For Facebook, it's fb.com/mdlph.official, and for YouTube, it's MDL Philippines.
There's a lot of matches that are there as well, but there's something that they also need to watch out for, because the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your very own Smart Bro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted right after this tournament.
And we also have a lot of other giveaways working around in the venue itself, because we're also looking for the Smart Game Face of the Day, one of our very favorite segments. So MPL Arena, be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in a green background. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. We're going to see that just about later. And that's one of my favorite poses. That's one of the most generic ones, but it really gets the job done.
This one. What did he do?
That has a high win rate. I swear to God.
And
this and that game face is like we see this. You can't see me anymore, but the faces Midnight has always shown in the broadcast is something that we see with a high win rate of the game face. But looks like, is that SD?
Yeah.
Is that SD?
Really?
It's SD. That is
Wow.
SD.
It's SD. SD, ZYZ on the house, bro.
Oh, wow.
Alright.
Okay.
All right.
That's a Carl TZ post.
All right, that's a Carl TZ post. Is it you?
Is he the winner?
Is it you?
We're waiting for the graphics.
Oh, there we go.
Game face of the day. Congratulations to the guy hitting the Carl TZ post. That's a...
with a kiss.
With a kiss,
too.
damn.
With a kiss. Wow.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he says, shut up or I will. Yeah. Yeah.
No, let's not continue that path. Let's
Yeah,
stay
that's why I
away.
said yeah.
Yeah.
But, congratulations to you, though. Coming
Redeemable in-game code.
Yeah, fresh from school.
Hopefully it's something good. It's something good because I haven't actually won game face myself because
you're casting.
I happen to be casting. You're right.
Yeah. You're casting, bro.
You're casting.
I mean, you're always showing your game face.
Although there were some moments
Yeah.
where we were there, but we never got a chance to win.
I don't think we're even allowed to join.
That's true. That's true.
But
yeah. You
Fair
know,
enough.
we're
Just show
joining
your
the-
game face, man. Just show your game face.
What's your game face? Yeah. My game face
At-
involves a flexing. You're
Yeah.
like,
Where's the comfort room?
the
Where's
Tagalog
comfort room?
broadcast is over there, my
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And the
Is it-
restroom is
is it-
over there.
Sorry.
Where's
Is
the
it- Is
food?
the Tagalog broadcast there?
Yeah.
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 Okay, yeah.
Understood.
Just about there, yeah.
The way out is like right here,
and-
right?
Yeah, you're right. And there's also like a camera guy over there.
Yep.
And I don't know how to point with this post, but
There's a camera
I'm gonna
guy.
do it. You know, and
Yeah, I'll stop.
honestly, we're just having fun right now, and surely the other people in the venue as well, because just in the background, I could already hear Mara, Kino, and the rest of our Insider guys. So, Insider, I know you're back there, so it's your time to shine. Yeah.
May tanong ako sa inyo. What time is it?
It's Sonic time!
Kasama ko dito ang pamilya ni Yoshinu, si Mami Che, si Lolo Alfredo, at si Daddy Jay. Ayan! Ay, first time niyo po ba manood ng MPL dito sa MPL Arena?
Ako po, yes, first time po.
First time? Lahat po first time. Lolo, narinig ko ikaw daw ang kanyang biggest fan. Tama po ba yon? Ito po, pwede po natin hawakan yung mic.
Opo.
Siya po ba ang favorite apo nyo?
Number 1.
Number 1! Naku, bias. Pang-ilan po ba si Yoshinu? Second. So tatlo. Paano naman po yung panganay tsaka yung bunso?
Favorite din.
Okay lang.
Okay lang. But si Yoshinu, number 1. Okay, sino po sa inyo ang naglalaro ng ML? Naglalaro po.
Pero 1 week pa lang ako.
1 week pa lang?
Almost magto 2 weeks na rin.
Ano pong rank nyo?
Master pa lang. Bago lang po, bago.
Uy, magbuhat. Buhatin natin si
Patulong,
Daddy.
patulong.
Buhatin natin si Daddy J.
Hindi, bago lang. Kasi hindi ako nakakarinig sa kanila kada may naglalaro sa bahay. Nag-try lang po.
Oh, yung totoo po yung totoo. Nung unang sinabi ni Yoshinu na gusto niyang maglaro ng ML at maging player, full support po ba kayo?
Nung
Yes
una?
po. Ako.
Yes,
Siya daw,
yes.
No.
No, wow. Mami, nagulat ako sa no mo. Ang sobrang
Hindi,
strong.
gusto ko kasi talaga priority pag-aaral. Sana. Kaya lang yun yung choice niya. So, support na lang kami.
So, what made you say po na, sige, anak, punta ka?
Actually, nung una, no. No talaga. Pero, kinausap ako nung anak kong panganay. Sabi niya, Ma, yung circle na ano niya ngayon is yung mga sikat na, yung makakilala niya, mga friends niya.
Like si Sanji, magkaibigan sila dati po, di ba?
Sabi niya, bigyan ko daw ng chance. Kasi bata pa naman, pwede pa naman daw mag-aral in the future. Sabi sa akin.
That's right, iba na po yung panahon ngayon. Ngayon, ML muna, basta mag-promise na mag-aral. Lolo, ano po ba yung pinaka-favorite nyo kay Yoshinu? Bakit po siya yung talagang love na love nyo na favorite nyo? Ano pong meron?
Siguro, nagkamali rin ako ng sagot. Pero, ano lang, parehas din.
Parehas din. Ano po, what do you love about Yoshinu?
Mabait lang, tahimik.
Mabait. Tahimik po ba talaga siya since dati?
Sa umpisa.
Opo.
Tahimik sa umpisa. Then,
So-
tahimik lang siya. Ano siya, sa kwarto lang, puro games, ganun lang ginagawa niya palagi.
So, kamusta naman po dito yung vibe? Kasi marami dito nanonood online, pero hindi sila nakakapanood dito sa arena. I-describe niyo po para sa kanila how it is to watch live.
Intense.
Intense. Lolo, ano po? Yung feeling niyo po nanonood dito, ang ingay, di
Ako,
ba?
proud na proud ako.
Proud na proud. Oh, nakita niyo ba, Lolo, MVP siya kanina, Game 1?
Suporta na lang sa mga ONIC.
Sumisigaw po ba kayo kanina? Siyempre. Oh, Daddy J, ano po yung feeling na nanonood dito? Kasi iba yung online. Ano po yung pinagkaiba?
Feeling ko, parang malakas na rin ako kahit bago ako sa ML. Parang lumalakas na rin loob ko. And proud ako syempre sa anak ko.
Bago po tayo bumalik sa laban nila, kasi papasok na po tayo, ano po yung gusto niyong sabihin kay Yoshino para mapump up po natin siya, Mami?
Good luck, galingan niya pa.
Suporta na lang sa ONIC.
Suporta sa ONIC.
Manalo ka kasi nandito kami. Kahit pag wala, okay. Hindi, good luck. Proud.
Good luck.
Okay, pump out po natin, Lolo, lahat ha. Kayo po yung magpapacheer sa lahat, okay? Ready po ba kayo? Okay, Lolo, yung mic niyo po.
What time is it?
It's ONIC time!
And that's the time right now. Babalikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. Looking at the crowd of ONIC Philippines, it seems like they're ready to go for game number 2, supporting the entire team for a possible sweep.
I just want you to ask me what time is it?
What time is it? Oh, Damn, okay, bro. You didn't have to flex that hard.
It's game 2. It's game 2.
We're there again, huh? Okay. What time is it, Sona?
I mean, I haven't watched, so
I don't have a watch, so I can't do that. I can't.
You know why we're so confident doing
Why?
things like this?
Why?
Because Naisu's not here.
True. Oh, yeah.
Because
True.
if Naisu's here,
there's
we're not gonna do all of these things.
Yeah.
Okay,
there's no
I'm
pedestal.
confident in doing it now. Because again, when Naisu comes back, I'm gonna be like, okay.
Yeah, we're a bunch of weenies compared to
JC.
To JC, you know, to Lord JC.
Jungle Control Rezabek.
Jungle Control Rezabek. And when we're talking about Naisu, not only is he top 1 global, but he's also a supermodel back in his heyday. So we're actually not lying about that because now we are finally watching game number 2.
Yeah.
Let's stop talking. Let's just look it up. Naisu Tuna. Yeah, the 2 words is Naisu Tuna as we enter game number 2. Please Google that. Game number 2, ONIC Philippines versus TNC. Can TNC actually go back in this series? We've seen a lot of problems in their draft in game number 1. What could we see in game number 2? What type of adjustments?
Well, I don't know about adjustment, but I want to see a Naisu pick.
True.
Where's the gourd?
Yeah, the gourd suddenly disappeared this week. My God.
When the world needed him the most, he vanished.
You
You don't deserve me.
1 week of gourd, 2 weeks of gourd.
He was like,
As soon as Naisu
as soon as Naisu left for Tokyo.
You don't deserve the gourd pick.
No, that is insane.
And you know why? You know why?
Insane.
Naisu,
Why?
in his reasoning, like, you made Gord lose a game.
True.
His 100% win, it was gone. I'm out here.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my talents to Japan.
Flew all the way to Tokyo, and hopefully the ML players in Tokyo recognize the guy. It's hard not to when you're looking at such a perfect man such as JC Rezabek. But looks like King Kong currently holds the record for most damage taken this season.
Wow, talk about a super bud.
Okay.
I don't know what that was.
I mean, it's King Kong. It's the King of the Apes, right?
I mean,
Sorry.
oh yeah, I get it. I get the reference. One more.
All right,
Okay, enough.
One more
That's
second.
enough.
Okay, 5 more seconds of that, and we lose our jobs.
280k
Yeah.
damage taken.
Damn.
That's absurd. I mean, I think that's an average per game.
Yeah. Damn, that's like it's like you're a living punching bag, and you're not even playing Uranus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing mostly the Freds.
Yeah, the Fredrins,
box.
the
We're close.
boxes.
We're close.
We're
So I
close,
can call it
yeah.
Freds, the box.
The box.
Freds,
the marks.
box.
But if you're like using the Fredren and the Baksha, isn't that what you're supposed to do? So it kind of makes sense at some point. You be the sponge, so it's very understandable. But for it to
He does his
come
job,
from like a jungler,
Yeah.
Be the
right?
sponge.
What?
I'll be the rubber band.
Okay.
Be the match.
I'm getting surprised.
I was like,
There's a lot of pop culture reference here.
I'm sorry, King.
Let's see if it's gonna be the Fredrin, but it's banned.
Nah, it's
so
not
what
banned.
could we see?
Valentina, for sure.
Yo, Valentino, we haven't seen that a lot today. I think of only
Oh,
like half of the series.
Horizon.
But Lancelot comfort pick. Is this good?
I mean, he
quite
steals
unsure.
it away from King Kong. That's
Yeah.
for
Oh,
sure.
you're right.
Yeah.
So it's like comfort and taking away enemy comfort.
Oh, and this here comes the Valentina that you did mention. Goes to the hands of TNC instead, and they also lock in the Irithel. What's a good matchup against the Irithel in a gold lane? Are we talking about like the
Brody, the Bruno.
Yeah, the Brunos, yeah.
There we go. Bruno. Yuzong, let's go. Yuzong.
We've been rooting for Yuzong the entire time.
Or
Give it to
Paramis.
us.
I don't care. Paramis. Overload the Valentina. Go Paramis, Yuzong.
Fresh cut though, coming in from Bruno. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah.
I mean, Yuzong, I'm not gonna be surprised if it's gonna be picked up. I really like it going up against the Irithel at this point because you just have to worry about the the 4 legs. But if you stop it with the tracks,
The 4 legs,
right? You just have to worry about the 4 legs.
It's insane how game-changing a good Petrify combo from a Yuzong is. But
oh, wait. No. If Bentings picks up the Diggy here.
Imagine if we actually did.
Will they?
What's the downside, right?
Yeah.
I think the only downside is that you're gonna lack a true front line, but you could easily solve that with Hesu.
Yeah, but you could just pick up Export Paramis next set.
True.
And you can also pick up like a King Kong hero that's good in terms of like sustain heroes, such as
Sorry, not Paramis,
Akai,
just Export. Yeah.
Akai possibly. So
Akai, yeah,
there's
exactly.
that's like a choice that TNC could make here. So if you're Midnight at this point, you're gonna go for like the Diggy. The Hoodoos are already there. You can
I
hear
want
it.
to see. I want to hear me some.
Yeah. I want to see an owl. It's like nighttime already.
Well, looks like they're gonna go for the Arlet instead.
Disappointment.
No, the disappointment. And I'm quite surprised as well because you're looking at a Kufra.
Yeah. I like that it's a mutual disappointment too.
It is a mutual
like
disappointment.
Hans said, with me. We're in sync.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
But
No,
okay. The thing is, I like the Arlet pick because you are able to sustain in front of Bruno. Like you could build up Dominance Eyes or like a blade armor or something.
Blade armor, yeah.
And you are also capable of dealing with Lancelot. My main concern is it is up against the Kufra, which in retrospect, Arlet actually matches up well with the Kufra if you're not a priority target. But in all honesty, ONIC, they don't really care who the target is because from their perspective, they have a Bruno.
Yeah.
When you have a Bruno in your composition, whoever is in front, you jump him. I'm kicking balls.
He's the true front-to-back marksman, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't have any skills that would go way back.
Yep.
He's just in the front. He deals a lot of damage.
The general order for ONIC is whoever is in front, you embrace the guy.
You kick the man.
You put him on the wall. Face the wall, I'll kick him.
And,
Kick him.
And the best part about Bruno is he solves his problems by kicking harder. You know, build items. That's how you solve the problems.
Yeah.
Train those legs.
It's like
Don't skip leg day.
the Cheems Beatrix Enjoyer that presses 3 or 4 buttons versus the Chad Bruno Enjoyer who just
To
throws
be
the
fair,
ball.
both of the marksmen on either side does the same thing.
Yeah.
Like they just press attack buttons.
Yeah.
Although there's more complexity with the Bruno. Now ONIC bans it out. You missed the opportunity of a lifetime. Because the thing is,
you missed it.
dude, you could have picked up Diggy and straight up stolen Yuzong next phase.
Oh, man.
I feel so sad now, bro.
And Yuzong plays perfectly into Lancelot, Kufra, and Bruno.
That's true.
Oh, man.
That's true.
Now
I feel so heartbroken right now.
They could still get the use on.
No. They have an Arlet.
Yeah, but like it's just the perfect combination if you have the Yuzong and the Diggy. But now the Cho is gonna be the choice here. Why did you say that though?
Uranus, Glue. I mean, I could name a lot of XP laners that could go well into this lineup. Uranus sounds perfect because now Arlet can't deal with him.
Yeah.
There's no damage in early game that can deal with the Uranus.
Yeah.
And if they decide to go with an Angela pick, that's more even hilarious because where's the damage coming from TNC?
Bruno. Oh wait, no, TNC, Irithel. I mean, we've seen the Irithel Angelo win a game, but that was a very particular composition.
Yeah.
Plus, there's already the Valentina in the show. So like, you
exactly.
don't have space for the Angela anymore. Plus, it's already banned.
You can either go Yuzong, Uranus, Glue here. ONIC can never go wrong.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
I got Glue.
Right?
Told you.
And
now,
the Lily also.
Now with TNT, remaining option, tank jungle. What's left? No Baksha, no Fredrin. Martins is open.
Ooh.
Good against Cooper, however.
Akai's gone
but
too.
he loses out to Lillian.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, and TNC got cornered here in the drafting phase, and hopefully they could execute whatever they want to execute with this composition.
I like Hellcat though.
Hellcurt could be a solution
Fair
here.
enough.
And King Kong does have a history of just pulling out different stuff out of his pocket. I think one of the first to actually play that Hanzo last season.
That's true.
So if there's one person you can trust in playing anything in the jungle, I think King Kong is one of them. Hopefully he does pull something out of his pocket.
What?
Debut
No! In another episode of What Midnight is Afraid of.
No, it's what grinds his
Midnight-
gears, dude.
Yeah. Welcome to another episode of What Grinds Midnight's Gears.
It's a
And for
double-edged
this
sword.
episode.
It's a double-edged sword.
Okay, what about it?
The thing is, Ling could technically snowball here.
Yep.
But my main concern is their tank support. Like the Lilia and the Kufra invading Ling jungle
It's a
alongside a
problem.
glue.
It's a problem.
I mean, I've played this game countless of times. I've played Ling so many times. I've actually played into a glue Kufra Lilia. I remember it vividly. Because it is one of the most
of the
annoying
worst,
things. Yeah, one of the most annoying matchups out there, and it's not fun.
Yeah. Okay, though.
Let's see if TNC is able to protect their lane. Because if there's one answer to immense early game invades, it's immense protection from your friends. Let's see if the power of friendship of TNC could actually protect this lane from his first buff, or rather from the people trying to take his first buff. And it's going to be quite the game. Let's go.
It saved the Wonder Pets. It'll probably save them, right? Because at this point, it's something that you really have to take note. This is the reason why Midnight's the analyst here. But again, the only flip side that I'm seeing here, not to burst your bubble, is that King Kong's the one who's holding the Ling. Maybe it's like gonna be a different game because it's a pro player holding it, but who knows at this point. If you feel the pressure, then, there's not gonna be a difference.
Yeah, of course. Comfort does, play in.
Yeah.
It becomes a factor. But my main concern is if the tank support duo is able to just annoy the Ling, who's going to be protecting the Irithel from the Bruno. But now I see Bentix and Goyo fully committing on just contesting this tank support duo on ONIC just to make sure that King Kong is able to play his game.
I love the decision making coming in from TNC here. If you can't protect the lane, might as well clear the waves really, really fast with that Cho and Valentina, making sure that the lane has space. And this is how it plays out. And now Ben thinks, Ryzen though, a lot of damage.
Oh no! I see the mutual connection once again coming in from the two guys beside me. Because again, it was something that Ben Things didn't want to do. He used like the Shunpo to get away from the situation. Unfortunately, the wall, or should I say the fence, he didn't get over it.
Yeah, the flicker play as well from Gem was just icing on the
really
cake.
good. Really good.
But, however, King Kong is able to play early game, so that is a win already for TNT. But again, just look at mid lane, dude.
Oh no!
Look at mid lane. That's a strong lane. The cool friend Lilia, if you, even if you're Valentina, as much as you want to poke, you're not safe.
The moment that the shadow energy pops with the gloom as well, it immediately procs the lethal ignition for a lot of damage. And ONIC right now, they know what they're doing, and they're about to hold this turtle, but Ben thinks it's the first one to tap it.
So you're saying right now, as soon as you go into the mid lane, you feel the pressure, you're done. That's basically the early game potential here coming in from the side of ONIC, who holds a 300 gold lead now, but Goyo is going to be catched here, or caught. Hestu is also going to dash a little bit more as we're still waiting for the final slash coming in from that Arlot, but apparently he's not going to use it because there's still the turtle available.
He already used it, dude.
All right.
Yeah, that's a problem for the turtle right now because that's 12 seconds down on the final slash as ONIC Philippines tries to start this turtle. Hestu still looking for a potential flash.
Yoshinu! Ooh, Yoshinu is going to be able to use the Tyrant's Revenge and Rage as well. Hestu uses the flicker. Is the final slash already available, but Gem is going to use that split. King Kong finally gets the first turtle of this matchup, and he uses the Tempest of Blades to get away from the situation. A beautiful team play. What now, Midnight? What now?
I mean, as a Ling fan, I see the Ling use Tempest of Blades, steal turtle, get all 4 blades.
That's chef kiss over there.
You hear the sound effect.
You could hear the sound effect. You could hear Midnight kissing your ears right now. And, I regret saying that. And,
no. I was just about to say ASMR.
ASMR.
Right?
Still, I have to be honest, okay?
Yeah.
ONIC, they did fully commit onto the Arlot kill. They turned, but they still went with the 50-50, right? Like the Lancelot was still looking to get the turtle, even though you are up against the Link.
And the beauty of this Ling pick, again, with the snowball potential that you did mention, is that I think it's generally safe as long as your early game wasn't touched. And he did have a great early game. Yes, he didn't get a kill, but he was able to farm.
Yep, and that's the name of the game for the Ling, especially in dispatch. Just farm. No need to actually contest early game. No need to pressure yourself into taking these kills.
Whoa! What an amazing play coming in from Bentings. Unfortunately, it wouldn't amount to much because he's not going to put the Lilia out of its comfort zone. It's Bentings, though. Still alive at this point.
Yeah, still still breathing. Now going back to what I was mentioning earlier, you are in a game where in TNC is fine not contesting early game. Like Irithel, Ling, that's what they want. But ONIC, they have a Bruno, by the way.
Yeah.
And this guy, you need to contest. And if you're not contesting, he's getting farmed. And he spikes better than any marksman you'll ever see.
Yeah, especially right now where almost all of the builds or the items that is in meta just goes in line with the stuff that the Bruno does. And I thought he was able to steal it, but no. And TNC ahead by not a big amount here. 100. Yoshinu.
Performing a pretty good job here, using the Rage once again. Ryzen using the Phantom Execution and the Thorn Rose to get out of certain situation. It's still actually the Phantom Execution available for the Lancelot as of the moment. So ONIC and TNC are still going to be here, but it's away from the turtle. Speaking of the fight, Goyo's going to use that Black Shoes to get out of that one as both of the teams just mirroring the moves.
Yeah, they're just trying to match each other and, as the gold laners farm to their heart's content. And right now, TNC, actually, this is anybody's game at this point, 6 minutes in.
Yep.
We have our second turtle, perhaps even the last one if they don't take it immediately.
Yep, top late trade with the Lantern, however. Ryzen does not want to pursue it. TNC had a mini heart attack with that Tyrant's Rage, by the way.
Oh, wait.
But
Conceal Play is going to be
Gold lane.
committed here by the side of Oh TNC. And Yoshino makes the play once again. Super Prince is unleashing the glooms, but a cross-map play is going to be committed as ONIC takes the turtle for themselves. Super Prince not letting anyone go, but Goyo copies the Black Shoes.
And that shifts the gold lead back to ONIC. And it's a substantial lead. It's a 1K gold lead. Yoshinu looking to go in, but looks like they're just going to poke down the turret here, down bottom lane, as the purple is now contested.
No Retri on Ryzen.
Okay, no Retri.
But he'll have Retribution in 10 seconds, so I think he'll be able to invade. But TNC, they're already in position.
They're actually on it already because they were very much aware of the situation that you've mentioned. So Bentings tried to block the Riverside onto the pathway to the purple buff. So that is something that King Kong could safely and comfortably go to. This will be an uncontested purple objective. But meanwhile, another cross-map play coming in from ONIC Philippines, even without the purple.
Yeah, Nets, however, is a different story, man. Like, even if the Untitled is able to farm, Bruno with the Cupra is just different.
So many things coming in here for Bentings. Fortunately, he was able to escape because of the Jit Fundo. Yoshinu is going to be caught here with a knockoff as well. Coming from the rest of the members, Seven's Place is going to be used here. And King Kong escapes. King of the Apes, making sure that he's going to be able to escape out of that situation. And there you finally go, standing on top.
Yep.
They actually survived.
That was a kind of a bad team fight for ONIC and a good team fight for TNC. Even though ONIC initiated that play, Ness didn't have mana, so kind of messed up the rhythm with the with the ball.
Yeah,
because it was not throwing like the enhanced ball.
Yeah, it's just a regular ball, and the regular balls don't hurt as much.
Balloons. But that's a preview of what could happen. Like you saw the damage output that he was dishing out.
Yeah.
To TNC. If that was if the half of those balls were enhanced, you'd see heroes falling down on the side of TNC.
But we can't discount the fact though that there are already 2 turrets brought down by the side of ONIC.
Oh
right?
yeah, definitely. Like the sieging power from this lineup is just really good, and they've managed to go for it again and again. And
oh no! Yoshino back at it again, and it's Goyo actually still escaping. Tries to go for a little bit more time, but Goyo goes down. Bentings is still caught in no radar whatsoever, so that is a position that he will continue to sustain. Next plan here is to be able to take the purple objective, but Hesu appears out of nowhere, and he finally tries to go for it once again. Super Prince is not yet using that Black Shoes just yet, and Hesu is gonna deal enough pressure.
Oh, they're going for the Bruno!
Go for it once again, but going back. Bruno Nets is gonna go down, and he's caught in the ambush. TNC brings another marksman down.
TNC really quick with a punish. That was aggressive from ONIC, and I would say a little off the mark on the positioning there for the marksman. Your teammates, 4 heroes of them were showing mid. You show a bot. That's an auto kill for a Ling. I mean, I know for a fact that I would kill that Bruno.
Yeah, and even if it was a 1v1, the Ling would still have advantage innately because of the outplay or the micro things that a Ling
micro
could do.
advantage.
The micro
with the attempts of
advantages. And ONIC right now, they're going to be able to still have the gold lead, but they can't do that again. They can't let that happen.
And props though to TNC for keeping this very, very close. We're starting to see like, you know, turrets being brought down. There's a turret down bottom, and they've also been in a position to be able to take this Lord for themselves. However, Gem is going to be in position to just find the rest of the members of the Phoenix Army.
And now they're going to start Lord ONIC. They still know that they're ahead, but S2 is already in prime position for a good final slash. Yoshino might just be able to secure a better ultimate when the moment comes.
Ryzen, no purple. Bentings using Conceal. Hesu is going to be there as well, but it seems like Bentings is going to be the one caught. But a beautiful final slash coming in to keep Ryzen away from the fight. Goyo uses the flicker to be able to get out of that situation. No black shoes just yet. Innocent still alive, and it seems like a major reset is about to happen.
Yeah, purple as well for King Kong. This is crucial for the upcoming Lord fight.
Lord fight's gonna be here as well. Bentings wants to go for it, and he uses, but Nets has the Purify and stays alive in this fight. Hezu wants to go for it once again, but another blunder by the Phoenix Army as Hezu is catching the blooms, using the sweeps, but unfortunately the final slash will keep him alive. Gem is trying his best to survive, and unfortunately for them, Gem's gonna go down. It's 1-for-1 while Ryzen is busy. Over here, King Kong tries to go for it. Yoshino stops him as well. And it's Hesu looming in the corner for this Lord.
Are they going to be able to secure this? Hesu looking for a prime.
What a beautiful take coming in from Yoshino, making it happen once again. Hesu tries to run away, but Nets kicking balls all day. Making it happen for himself, but Nets is just right there. Hesu goes down, but Nets is gonna go for it as well as he brings him down. It's a 1-for-1 take, but it's a marksman for an XP. Nets dashed in. He was trying to get a kill onto the Arlo bow. That was too greedy for the marksman of ONIC. Again, second time around, gets punished by the Ling immediately. Woo. Even though the Ling was trading by a huge amount of gold compared to the Lancelot, now he is catching up. And the beauty and the grace of the line of TNC is that majority of them deal enough damage onto the Bruno. Even though Bentings was punished with the flicker kick play onto Nets, that wasn't really enough for ONIC to kind of like punish TNC, because again, this is the beauty of the Ling. When you don't show yourself, when you still have pinch voice, the Lord is always going to be reset by good teams, and ONIC, they know that for a fact that this Lord could just be stolen anytime.
And this Lord is very important for any team at this point, because nobody's ahead. Honestly, it's anybody's game. TNC held the lead for like 3 minutes, ONIC for 5, and now this crucial Lord take is started by ONIC. Already half HP. It's going fast. King Kong looming in the corner, looking for a good angle.
Yoshino not getting anybody at this point, using the final slash as well. Unfortunately, Jem's going to be there onto the backside, but King Kong used the Tempest Blaze as well to go for it. 6K onto the Lord. Who's going to be able to get it? It's going to be Ryzen getting the Lord for the side of the Sonics, and Bentings runs away. Hesu and Goyo tries to assist him, but it seems like Ryzen wants more blood. He stops, but ONIC gets the Lord. Downside of a Ling, if you use Tempest of Blaze, you kind of use this for the next a good part of that team fight. And ONIC, they prevailed with a very, I would say, near perfect Lord dance as they pulled it off, baited TNC into fighting, almost got, TNC actually almost got the Yoshino kill, but with the bouncing ball, enough damage reduction was there for him to survive, and then when TNC tried to collapse onto ONIC, Nets was able to live all throughout the team fight, and again, the damage output against TNC, it's just terrifying coming out from the Bruno, like the crits. TNC cannot really, engage in front of the Bruno when he is able to save himself like that.
Yeah, and especially if he has the Purify. We've seen Bentings try to pull off a great Flicker Jeet Kundo or even a Flicker Wave the Dragon, but with a well-timed Purify, it seems that it also baits out Bentings in a bad spot. So they gotta rethink their choices here. But the only choice that they truly have is a Bentings engage.
Irithel is going to be able to at least stop that bot lane from being pushed by the side of ONIC Philippines. Same with King Kong on the other side. So at this point, ONIC Philippines still has a way for them. They
Hard
still
kill.
have all turrets coming from, but it
King
seems
Kong?
like Bentings and King Kong are surrounded. King Kong's gonna skip one wall onto another to keep himself out of danger zone, as ONIC Philippines wants to go for it, but Yoshino might see him. King Kong buys enough time to escape.
Just a tad a bit too late there. If he was able to throw a piece of paper in his face, that could have canceled everything.
Looking at the Lancelot hybrid build coming out from Ryzen. With the blade armor really limiting the damage output of Innocent with the Irithel and ONIC. For the majority of this game, they have just been overloading TNC with either initiations or jumps coming out from Yoshino, the zone from Gem, and of course the mobility of Ryzen. Add to the fact that the problem of TNC is that there's just no clean way for them to engage, because there's a lot of things that could go wrong. Like if you go in with Jesus, just going to be punished by the Bruno. If you go in with Bentings, there's a lot of purifies on the like the important heroes, I would say, like on Super Prince and Nets.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately for them, though, right? They still don't have any inhibitors surrendered to the side of ONIC, so they could still freely roam around the map, and that's one thing that they could utilize to potentially bring it down. But the point is, they don't have any other objective for them to be able to take it out, and this is where King Kong's struggles are going to start. Purple is gone for the lane.
Settings is part of your mind right now.
True.
Yeah.
Settings.
The moment that you see your purple gone as a lane, you kind of lose half of your will to live.
Yeah. And the Lord's there too.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time.
It's kind of hard to play into a Bruno, Kufra, and Blue as a Ling, but add to that,
it's a different
no purple game. Yeah, like there's a lot of issues with that.
Yeah, that's a lot of issues at this point, but King Kong doesn't mind them as of the moment. Because again, Yoshino finds King Kong, but instead goes for Hesu at this point. Bad execution.
Oh no!
Final Slash is going to be committed. Hesu's still alive at this point. He wants to go for it once again, but Hesu goes down with a split coming in from Gem. Away to Dragon's going to be committed as well.
Look at the Bruno.
Goyo wants to go for it once again, but Ryzen nets onto the back line, catching Goyo and Innocent as well. They're completely surrounded, and Goyo goes down. They're going the other way.
Jam?
They want to go back, but ONIC doesn't let them. He gets instant, and Innocent is no longer part of it because he's completely the victim at this point. King Kong wants to go for it. Super Prince doesn't have black shoes as of the moment, but he tries to go for it once again.
Oh my goodness.
And King Kong has managed to escape, but the problem is 3 heroes are down from the Phoenix Army.
And he doesn't have retribution, so there's no chance of stealing away this Lord, as ONIC will be able to secure their second Lord of the game. Such a great team fight from ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, Yoshino again with the jump onto the Arlot, completely removing one part of the solution on the side of TNC. And when they tried to collapse once more, the Phoenix were just burned out, and ONIC, they dealt with the heroes one by one, especially with Nets, just using the balls, kicking the heroes here and there, and the damage was just overwhelming on their side. 1.6k damage worth of crit on Nets.
Wow. That's a lot of damage, and not a lot would survive that. Usually it's around 2 or 3 hits if you're tanky, 1 or 2 if you're lucky.
Yep.
So at this point, TNC, it's really hard. They have to find a good engage or even a good pickoff against Nets in particular. You kind of want to limit the damage that ONIC could do in this potential final push, as the Luminous Lord will be pushing down bottom lane. Yoshino already stretching for a potential engage, doesn't really go for it, and that's one inhibitor down.
Inhibitor in the middle is finally out of the proportion here for the side of TNC. 2 in the process as well. Innocent tries to go for it as well. Ling, King Kong, we're still looking for the time for them to be able to go for it once again, but Yoshino tries to stretch out of the comfort zone. Super Prince, half health, not really using the black shoes just yet, but 2 inhibitors is 2 inhibitors. It's what matters for the side of Sonic.
Cleaning up the house here for for ONIC, TNC. It's gonna be hard to defend this push against ONIC, especially when you have Flicker and Immortality coming out from Yoshino.
Major Final Slash is going to be the name of the game here, which actually misses. And Yoshino wants to go for it once again. The Wave Dragon is going to be committed here, but Gem is still alive. I repeat, Gem is still alive at this point, and King Kong has been found out. He's not going to have another purple objective, and he's out immobile at this point. He's trying his best to go for like the side lanes, but The purple's just not
Oh,
there.
oh, King Kong.
wait,
Smiling heart.
Can he actually
My
get
Ling
it?
heart is smiling right now.
All right.
My Ling
gets
heart
it.
is smiling right now. Oh no, energy.
Oh, it missed the Phantom Execution.
Oh, no.
But the Thorn Rose does, and it hurts even further. And at this point, he still won't have his purple for the Lord, which is kind of sad.
I mean, he did have purple on the side.
Yeah, so that's still a win.
Yeah,
that's still a win.
that's still okay. I mean, my Ling heart is smiling at the moment.
Yeah.
But overall, it's still hard for
It
TNT
is,
to
it
fight into this. Like, again, the problem for Bentix is that there's no target.
Yeah.
Like, who do you lock onto? There's nobody that can force out the Purify of both Nets and Super Prince. Even if you might say that Hesu can just flicker in, use use the final slash. The
yeah.
thing is, Nets doesn't even care.
Yeah.
And he does not even show himself.
You keep
Like
me
he
closer.
waits for the jump from
Yeah.
either Gem or Yoshino before he shows up.
Yeah, honestly, the target for me would be Ryzen. And yes, he's a bit tanky, but that's the only choice. He doesn't have Purify, and he's
Yeah.
not the same level of tanky for Gem. So, yup, you're right. There's no target, but the lesser evil is Ryzen.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
point, TNC,
Oh,
top
wait.
match here.
Okay. They finally made a choice. It's going to be Gem here. It's going
I
to use
mean,
the split.
That's
At
one of
least
the worst choices out
Keep
there.
it close, but again, a bunch of ultimates are already used. Conceal is going to be used here by the side of TNC Pro Team. They find Super Prince though, but King Kong has been found out. No purple objective coming in from the guy. Super Prince keeps him out of proportion, and it seems like ONIC wants to rush things a little bit further, a little bit faster. Innocent is completely aware of the situation. They want to go for it once again. Yoshino is
No
gonna
retry
use
on
it
King Kong.
to at least keep it a little way back. No retry coming in from King Kong, and the call for TNC is to abort. Abort mission as ONIC gets another Lord.
It's a smart choice. It has to be the only choice. You don't want to get wiped out, especially with minions already inside your base. Your jungler has no retribution. At this point, what could you do to try and defend against this one? This is the hardest question, Midnight, and I'm throwing it to you.
It is. I mean, if you are TNT, you're looking for out of position heroes, but it's hard to do that when ONIC is feeling the groove and the momentum. They are playing as 5, and one problem that TNT is also facing is that there's no blade armor on their side, while there's a lot on this side of ONIC. It's on Glue, and it's even on the Lancelot.
Right now, and is going to be using the Tyrant's Rage to actually catch Hesu. Hesu uses the final slash, but he's going to go down. However, there's Tempest of Blaze coming in from King Kong to just save him out, but Lord is still alive. He wants to go for it, then Ben Things uses the Jet Kundo to Ender Dragon, but lock in for the Sonics as they sweep the Phoenix Army.
Ryzen knew what to do, and that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. ONIC with the sweep, and TNC with no points secured in this series. It's getting harder and harder for the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, again, there was a merit in the game that they have played, especially with King Kong pulling out a Ling. But of course, there's a lot of downside as well that comes with that, and I feel like late game was also something that we did say that is gonna lack on the side of TNC, and being a purple dependent jungler in late game is just like another layer of problem that TNC has to solve.
Yeah, and there were a lot of problems for TNC, and their entrance into Week 3 is looking to be another shaky one. Back to the drawing board they go, and TNC Pro Team, I think everybody watching in the arena right now would still clap their hands, because this was still some sort of a showing, but hopefully they find their way soon, because this is it. It's already the midway point for the regular season. There's no more time for readjusting. The only thing that they have to do is to find that winning way, which I don't know how they would pull off.
I mean, it was a valiant effort, what they've shown, especially
True.
in game number 2, where King Kong really did his best to try to stop the waves on the top and bottom side, but it just wasn't enough because of, again, some of the heroes that weren't really picked in like the past or the previous patch was very evident now. Not to mention, I thought Bruno was going to be gone from like the outlook, but Bruno apparently still
there.
The main man, or may not be the main man, but one of the supporting crew of the Marksman division.
30 damage nerf. It's not really enough to nerf Bruno to the ground, as we still saw him like pull out 1.6k crits, 2k damage on jungle creeps, and I feel like again overall the problem was there was just nobody on the side of TNC that can deal with both the Bruno and even the Lilia.
Yeah, and I think the choice with the battle spells were really nice as well from ONIC Philippines. Having that Purify against a single Cho. One
the
Cho. The only thing that could initiate a fight for the side of TNC meant that they couldn't kick anybody else but either Gem or Ryzen, and both of them are still hard to kill. So TNC, definitely a lot of things to work on, but we're excited to see what they could do for the next matches, because we really don't know. The moment a team catches on to what works for them, we get to see surprising comebacks, and we saw that with Omega last series, where they were able to win against one of the best teams in the current regular season right now, APBR, and I dare say that TNC could possibly pull off something of a similar sort in the next cycle of the regular season.
It's also the same thing for DNC during the previous season, right? Where they finally found their momentum. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late for them in like the long run because they were winning a bunch of games, but the points weren't enough. Hopefully, it doesn't reach the same point for this season. They need to find their stride in Week 3 so that for the next matches that they're going to be having, it's going to be at least something that could prove them like a strong chance to go for a playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a challenge. Like it tests your grit, your will, your patience, and I feel like they have the fire inside them, but you also have to consider the technical side of it. Like, you also have to look into the games, what went wrong, what were the things that we could just adjust. Is it the draft? Is it overall gameplay? Is it like the concepts or the fundamental understanding of MLBB? But you have 3 weeks to work with, right? Yeah. They still have like the second half of MPL to work with, and I just want to see more of this Phoenix fire on TNC, because honestly, there has been like amazing games with TNC,
amazing community too.
I'm sorry,
amazing community too.
But I want to see like the actual success come with this roster.
Yeah, and we have seen Phoenix Army and the entire TNC squad try several times, and hopefully they find success soon. But right now, it's ONIC Philippines securing a sweep, 3 points. That's a big thing because right now they're in 5th in our standings. A +3 is a huge boost to their ladder standing, specifically just day 1 of week number 3. We still have 2 days, and we even have 4 matches tomorrow.
I mean, they're playing 3 times this week, right?
I think so.
And this is a good start.
Yeah, they're playing 3 times this week.
And it's also a major plus for them. I think they finally found the lineup that works for them the most.
Oh yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true.
This lineup with Yoshinu, Super Friends, and also Gem. Gem has been one of like the strongholds of ONIC Arsenals and like MDL Season 1, and I'm so glad that he's finally getting the recognition that he deserves, getting ONIC the win.
And I would dare to say that Gem is looking to be one of the best XP laners right now, just holding through that lane and making game-winning plays. But let's go to the stage to interview our victors with Marakino.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. What time is it? Congratulations to ONIC Philippines. That was a great sweep. Yoshinu, good job. Cho, Kufra. Kanina, ay, tinan mo si Daddy. Gumagano. Kanina sabi ni Daddy, panalunin mo kasi nandito sila nanonood. First time nila manood. Sila ba yung naging buff? Yung reason kung bakit you had such a splendid performance?
Siguro sila. Kasi nung una kong laro, wala naman sila. Tapos ngayon, naglaro ako dito sa nanalo.
Nasaan si Lolo? Sabi ni Lolo, siya daw ang #1 fan mo. Bigyan mo naman ng message si Lolo at talagang kanina sobrang excited niya for you.
Thank you, Lo, sa pagsuporta lagi kahit tinigil ko pag-aaral para dito.
Congratulations! Nakaka-proud naman talaga. And it's so nice to have your parents and your lolo supporting you first time dito sa MPL Arena. Ikaw naman, Nets, alam mo, Nets, ilang beses na kayo nag-shuffle ng lineup, di ba?
Opo.
Regardless kung ano yung shuffle, nandun ka pa rin, stepping up, doing great. Paano ka nag-a-adjust kahit paiba-iba yung mga players na nakasama mo?
Noong una po talaga, sobra pong hirap yung naging lagay ko sa mga attack na shuffle lang po. Tapos sabi po ni Madam, need ko daw po mag-adapt. mag-adapt sa mga attack na nakakasama ko. Ayun lang po.
Ano sabi mo kanina? It's ano yan?
Yun.
Basic? Ano sabi mo?
Opo. Basic lang po mag-adapt, napakadali lang po mag-adapt.
Basic lang mag-adapt.
Opo.
Ito naman, sa next game nyo, actually feeling ko ang makakasagot nito si Boss A. Ayan. Ayan na! Ayan na! yung mga nasa harap, gumagana na. Oh no, what is gonna say? Okay, so yung susunod na laban nyo, it's gonna be against Minana Evos. Alam ko may history kayo ni Banoobs, even last season pa lang. Is there something that you want to say to him bago kayo magtapat? Para naman ma-motivate din sila Banoobs.
Sa ngayon, ano na lang, abangan na lang natin. Kasi,
Nasaan si Boss A? Ilabas nyo! May impostor!
Nagbago na ako. Bukas na lang, pag nanalo na.
Ano pong nakain nyo po today? Para pong iba po ang napumunta dito po sa stage. Nasaan po yung totoong Boss A?
Binibigyan ko lang siyang ng chance para bumawi.
Alright. Ayun. Kailangan pa lang i-shake ng konti. Alright, now it's time to find out who the match MVP is. Let me hear some names. Sino? Boss A? Alright, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Yoshinu! Grabe naman! Super buff ang parents. Mami Che, Daddy J, Lolo Alfredo. Yoshinu, grabe. Okay, first mo na match MVP. Ano nagko-contribute sa improvement mo? Because you're doing well.
Tuloy-tuloy ko lang yung pag-grind sa RG, ganun. Kasi minsan, di ba, palitan kami ng tank parang less scrim times, ganun. Tapos parang RG na lang babawi ng laro, ganun. Ayun, grind lang.
At ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta para sa ONIC Philippines? Lahat sila nakatutok ngayon, pati na dito yung mga nakanood na live.
Salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa team saka sa akin. Pagpatuloy niyo kami suportahan sa mga susunod na laban. Yan.
All right, very well said. Once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause to ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Sulit na sulit. Sabi nga ni Mami Check kanina, pinayagan niya maglaro si Yoshinu. It's so nice that you gave your son the opportunity and talagang nakakatuwa pag ang family at ang parents sinusuportahan kung saan magaling ang kanilang anak. At napakagaling din ang ipinakita ng ONIC Philippines sa laban na yun. Kaya hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalik na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino, for that wonderful interview. We looked at the match MVP, and it's going to be Yoshinu, his parents, his lolo, his grandparents also here. It's a different feeling when you have your entire family supporting you as you pursue your dreams.
You feel way better, and I just have to say, we didn't see Boss A while ago. It was Boss A. It was Boss A. I was looking for a little bit more spice.
True.
A was not there.
Yeah.
Literally resting.
Not there. Quite disappointing. But you know, we're just going to go to the Game 3 or Game 2 analysis with Midnight. Break it down.
Yeah, just a reminder, it was Game 2. ONIC swept their enemies. TNC were not really fully equipped to deal with the entire composition on what ONIC brought in Game number 2. Again, the story was TNC kind of like risked it. But in terms of not risking it, it was Ryzen securing himself the Lancelot pick for ONIC, proving himself as one of the best Lancelot players in the league. And now you're seeing him at his finest performance. I want to say the momentum of ONIC was brought upon by just the sheer stability and consistency of Ryzen's performance. We didn't see like super flashy Lancelot plays like full dive on the backline. What we saw was a very stable, objective-minded Ryzen who just constantly contested objectives versus TNC, as they know for a fact that if they just play to their timings and strength, if nobody contests early game, we are going to be able to successfully pull off a strong mid-game power spike alongside the Bruno, as that was the main story of the game. And TNC, once again, like game number 1, they did not have answer to this strong spike that ONIC was looking to get in the mid-game. Especially with the battle spells coming out from Nets and Super Prince. The Purifies on both Lilia and Bruno were really crucial. And that is what allowed ONIC to just constantly persevere with this sheer pressure in the front lines. Now, TNC, they were able to farm up with the Ling, get their items up, make some counter movements all across the map, as King Kong was able to secure 2 kills on the Bruno. But again, the group up was literally unstoppable coming out from ONIC. This was the play that I was talking about, where Bentix was able to kind of get on his hands on the Bruno, and Nets did not have reinforcements at that time. And TNC, after that, they felt that, okay, we might be able to do this. We are able to kind of contest in a way, but surely the damage output is going to become a problem here, which became also a thing for ONIC, because they started building up the blade armors against Innocent, which limited the physical damage output that they are able to dish out versus ONIC, because now the Link and the Erythral, both of them have their damage reduced. So it was just Goyo that was kind of like putting decent enough of damage over ONIC, and they were already having enough of problems in terms of initiation, because Bentings cannot really engage in front lines because of the Purifies and because of the sheer presence of the Kufra, which Yoshinu did really, really well on. He was excellent on this Kufra, as he was just locking on the proper targets when it comes to the objective takes of ONIC Philippines. Now what we're going to be looking at next is the jungle rotation of Ryzen. Again, stability and consistency all throughout the map. No flashy play whatsoever, and being a team that is leading by charge, always farming on the opposite side of the jungle and not letting any farm go through for King Kong, forcing the Ling to kind of like make a counter maneuver to go into the enemy lines, get some purple, get some green. But at the end of the day, Ryzen was playing with its teammates, they were controlling resources, and who suffered was Innocent on the Erythral, because he had nothing to farm. And Nets, by the time that came for the late game, it was already pumping out so much damage, especially with the fatal tier 1 talent emblem that amplifies the crit chance, and of course the crit damage. After that, the quantum charge, the ability to just chase TNC all around the map. And I really love the way they played this for ONIC. It was just, again, stable. Nets, although for the majority of the early game, it was kind of picked off by King Kong and Bentings, but after that, he was chill on the backlines. He was not really showing himself. He was only going for aggressive plays whenever Yoshinu and Super Prince engages. And once again, the blade armors that started popping out on Ryzen and Gem, these two heroes are able to just go in and go out. They're whipping out the the mobilities on the side of TNC, and of course the sustain, which became a prevalent problem for TNC to deal with, because with these resets they are able to get their HP back, specifically on the glue. And TNC, after that, at the end of the day, didn't have enough damage to kind of convert those pressure or damage that they have into kills. And ONIC was just walking on the front line, making sure that they are able to sustain their team fight. And TNC did not have enough of front lines versus Bruno, as Nets was just dealing so much damage, even up against Hesu. Innocent, however, dealt the most damage because of the glue, just because of the glue. And I would emphasize that he dealt the most damage just because of the glue. But I want to point out here, Gem, damage taken 152,000, majority of the damage dealt by TNC. That's almost 75% on one hero. Talk about conversion problem for the side of TNC, and that is what allowed ONIC to kind of play their game and secure the game victory on game number 2. Really crucial here for Glue to tank most of the damage, as ONIC was just free to roam around map and make sure that they are able to convert these skills into objectives.
And ONIC definitely converted those objectives to kills, to whatever they wanted around the map. And ONIC Philippines, with that sweep, once again just established how good they are of a team now that they found that winning lineup for them. And moving forward, can we expect the same performance from ONIC? It's a yes or no question. we go to cycle 2 of the regular season?
For me, it's a yes. Because they've already fought or went up against like strong teams and like the upper echelon of the standings, such as, you know, Echoes and the Blacklist International. And I wouldn't be surprised if they can continue this performance now.
And definitely, this is something that we're going to expect from ONIC Philippines from now on. And TNC, again, hopefully they do recover. Things are getting grim, and you don't want to be in the same club as Minana, who's still struggling right now. But they're able to also find a few inches here and there.
I want to be able to hashtag rise from the dead.
Yeah.
Hopefully. You know, you can't rise from the dead if you aren't dead yet.
Says in the jacket, though.
It's in the jacket. It's in the tumbler. It's
You have to die first, right?
You gotta die first. You know, week 1, you become dead.
Yeah. It's the essence of a phoenix.
Week 4 to 6, you rise from the dead. That's how it goes, I guess.
Yeah,
but for ONIC
oh,
Philippines, things are getting well. I think ONIC time is a high time already right now, and all of our ONIC fans, or the Sonics in the venue, is already elated with that win. Who wouldn't be after like a dominant win against TNC? That has been day 1 actually. Of the MPL, of
the
week
first
3.
half.
The first
half.
Already
We're almost over the first half. It's
Wow.
incredible. And the matches have been amazing, and especially with this new patch. I expect more amazing matches for day 2 and day 3.
We've been inching to this ending already, and day 1 of MPL Philippines already down in the books. You could see our updates actually in the MPL Philippines website. But for now, we've been your casters. Name is Zumi. With me is Hans and Midnight. We're gonna be sending you over to Mara Aquino. MPL Philippines Season 12. We'll be back.
Reverse sweep after reverse sweep after sweep. Yan ang natunghayan sa unang araw ng halfway point ng ating regular season. Sinimulan yan ng Purple Orcas after proving that the new patch won't hinder them from coming back against the White Tigers and extending their win streak to 6 matches. After that, we saw the Omega Timer taking effect. Mabilis nakapag-adjust sina Etomax and Chakno sa bagong meta, hatid ng Project Next. And after putting up a great Angela performance to upset AP Brand, finally, the Sonics entertained us with their ONIC magic after Yoshinu's masterful roaming performance swept TNC Pro Team to secure their 2nd straight win. Patikim pa lang yan sa mga bakbakan dapat natin abakan ngayong linggo. Kaya kita-kits ulit bukas dahil 4 na sunod na laban ang ating matutunghayan. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino, nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo ay mas pinaslakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.